Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to everybody. I think, what are we on, day 13? Or are we on day 14? Okay, it's day 14. It's right here. It's day 14. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you guys had an amazing weekend. All of the moms, I hope you guys were able to chill this weekend, be catered to this weekend. Now we back in the roller coaster ride that is Karen Reed. We are back. We are back. Good morning. Hey, Kia. Good morning. Hey, Sonia. Good morning. Good morning, Rita. Hey, Tiffany. Good morning. Good morning, T. Hey, Sugar. Good morning, Sherika. Hey, Phoenix. Good morning, Vitra. Good morning. Good morning, Heather. Hey, Miss Davis. Good morning, Summer. Hey, Brianna. Good morning, Princess. Court don't start till 10 today. I forgot. Y'all. We were supposed to start at 9:45 and not 8:45. I forgot. I'm on now. We'll find something to do, talk about something. I forgot court doesn't start until 10. Damn. Sassy, we'll be here, girl. Come back when you're on your breaks or come back after work. Good morning, Jasmine. Good morning. Good morning, Brianna. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Georgette. Good morning, Tracy. There's another Tracy. Hey, Marina. Hey, Angela. Hey, Quiet Storm. Hey, Shameen. Good morning, Kaylin. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Hey, Jabria. Good morning, Angel. Hey, Danielle. Good morning. Good morning, Siobhan. Hey, Haley. Good morning, Megan. Hey, Carol. Good morning, Too Pretty. Thank you so much. Hey, Alice. Good morning. Good morning, Kira. Good morning, Ebony. Good morning, DJ Mommy. Good morning, this 504 girl. Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Claudia. Hey, Sleepy. Good morning, Sierra. Hey, Kiss. Good morning, Kiss. You got that truck out this morning. I'm never going to forget, if that truck don't move, you don't make money. I'm not going to forget that. Court starts at 10 today, y'all. Good morning, Jazz. I forgot that court starts at 10 this morning. I was supposed to go update this, and I didn't. But I'm already on, so I find something to talk about. It is what it is. We here. It is what it is. Good morning, Sonya. Hey, Aqua. Hey, Heather. Good morning, Mika. Good morning, Sarah. Hey, Natasha. Hey, Crystal Jackson. How are you this morning? Hey, Britt. Hey, Jalen. Good morning, Lexi. Good morning, Ashley. Hey, KK. Good morning, Skin Tone. I hope you had an amazing weekend. Good morning, Emily. Hey, Existence. Hey, Cheryl. Ziona. I like that name, girl. Good morning. Good morning, Tracy. Hey, Tasha. Good morning, Forrest. I literally forgot, y'all. Good morning, Laura. How are you this morning? Hey, Tia Tennille. Hey, Monique T. Miss Virgo. Miss Virgo. Thank you for Too Pretty for making me see that this says Virgo and not Miss Godiva. I didn't know what that was. Sorry, girl. Go Diva. I completely missed that V. My bad, friend. Good morning, Life Changer. Good morning. Heather, what name was it? Tell me what name it was so that I can remember. I have to try to figure out who's who, especially because a lot of us are on YouTube and on TikTok. So I'm trying to figure it out, friend. Tim, most names I know, and thank God some of y'all have the same names on TikTok and YouTube, so it helps. Hey, Shalon. Good morning, Miranda. Hey, Tidra. Oh, Forrest said tea time. Hey, Shataka. Hey, Kiera. Hey, Ashley. And there's another, hey, Bink. Ashley, that was you twice. So off topic. What's your thoughts on the sheriff and the unalived judge? The one from a couple months ago? Summer, is that what you're talking about? Hey, Dee Dee, good morning. Good morning, Bia. Thank you, Bia. Good morning, India. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Wendy. Did I see Miss J got in an accident? No, I did not. I texted her yesterday. Y'all, let me tell you something. I have to have the most nonchalant son there is. He did good. He normally texts me really late on like my birthday, hell, anything really. And he texted me Mother's Day at 2:30. I was like, okay, we making progress, but he texted. He didn't call, but I'm gonna let him have it. I wake up this morning. My children have a particular text sound, so I know it's one of my children texting me. I thought it was Mariah because I mean he is getting up for school, but I just thought it was Mariah. The text said, "Do you want a gift?" So I'm gonna play with him. I said, "For what?" He said, "Mother's Day." And I've just got to do better because I just don't want a woman dating my son texting you, "Do you want a gift?" What's going on with my son? Dude, first of all, Mother's Day was yesterday. Yes, we can, Shanda. Mother's Day was yesterday. It's a whole day later. Okay? It's a day later. And on top of it being a day later, he's talking about, do you want a gift? Okay. I had to get that out. I had to vent. Good morning, Jarvo. Hey, Fatima. Good morning, Emily W. How are you? Hey, Amy. Hey, Nurse K. Good morning. Hello, awesome. Hey, Brandis and Landis. Okay. Not y'all running back to back. Brandis and Landis. Good morning. I dropped her off. I know that's right, kids. If the wheels ain't turning, the truck ain't earning. I love that one. I know that's right. Hey, Sharonda. Hey, Mia. Good morning, Sunny Days. Good morning. Good morning, Rain Shower. Hey, Key. Good morning. Girl, do you want the gift the day after? Like, I'm trying to see how I should respond to him. Hey, Kaylin. Sharonda, he's going to ask. Brianna, I blame the daddy too. I blame the man. Because what are you raising over there? She said, oh, good morning, Faith. Good morning, Faith. She said, Mel Tracy said, Mel, please say good morning to my daughter. She's home today. She said good morning. Now she's waiting to hear you say her name on TV. Good morning, Faith. Good morning, friend. Thank you for watching with us today. Good morning. Emily said, very OCD of you, different text sounds for your kids. I love it. I do. They're the only ones I have text sounds for. For my kids. I have text sounds for them. I need to know if it's, a lot of times you're out, or if I'm around the house, I need to be able to talk to my babies. Well, know that that's who's texting me. I have to. Gina said I stayed off my phone all weekend. Okay, good for you. So happy late Mother's Day. Thank you, Gina. Happy Mother's Day to you. I went skydiving by myself. Gina, I want to go so bad. I don't know if I'll ever do it, but I do want to go. Hey, Gwen, good morning. Good morning, Gwen. You're not late, Gwen. Court doesn't even start to 10. Literally, we're super early, and that ain't even my style. But we super early today. Hey, Khalees. Good morning. Hold on, y'all. I text to see what was going on because I had no idea anything happened. Child, I didn't know a damn thing. Hey, fam. Good morning. I hope you guys had an amazing weekend as well. Give me just a second. Let me get to the bottom here. Hey, Rain. Hey, LaShunday. How are you? Hey, Brooklyn. Brooklyn said, good morning. You trying to save him, Brooklyn. She said, at least he thought about you. Some kids forget and don't even do that. Child. Brooklyn. Me and LJ gonna have a talk today. But it's the next day. It's given. Your dad said, "Did you get your mom something for Mother's Day?" And he said, "Damn." Hey, Pretty Dimples. I know that's right. Shout out to the 901 in the chat. Yes, ma'am. Hey, Brashana. Hey, Sandra. Good morning, Anna G. We gonna see what it is, y'all. Good morning, Taylor. But honestly, I need to thank you guys. Hold on, let me get to the end here. I need to thank. Good morning, Faith. Y'all talking to Tracy's baby? I thought my sister was in the chat. I need to thank you guys because when I tell y'all, my heart was so heavy this weekend. Hell, I was crying Friday on the live. Saturday, I woke up crying, but Sunday, no tears. No tears Sunday. Nothing but happy thoughts. I had like a really chill day. It's just I couldn't ask for a better day, but I do want to thank you guys because the live on Friday was so amazing. Sunday, like I said, Saturday woke up sad, but after a little crying spell on Saturday, I was fine the rest of the weekend, and I do believe that is because you guys really helped lift my spirits, and I appreciate you guys, and I hope anyone else that had to spend Mother's Day going through a loss, like you were grieving. I hope you had an amazing day and you were still able to think about the good times. I saw Skin Tone say that she went and got her 3 things. I did that too, and I had a great weekend, and I'd like to attribute some of that to you guys for helping me get through it. I thank you. Hey, Shavonna. Hey, Nene. I appreciate you guys so much. Summer, I only have ringtones for the kids, girl. Existence. And see, this is what it's all about. Existence said, Mel, I've been cleaning out my emails ever since y'all talked about it. I'm proud of you. I was doing Mariah's hair and kind of telling her about the conversation. And she said, Mom, you haven't cleaned my email in a while. And I said, after seeing the numbers in the chat, babe, I probably won't ever enter your email again. Might make her create a new one. I'm not going to do it. No, not going to do it. Not going to do it. Hello, awesome. We got to have a pre-show now. Mel didn't remember court starts at 10 today. Princess, don't blame me. I have some videos, y'all. So I'm going to show you some videos. One of our millionaires, must not be too far from Boston, went to D&E and sent us some personal videos from the home. And every time I see that house, I'm going to look at it because I do believe it adds context. That yard is not that big. Okay, let me check my phone. Hey, D. Reese. Oh, Lord. My baby said, do you want a gift? I said, yes. That's all I said. He said, what do you want? Now I'm going to have to pull a trick on him and tell him surprise me. Tell him surprise me. At this rate, y'all, I would be happy if he knew that, like, I love vanilla scented fragrances. So if he bought me a vanilla candle, I'd be happy. That's in his budget. That'll be good. So Phoenix, we can, but I'm not going to tell you. I thought you were asking me, can we watch Young Boy? I'm sitting here looking at your thing. It took a second. You're Buchanan. Girl, I thought you were asking me, can we watch Young Boy? I said, wait a minute. Court is at 10. Jenny D, we are way too early because the host forgot to adjust the time. No, Bia, let me tell you, I had the best time on Friday, okay? Now, if you guys don't know, after we finished wind down, I ran an errand or two. I came back and we listened to music on TikTok Live. It was by request. I was the DJ, and it was so much fun. Too much fun. Y'all, when I got off this live Friday, I was so like, I was really in my feels, okay? I chilled. We did wind down. I said, you know what? I don't want to go to a club, but I'll make the house the club this weekend. Baby, I cut on the pink light. I had my tequila, and I forgot what I got as a mix. I had that. I had the hookah going. Speaking of, I will not be smoking hookah again. I don't smoke hookah. I'm not a regular hookah smoker anymore. That life is behind me. But I was feeling like the club, and I'm in Atlanta. There's never a club in Atlanta without hookah. Baby, I was jittery as hell trying to go to sleep. I was over there like, God, I'll never do it again. God, I'm sorry. I don't do this. I won't do it again. But it was such a great time, though. I woke up the next morning and I felt like I had been in a club in Atlanta. It was such a vibe. So if y'all missed it, it's not gonna be every Friday, but most Fridays we chilling. We are chilling. We had such a good time. I learned some things, like I won't say that this person's name on the live because I don't want to single her out. But I will tell you, there is a millionaire on this live who uses songs. I don't want to say they manipulate people, but they use songs with their partners. They were on it live. They said, oh, I really sent this song. I said, the songs that were requested. I said, what is going on? What's going on? Why are you sending somebody this song? One song came on. I said, I know you didn't send this one to somebody. They said, indeed. I don't want to name that person's. I don't want to put that person's name. I don't want to put them on blast. Okay. Now, T, I know he didn't say he was broke. Child. I don't want to put that person's name out there, but just let you know. Good morning, Erica. Hey, Ashley. Good morning. I just want to just say that there is a certain person. They listen. I don't know. They send songs, y'all. They send songs. Good, Brashana. My mom is all the way in Coldwater, Mississippi. I have yet to go to her gravesite since she's left. But I'm gonna go there one day. My sisters went, so that's good. Good morning, Gigi. I saw a video of a protest outside of D&E, and a nurse was there. Wow, Alice, I really believe everyone who saw him thought he got into a fight. The narrative switched after talking to Jen. I would really love to know what would have happened had Jen not had called him back. What was going to happen? Hey, Didi, Sundrop, I'm glad it's not just me. Gwen, I instant, they too strong. I can't stand them. I was too lit tapping away on Friday. Alice, Friday was so fun, but when I tell y'all, the club closed at 3, by the way. We had wind down music and everything. Child, I woke up and literally was like, what the hell happened last night? Like, it felt like I had been out for real. It did. Heather, thank you so much for listening to my music. I appreciate it. I am actually, you guys really just motivated me. And I think it was this weekend too. Like, Mel, oh well, just do it. So I'm working. I got a little A&R. Zakia is my A&R right now. So we listening to songs, and I'm gonna just re-release it and put it on streaming platforms, and we're gonna see what it do. I think Trooper Paul's gonna call Haley, but so far I think I got Yuri and Proctor. Good. Hey, Mac FOMO. Good morning, Twyla and KJ. Good morning. I needed something, Taylor. It was hard. I did finally listen to Dirt. Oh, Alice. I listened to Broke Up in Miami this morning while I was getting dressed. I listened to Broke Up in Miami. Good morning, JT. Our friend had all the songs, okay? Not Bia talking about it's okay. I'm not ashamed. Okay, well, she put herself out there. Bia has all the songs, okay? Whether you breaking up, whether you in love, whatever it is, Bia can give you a song. Because I'm not gonna tell you. I said, Bia, I know you're not singing this song. She said she did. Okay. Let me see. Good morning, Angie. Good morning, Lynn. Sundrop said she saw that there was something. There was going to be a review of the CPD investigation results Saturday. I don't know, Sundrop. Did you guys see Bev on my TikTok story? She was out in Canton. I said, oh, Bev likes to have a good time. Good morning, Ty. Hey, Zara, how are you? Hey, Niara. I text her, Niara. She hasn't texted me back yet, but I did text her. Good morning, Shay. Oh, wow. Gina, one day I'm going to do it. I'm not like a thrill seeker. I'm not that type of person. But there's a water park in Austin I went to with the kids and my sister. Gretchen is always finding stuff. If y'all have not realized it by now, Gretchen is an amazing trip planner. She's always going to find something really great to do. So she found the water park in Austin. It's like Kalahari, something like that. And I was so afraid to go on these water slides. I'm not really that want to feel a thrill type of person. But I told myself, I just got to do it. I'm too old to be scared of this water slide. Child, I went on those water slides and I had a ball, and it kind of taught me that, just even in that small form, facing your fears can really turn out to be the best thing you ever done, girl, because I loved it. So now I'm big on water parks. I like water parks now. So yes, one day I'm going to go. Gretchen has done it in Vegas. Gretchen went skydiving in Vegas. One day I will. One day I will. JT, what do you mean dedicates 2 for 2? Good morning, BG. Oh, BG, I hope that goes well. We're here, friend. I heard the nurses were scared to share how they felt to the cops because the Alberts were at the hospital. That would make sense. Good morning, Keita. Good morning. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Miss Mika. Princess, if we do that live again, can you have we need you to have an emotional support friend there with you. I don't know if you remember, but you went from friend to ex to husband in one live. And maybe in about an hour, friend. I need an emotional support friend there. I don't need you waking up on Saturday saying, Mel, why did y'all let me call all these people? Because you went through a whole roster on that live, okay? Okay? Latigra, I think they're going to testify this go around too. So we'll see how the kids feel. Hey, Ashley. Hey, oh, I'm talking about Ash K, but I done said Ashley. Good morning, Jaleesa. I don't know if that was really Bev Jaleesa, but he gave Bev, okay? The bangs were thick. The hair looked like Bev. I'm not normally a person I could tell that's her by her hair. But that hair looked like Bev's. Good morning, Darlene. It looked like Bev's. Hey, Tasha with a flower. I don't know, y'all. Somebody had a ball at that water park. The one that take you in the big bowl all over the water park was my fave. Did I see that one? Is that outside? We went a few years ago. I think Gabby was turning, it was for Gabby's birthday, but I can't remember how she was turning, 7, 8, maybe 8, something like that. I want to get on a roller coaster one day, girl. One day. Yes, Summer, we did. That's probably why I ended up on the water slide, Summer, the adult swim up bar. Indoor skydiving, that's enough for me. Not about to end up like Trevor. Brianna. There was another water park. We went to one in Orlando. Went to Orlando for a weekend, the kids and I, for spring break for a couple days. I can't remember the name of it, but it was cool. We had some pretty cool rides there. And LJ, like, I don't care if it's a fair, a water park, Six Flags, you're going to get your money's worth with LJ. He rides everything. LJ and my niece Jari, they ride all of the rides. Mariah is like me. She will get on some rides, but she's not a big rider. Hey, Destiny. Good morning. Good morning, your boy Glitchy. Okay, good morning. Okay, y'all, give me just a moment. She said, I'm content holding everyone's purse at Six Flags. That's kind of me at Six Flags, but hey. Oh, your baby's going to be 8 on Sunday? Girl, let me tell Mariah. So Mariah showed me like a really old Instagram that she has. And y'all, I was like, can I hear your voice? Can you find a video where I can hear your voice? And y'all, I just bust out crying. I mean, looking at a 19-year-old who will be 20 in a few months, and then looking at her when she was 8 and hearing her voice and just remembering how she acted, she thought it was like she got the ick because she seemed to really love her mom. Her TikTok, I mean, this Instagram page had, it had all of these pictures of me. Like, oh, my mom's so great, or like pictures of us together. I'm like, you seem like a kid who really loved her mom. And when I think back to that time, I'm just like, Mariah, I was crazy about you too. Like, I'm still crazy about you. So I think as a parent, especially a mom to a daughter, you want your daughter to love you like that. Child, I was just crying away. I just couldn't see it. Maybe it was Mother's Day. Because hearing her little voice, she was so animated, y'all. She was so animated. I couldn't take it. I could not take it. I'm like, look at little 8-year-old Mariah. She said she was getting bullied at some point. That made me sad because she put something like on her Instagram that said like it's perfect to be imperfect or something. And not me hugging her talking about that's right, baby. Be you, it's okay. You don't have to be like everyone else. She said, Mariah said, give me my phone. You always crying. But I was just like, parents who have little babies, cherish the moments you have with your kids because they're going to be big. They're going to grow up on you, and you're not going to be able to do the same things with them. Like, my child is 19. She just completed her 2nd semester of college. And it's like, dang, Kylie is 6 now. Well, she'll be 6 in August. So you don't have forever for these kids to be small. Sorry, you don't. They're going to get big. Yes, y'all. She let me cry a few tears, and she snatched the phone out my hand. She said, "Give me this phone. You always crying." I don't know what happened. Maybe it was just like, damn, I missed that little kid. So when I gave her a hug, I'm talking about, and this for little Mariah, not the big one. Yo, these kids. Oh, congratulations, Cheryl, to your baby. Hey, Miss Renee. Princess said, I cry every time I see a video of my kids, especially thinking about the mental space, what we were going through. I get that. You're like, damn. My baby will be 2 next month, and she bad. Indy, I'm trying to keep this whole cherish the moment thing going for you. Hey, Shani, I'm trying to keep that up, but a 2-year-old, Mariah has just never been like a bad kid. Mariah just has never been a bad kid to me. LJ? Oh, LJ. I can hear his sweet little voice. And right after I hear his sweet little voice, an image will pop up of him as a kid. I think I'm getting PTSD thinking about him. Oh, Erica, that's so sweet. No, y'all. Ash, LJ is literally the kid. I can see me right now in the grocery store. No, I think this is Target I see in my head. I see me right now turning my back on him, just running to the register, leaving him in the floor. He was falling out. I left him in the floor. And then eventually you walk away, they're going to get up because, damn it, don't leave me. Baby, when I tell you that little boy just took me through it, he took me through it. Okay? He cried. He had eczema early. Baby, he used to cry. Lord Jesus. Hey, Miss Sheila. He used to cry. Period. Hey, Destin. I'm just happy I made it through. I'm so, like, LJ was the baby. He literally had to have a select group of babysitters because everybody can. When I tell you truly a boy, truly, goddamn, I'm happy I made it through. Oh, jeez. Y'all talking about tears. Ain't no tears, child. No tears, child. Nothing but thankfulness. I'm thankful I made it. I'm just thankful I made it. Who, Ash? Ash, that second born? I mean, man, y'all, I'm thinking about all that damn crying. All that damn. And he was so small, y'all. We didn't know what was going on. It was, Lord Jesus. I don't think I want to have another baby again. Because damn, what if the baby have eczema again at 5 months? Mm-mm. I think I'm I appreciate this live. And I appreciate Bev for starting court at 10 today. Had she started early, I wouldn't be right here in this moment. Everything happens for a reason. I was supposed to be on this live at 8:45 because at 9:19, I was supposed to remember all of that crying that little boy did. I was supposed to remember him falling out. I was supposed to remember that 4-year-old taking my bread and taking all the insides out the bread. Why would you do something like that? Why would you do? And it wasn't just him. It was my niece Jari too. They were thick as thieves. Why would you? I mean, y'all, he took the bread and took the inside out the bread. Like, Oh, princess. Oh, princess. Princess. Wait a minute. Lord, you know what? Let me tell you. Moms on the live. Stuck in a Barbie doll house at 3 in the moms on the live. There are two things. Moms with children who are autistic. Let me just take my hat off to moms who have children who are autistic, because so my cousin has a set of twins and they are so beautiful. And first of all, I am the autism diagnosis. I seem to see a lot more parents with autistic children. I think a lot of that has to deal with testing and people just being more aware of what's going on. My little cousins, y'all, they are 4. They might think they'll be 5 this year. I used to babysit them. They're identical twins. And when I tell y'all, looking back, it's actually funny to me. I would tell I used to say, baby, I'd keep those twins any damn time. If they cry, they want their bottle or they need to be changed. They would sit and watch, what was their show? The show with the pig, Peppa Pig. They would sit and watch that or Caillou. Baby, they would watch that and wouldn't move, okay? They would not move, wouldn't cry, wouldn't do anything. I used to be like, baby, I will watch them any damn time, okay? Now, this before they start walking, mind you. Let me point that out. I'm like, I will watch them anytime. They just, man, they so chill. Years later, we found out they had autism, and then it made sense why they didn't speak. They didn't talk. They only cry, for bottles or things like that. It made sense, but I think back to the time when we were saying things like that. It never crossed our mind that they had autism. Never crossed our minds. And it's, they're identical. Both of them have autism, but it never crossed our minds that they could have autism until maybe they got till 1.5. And then it started like, then you started thinking about the fact that when they were small, they never smiled. When you were playing with them, they never really made faces. And it's like, damn, it never crossed our minds. So now that's something I could always look for in a baby now, because none of this never crossed our mind. But of course, as they got older, you started seeing things and you're like, wait a minute, maybe this is going on. And so now we do know their diagnosis. And I've said all that to say, those kids are no joke. First of all, they fight each other like they are being paid by WWE. I mean, you are literally playing referee with those two twins. I'm like, damn it, why? When I tell you they go at it, and neither one of them are phased. I have seen them throw some licks that should make you sit down. Not them babies. They are different. But my cousin, she is so amazing with them. And they can be so sweet when they are not coming out for their third match of the day. I just don't. Let me tell you, it's a lot. Lord, it's a lot. It's a lot. I told the bus driver that I have bad anxiety. That woman gonna say, that's just bad spirits. What? A lot of people feel like that. When I tell you my mom and me being diagnosed with ADHD, baby, it bothered her something serious. Oh, God. When I tell you she was bad, my mom would say she had me on the prayer list. Jeran was not trying to hear it. Made sense to me, but Jeran was not trying to hear it. Well, fam, mine has no filter either. I have to pray. I have to pray for LJ wherever we go. In fact, at 13 years old, when I go places, especially if I know something there get a reaction out of him, I definitely tell him, okay, LJ, we're not going to say that. That's why I prefer him in classes with like gifted certified teachers. They understand that he's a little different, because regular teachers, and no offense to teachers who are not gifted certified in this chat, but teachers who are not used to working with children like him, child, I would be at the school every day. One teacher told my son that he was leaning back in a chair and it was vandalism. His next question was, so are you calling me a criminal? And I asked LJ, why would you say that? He said vandalism is a crime. I mean, he's right most of the time, even when he's talking to me. Don't tell him I said that. But damn, LJ, you couldn't say that in your head. You couldn't say it in your, why would you say it out loud? Now the teacher done gave you an in-school suspension. And now your daddy got to go up to the school. And it's the story of my life with my child. It's always something like that. He's not like this super, he just does stuff like that. And it's always something. He did. Now, Kiki, that was a valid question. And that's why I wasn't mad at him. When his daddy told me he had an in-school suspension, I said, what is for? And then he told me, I'm like, you got to go to the school, or do you want me to come down there? I'll go up to the school. Because at this point, this is getting out of hand, girl. He didn't get in trouble, child, not from myself or his dad. But they were able to talk the in-school suspension days down. We were able to do that. Didi, your mama. Let me tell you, the type of mother that I had, I appreciate her so much. And I am the same way, because this is what I saw. I remember when I was really young, I wanted to be a judge so bad. I used to watch Perry Mason with my grandparents. I really wanted to be a judge. And one of my third grade teachers, she walked with a cane. I'm not sure what happened with her, but she walked with a cane. Child, I told my mama that she told me I couldn't be a judge and I needed to change it or something. Remember, I'm third grade gifted. Child, my mama came to that school and we're in this meeting, and I never seen my mom act like this before. She told that lady, just because you crippled and stuck here in this classroom teaching third graders don't mean my baby gonna be right there. That lady never spoke to me again. But I love when parents are zealous advocates for their children. Because what are we doing here? You should never dim the light of a child because you can't see where they're going. That's just not appropriate. I don't care if this is the worst child in your class. If that child says they want to be the president, they want to be the president. That's it. And I just feel like, y'all kids these days don't dream. And like we have to be their biggest supporters. We have to. Like, let me tell you, there are a lot of things I could say about Jaron, but a smart mouth, her having a smart mouth is one of those things. Very, very, very much on 10 toes when it comes to her children and just kids in her classroom. My mom taught special education for about 15 years, and her children loved her. A lot of her children, she taught like resource. Okay, there we go. She taught resource, so a lot of her kids would have emotional behavioral issues, and she was always there to fight on their behalf. Like, I've done countless children's hair because they would come to school with their hair nappy or whatever. She would bring them home. She would wash their clothes. My mom was an amazing teacher. And I feel like, if we had more teachers like her, man, schools would be totally different. So I salute teachers, because you not only have to teach, you have to be counselors, role models, hell, sometimes parents to these kids. Thank you, LaTanya. Thank you so much. So I salute all teachers because I saw my mom do it. It's not an easy job. It is not an easy job. Mm-hmm. My mom too, Brianna. My mom taught at Fraser. I think she's taught at Raleigh, Egypt. She taught at Kingsbury. She taught at White Station Elementary. But yeah, White Station was the best school she taught at. Thank you, Latanya. An adaptable learning middle high school. Oh, Ashley, what does that mean, adaptable learning? Hey, OLM. Tracy, sometimes it would get on my nerve, but my mom, even after she left the school system, these kids would check on her. She could ask them to do things for her. One of her students, she used to come clean my mom's house for her. And I mean, she just really built a great relationship with them, but she cared. She cared when kids' parents couldn't take them home. She was the teacher that, it was not all students, but some of the students, she didn't mind. Like one of her students lived near us. He would ride home with my mom. With all of us. He would ride home with us after school. That was just her. That's the type of teacher she was. And I think a lot of kids need that. Oh, wow, Shay, that's amazing. That's amazing. Someone said that, so many kids want to go into content streaming, whatever. We're not going to have teachers, lawyers, doctors. I just don't believe that. Everyone isn't cut out to do content, right? I think we see it a lot, but I think there are people that still have other dreams. Like I have other things that I want to do as well. I don't believe that. I think kids may think it's cool, but you do have kids who still want to be doctors, lawyers, teachers. We're still going to have that. Oh, I like that, Ashley. I think LJ needs maybe not adaptable learning, but I think he's bored with school. Thank you, FIM, for gifting 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. And if you guys get a membership from FIM, y'all know the deal. Please be sure to tell her thank you in the chat. I thank you for that, FIM. Thank you. Yes, I think my son he's bored with school. He's bored. He still makes honor roll, but we are constantly having to get on him. Y'all, he told me, he said, Mama, I'm going to try 8th grade year. The fact that, and it's so funny because I knew what he meant by, Mom, I'm going to try. I'm actually going to try. He's not trying, and he can keep A's in classes. And if he has a B, it's because he didn't do something like a computer assignment or something. He doesn't have to try. He will just be good. Like I was like that as a kid. I didn't have to study a lot. One, I paid attention during class, so I didn't have to study a lot. I don't know what type of memory I had, but I could have read. I would read books, and I could remember which side of the page it was, where it was positioned on the page. When I was younger, not so much now. I don't know what's going on with my memory now. Not so much now. But we love you too, FIM. But LJ needs a school that challenges him. Like they say all the time, he has a brain built for tech and coding. We just need something else because I think he's bored, and I don't think he's reached he hasn't even reached his full potential in 7th grade with his brain. So yeah. Actually, his dad and I, we are thinking about putting him in private school for 9th grade because it's not necessarily private. We need to find a school that is going to challenge him because I think he's wasting his brain at his school. I mean, we're wasting his talents at his school. It's not challenging him. I think he's bored. He's just doing enough to get by. He doesn't even care. And I hate that because he is gifted. I hate that for him. Oh, I like that, Brianna. I like that. I do that when I'm taking tests. I do flashcards. You learn in psychology that if you start Okay, so I'm looking at some being gay right here. So say the word was being gay. I would make something up in my mind that says so and so been gay all their life. That's how I will remember something. If you start making words like or phrases, definitions, you find something funny to go with them, you will remember them during the test. That's like proven. That's proven. That will help you. Oh, I will, Brianna. I really wanted him to go to, I think, is it Maxine Smith? But when we went, they didn't have an opening. He ended up right where he's supposed to be, though. Bellevue has been good in other aspects for him. Yes, we were learning this, and that's no, y'all. That's what helped me pass my real estate exam. And when I took a psychology class 2 years ago, we learned that during study tips that when you do things like that, it will help you make songs up. Like all of these things help you remember the information that so that you can. It will help you retain it, right? When you're reading words, saying it out loud. Those things help you. I don't know if you guys like me when I read books sometimes. If you have the physical book and you have an audio book as well, it helps you retain the information better. There's certain songs that you could play while you're studying that will help you retain information as well. Yes, Brianna, that's where we went to. Oh, sorry, y'all. That's where we went. When I came, I was able to tour the school. Oh, I love that, Ashley. It really did. Now I probably can't remember the whole song, but in history we had to learn all of the presidents. So when I'm talking to my kids, I still will bust out Washington, Adams, Jackson, Madison, Monroe, because we learned that's what my teacher did for us to learn. So I do think that helps. And at this big old age, I still do stuff like that. Thank you, Gwen. I tried that once, but I got irritated because the audiobook wasn't reading fast enough. Okay, Aaron. Aaron, wait a second. You just needed to have some patience with the audiobook, it sounds like. That's it. See, Brianna, I think all of that type of stuff helps. I do it right now. When it came to real estate, that's what I did. I made flashcards and I would just remember stuff. Early on, hey, the good glow, supporting and gave me inspiration because they saw great potential in me. However, my mother did the opposite. Well, that's a whole nother conversation, and I agree with that. I do. I'm not gonna tell you when I'm writing Mississippi, I quote David Banner. When I'm singing, when I'm writing Banana, I always sing, is it Gwen Stefani? I always sing that song, something like that. Good morning, Ronnie. Good morning. You're not late, Ronnie. Court started at 10 today. That's why we just on here talking. See, you still remember the formulas. These things, these types of things, they help. She said, "Oh, definitely banana." I'm singing that song. What else? What's another song? I said David Banner from Mississippi. Fabulous. Just great, just craziness. Craziness. Kiki, you don't have to be ashamed, friend, because I sing it every time I write the word. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Every time I write the word, I'm singing that song. Okay? Miss J, hold up, y'all. I know you about to start your stream, T. We were trying to see if you're okay. They told me you had an accident. Oh, Webby for Independent is a must. That's true. No, I haven't seen them, Ashley. Miss J, how are you feeling today? I just looked at the time. It's 9:40, so I know she's going over to her chat, but I'm happy she stopped in. because did you text me back, T? You did. You did text me back. Jaleesa said I can't spell independent without that song. Sore, pissed, blessed. Okay. I'm just happy you're okay, T. I didn't even know you had an accident. They came on the live today and were like, have you spoken to Miss J? Is she okay? I'm like, well, I texted her yesterday. What's going on? Okay, I'm happy that you guys are okay. I'm sorry that happened. Accidents are just the worst, but I'm happy you were able to walk away. So that's good. Okay. Okay, I'm just happy you and the babies are okay. Court is late, Trista. No, court is just late. Well, they're not late. Court was starting at 10 today. I just forgot that court was starting at 10 and got on here at 8:45. That's why we've just been talking for the last hour. And Trista, as the lives go, we've talked about autistic children. We've talked about gifted kids, our kids, Mother's Day. Hell, our Friday night club night. We've talked about everything, Trista. Thank you, Thank you, T. I love you, and I'm happy that you guys are okay. I did miss your text, so I'm glad you stopped in. So thank you. What? What happened, y'all? No. Princess, not the man fabulous. Mm-mm. I don't think he was in the car, Miss Sheila, because I read her text message and her text said, my babies are good. So am I. So when I read that, I didn't think Big Unc was in the car. Child. Wow. Oh, wow, Gwen. Thank you, Forrest. I'm happy you're okay, Gwen. New filing for the Commonwealth seeking to bring an expert to testify how hostile. Hank gonna have to let the case go. Hank, I don't know anything else. Good morning, MH. Same. Good morning, Nene. 1 week to that wedding. If you weren't personally in their relationship the whole 2 years, how are you going to speak on whatever range of text messages you have? Hank is grasping at your, like, exactly, Gwen. How is anyone qualified? You can't talk to John because John is gone. So we don't know what John meant by certain messages. John is gone. Good morning, Cass. Hey, T friend. Mel, who do you think will come up after Yuri? Hello, awesome. I know you want an answer. I cannot give you one. I don't know what flow this man is going in. Good morning, Nisha. I don't know what flow he's going in. She says she got to get to Cobb County first. Okay. Hey, Key. Good morning. Y'all, Key, tell them what the dream was. John O'Keefe was an asshole. I'm sorry. Hank needs to stop, because if you're going to say a hostile relationship, that means you have to loop John in that too. Hey, Raynette, you have to loop him in there too. Keith, please tell them their dream. Keith, please stop. Please stop. Hey, Emmy. Good morning, Latanya. Hank is out of his mind. Okay, let's play a game. Mela was not pregnant in that dream. And as of 9:19 a.m., my pregnancy ambitions are gone. Okay, they're gone. Not thank you for 9:19 a.m. Can you tell me, guys? I hope you guys did too. Thank you, Raynette. I hope you did as well. What are you guys thinking now that you hear he wants to bring in a relationship expert? What are you guys thinking when you hear that? As far as the case is concerned. Y'all, I gotta go heat my tea up. Haven't had it yet. Tell me, hold up, y'all. You know what? I wasn't thinking this word, but desperation. He's losing, Jaleesa. And if we couldn't tell, I think it was more evident the fact that he really wasn't objecting when Yuri was up on that stand. Hold on, y'all. Okay, hold up. Key, did you tell them this dream? Hold on, let me see if Key told y'all her dream. Because she posted it on X. I said, wait a minute now. I think this case is consuming us. And then it's not enough that we just watch the case. We get all in it. Like we're watching the case. We may see a documentary. We are looking at tweets of people talking about it. We're trying to dissect. So it makes sense. It tracks that you would be dreaming about the case. Kimberly, what? Kimberly, I haven't seen any motions, and that's partly because it hadn't come across my ex. So I hadn't seen it. Why do we what? Yeah, what's going on? Thank you so much, Gwen. Forrest, I don't know what he's thinking. Hold on, let me ask my friend something. Good morning, Black Sheep. Black Sheep, can I talk about what you sent me this weekend? Not show it, but talk about it, because it did touch me. He's already testifying. What is going on? understand that. Are y'all sure? Hey, Kay. Are we sure? Aaron, I don't know what that is. Okay. Don't be rolling your eyes, Black Sheep. Y'all. So Black Sheep texted me on Sunday and said, after my spiel on Friday, he said, I'm going to get in my car. He said, raggedy ass Jackson, Tennessee, to go visit my family, and sent me some pictures. Went to his home church. He was singing, got to spend time with his family. And that just touched my heart, because that's all I wanted, is for not to be crying on these people's internet, but for you guys to understand how blessed you are to still have your parents here with you, especially your moms, because that's what I was talking about, my mom. So the fact that he went and did that, I love that. I love that. It really touched my heart. And I just wanted to say that it was so beautiful. He sent me some pictures of them and it was real good. Ash, I'm not even gonna respond to Key. I'm not going to even respond. I'm not gonna stoop to her level. She wants me to say something. And it's okay. I have no problems looking at Nay's wedding from a live stream. No problems. No, I have no problem. As long as Nay knows I'm there in spirit. Hey, Autumn. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, y'all, let me see if the stream is up. See, y'all, I told y'all we'd find something to talk about. I thought we were going to have to put testimony on. Hell, we right at 10 o'clock now. And we got the only fan. I'm so happy you went, Black Sheep. It really warmed my heart to see you with your family. That was really beautiful. Now I need to take my own advice. I need to go visit my family in Jackson. That's my dad's side. I don't spend time with them like I do my mom's side, and I really would like to change that. So I need to get it together. Shani, what theme song? Tell me what theme song you talking about. Key. Summer, no. Let me go find this Summer. Oh. Baby, okay, sit with us, Shani. I need to put it on my intro. I need to put that on the intro. Hold up, guys. I'm trying to. Summer sent us a graduate. Summer, can I put it on here, Summer? I forgot you. I forgot you graduate. You graduated. You were talking about it on the live. Hold up. Oh my God. Key, please stop. Hold on. And I took my tags off on TikTok during YSL because the OCD in me wanted to look at every tag that I was being tagged on. So I had to take it off, child. It was too much. I would never get off TikTok. Okay, hold up. Summer, did you send it to me on TikTok? What's your name on there? I have to search it to find it. Oh my God, y'all. Oh my God, y'all. I'm in that second folder on Insta. Okay, I'm in this second folder, y'all. And child, I think I'm that. Oh my God, it's so many messages in there. Maybe I'll see if Mariah want to go through it or something. Okay, let me try to find it. Oh, look at you. Hold up. Let me get off here real quick. Let me show y'all Summer graduating. Summer, I hope this is the right picture because it doesn't say Summer. I hope that's the right picture. It doesn't say Summer. Is that it? Okay. I hope that's Shandy saying yes. Okay, that's the right picture. Congratulations on graduation, girl. Summer. I just had to go approve this. I hadn't seen any of these. I hadn't seen any of these. Oh, that's just so cute. Congratulations. Congratulations, Summer. That is amazing. I love it. We love to see it. Let me put this OnlyFans back up here. I love that. Good morning, Shalinda. How are you? Good morning. Okay, y'all. I'm trying to. Damn it. It's like a lot of, and I'm sorry if y'all message me. I'm looking at them right now. I didn't even see these messages. And the TikTok, I'm just gonna have to break down one day and just go through it. Lord Jesus. It don't give you alert or anything when you got all these messages over there. I think my notifications are off for everything on TikTok, honestly. Everything. I don't think I get notifications of anything on TikTok. I have to actually get on. Key. He was just mad, baby. Mad for what? Mad for what? He was just mad. Unhappy with himself. Okay? That's all that is. Because I don't know why. I don't know what my chat did to him. Just mad. Did I see somebody's birthday in here? Hold on. Let me make sure. Hey, happy birthday, Stephanie. I see someone telling you happy birthday. Happy birthday, Stephanie. Good morning, Yates. Good morning. Key, why you mad? Just mad. Ash said, y'all know he fighting demons. He fighting something, baby. I think I'm gonna tell you, like, it's so many people, like different occupations in this chat. No, people are not, hey Zakia, people are not just sitting here. Okay. Forrest said, got my voodoo dolls locked and loaded right now. I know that's right, Forrest. Now the chat adds some pins too, Forrest. Have you noticed that? I like to add some pins too.
You are unmuted.
Oh, y'all, they starting on time. Okay.
Let's now open and make seats.
All right, good morning. I came into 3 motions that I did not have when I checked email before coming to court today. So I'll hear you quickly on these. I've had a chance to read them. So, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you. And let's today focus on the Bowden ones. We can focus on the other one later.
My motion memorandum on Bowden just iterates my objections continuously at sidebar that not all evidence is admissible, characterization of evidence is not admissible, and the defense should have the ability and intention to follow up with substantive proof if they're going to ask a question. It's not limitless. Bowden is wide parameters to ask the investigator about their state of mind, about the scope of the investigation, but it has boundaries of reasonableness. And my earlier objections about offering information that go in beyond Bowden, delve into third-party, inadmissible evidence, those objections are what compel me to draft this motion. And I can continue and will continue to object during the case, but once the questions are asked, if they're improper, the jury hears them, it inflames the jury. And without a basis and an intention to follow it up with substantive proof, the question should not be asked.
What?
So the one point I want you to focus on, Mr. Brennan, is the specific evidence regarding materials that Sergeant Buchanan has not been able to look at.
You want me to?
Is that something we can do here in open court, or
Yeah.
based on the protective orders, that's something that should be done at Sidebar?
Sidebar.
All right, why don't you come up, Mr. Jackson?
Miss Sheila. You should have just had Proctor. You are choosing to not call Proctor. I was watching the lawyer, yesterday, and the lawyer, said something that was really great. And his dad was like, no, no, no. The lawyer, said he does not think that it's fair for the prosecution to just say, we're not going to call Proctor. He said, I don't think that that's fair because he is intertwined in everything in this case. And his dad was like, I think the lawyer, said something like there should be a law that says you can't do that. And his dad was like, well, no, I don't want anyone to tell me how to try my case. And I understood both sides. If they think that this is the way they want to go and not call Proctor, cool. But when Proctor gets on the stand, he was saying the defense should not have their arms tied on what they can and can't ask him because they chose not to call him as a witness. Well, Crystal, what the lawyer, was saying that if the defense calls him, they were kind of saying, is Bev going to let them treat him as a hostile witness? Are they going to be able to ask leading questions? That they were, because they would not have the same, would they have the same leeway that they would have if they were crossing him? Is what the issue was. They were saying if they got him on direct, it may be totally different. It might be totally different. Yes, it is, Aaron. It might be totally different. So I was, just listening and just kind of trying to understand what the strategy is and what would happen if they call Proctor. I hope so. But here's the thing, Forrest. Will Bev let it happen? Is Bev going to let that happen? Well, Miss Sheila, that's true too. I know the hell we haven't been in here for almost 2 hours. It's only 282 likes. Now, wait a minute. Y'all, we just got done with Mother's Day. We should be in here feeling good. I know you guys ate good yesterday. Get the likes up. 282 likes it's borderline disrespectful. Because I know y'all done laughed in the live. The chat is hilarious. The chat is hilarious, okay? Can we get those likes to 350, please? Some of you guys probably came in here and started reading the chat and said, you know what? I forgot to like the live. It's cool. Like the live. Miss Virgo, I know the name now. I don't know how I didn't see the VIR. I don't know how I didn't see it, friend, but Pretty said, Mel, I think her name is Miss Virgo. So now I got it right. Okay, I'm not sure. I don't even know where we go from here because you can't not call Proctor and then be mad that we have to get all of our questions in through Yuri. He's trying to help Yuri, baby, because Yuri is struggling. Yuri is struggling. He's trying to help him out, but this is your fault. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate it. Y'all, we've been in here laughing. We got on and we figured out we were early, so we had to switch. What are we going to do? But as we do, we always find something to talk about and discuss. So I get it. We were in here laughing. You forgot to like the live. But now is the time. They're having a sidebar. So this is the time to like the live. Good morning, Missy. Good morning. She said, oop, not me forgetting. Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate it. Summer Bev is biased. She is. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Oh, Emmy said, oops, forgot to like, just done. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my God, Erin, it's true. I got to get on my phone so that I could go. I need to click this link, Erin. Let me go click the link, child. Erin just put the motion. Okay. Thank you, Erin. And Keith said we want all 400 and some likes. Lord. Okay. Let me put this in my phone. Erin! Hold up. Who called this? Who? Okay. Y'all, on this chat, did we not call this last week? They said the Aruba girls. Did we not call this last week? Last week, what did we say? We said, ooh, we read those text messages. We heard why she said she was texting. What did we say? They're going to probably call the Aruba girls. And I said, no, he's not going to do that. I said, he's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. Emily, I'm going to call her after court just started. I'll call her during our normal break. What did we say, y'all? We knew this was going to happen. And if you ask me, calling the Aruba girls is a mistake. Alice, looks like they want Aruba back in. I think it's a mistake. Why do I think it's a mistake? I think it's a mistake because the Aruba girls, especially we see how John get down. The sister, you can see right through her. She liked John. It is. At this point, OLM, it's a witch hunt. Hey, Debbie, good morning. Yates, the Aruba girls, they went on the trip with John and Karen earlier in January, or no, December, I think. Somewhere up in there. They went on this trip. And then Karen says that she saw John kissing one of the girls. And she went off and everything. The girl says John was drunk and he fell on her. She was helping him up or something like that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think that girl thought Karen was in her room. She was used to flirting with John. I know how this goes. His girlfriend wasn't there. She felt like, oh, what's up, John? You looking cute. She meant to do that. How will this prove Karen hit him? Nino, you might need to call Hank Brennan. He fell into her face. Just ignorant. I don't believe that they're going to do that. They should. It's a waste of time, guys. Why would you want to call the Aruba girls? You know what, Amanda? Here's the thing. You have to consider what it's going to make John look like. You've got to consider what is it going to make John look like. I don't think John, as far as this relationship, looks innocent in anything. I think when it comes to the Sullivan sisters, I think Karen saw what she saw. I think she saw what she saw. And I think she was out of line. You have to listen to what the girls were saying. They'd never seen Karen before. You never met her. Oh, John brought this girl, and this your first time meeting her, and this is how you respond? No. Dan, they're willing to make John look horrible to save Jen McCabe. John was a flirt. He was a flirt. That's a good question. Do you guys think the text messages between Higgins and Karen, do they make her look bad? We got some context in there. What did you guys feel about the text messages? Alice, the fact that he came back from the weekend and this is what he said, this was his strategy, they're losing. And Hank knows it. Amanda said yes, in all honesty. Even with context, Amanda. Okay, there we go. Two things can be true. I wouldn't say Ken is conservative. Brianna. Bad, yes. Murderous, no. Like that, Ramel. I think they made her look lonely. Ooh, Lizard. Good point. Thank you, Shalea, for becoming a new member. Thank you. Zone 3 spinner. I think it was the intent, but with ghosting him, I think it backfired and it didn't show. Hold on, y'all. This is my sister. Hold on. Yo, Gretchen said, you need to get another mother job. Damn. Today, my niece is having her banquet. And if y'all don't know my sister Gretchen, she never ever dresses my niece in a complete uniform. So it's like this thing I say, her school is so ready for Gabby to go. And she said, well, I just called to tell you that the school asked me to dress up with Gabby too. I said, this is the big shebang. They're getting both of you guys out because you completely ignored the school's policy on uniform. But yes, Gabby's in 5th grade. My niece is going to middle school. And so I know they're ready for my sister to go, guys. She never completely dresses the baby in a uniform. It's really sick. It's really sick. And they just let her do it. They just let her do it. But my sister said she knows I was in court.
Let's bring in the jury. Will that take a couple of minutes, Paul? Okay, thank you.
All rise, please.
Poison her in-laws. Damn, what they do to her? Erin, Gabby is, when I tell you she's been acting like this her whole life. And she really is sweet. She's like a teenager in a little kid's body. Kay said, I think Hank lost. We're going to see. The text messages, when we hear all of them, I understood it. Someone said it made Karen look lonely, and that's probably what it was. Erin, it's no way that my sister just refuses to put that baby in a uniform. I mean, it's just always something. She'll get like she had this really cute sequin shirt, but it had a white collar. And it had a white collar. And my sister felt like that was within uniform. That is not within uniform. So y'all think Hank lost? Karen did that with Higgins as get back. What did she do with Higgins, y'all? Hey, Lauren, what do y'all think she did with Higgins? Because people were like, I can't see Higgins lying on the court because of lying on the stand because of bad sex. I said, well, he lied about a lot on that stand. His phone calls, his actions that night, whether he saw Jonah, he lied about a lot. Do you think he will stop at bad sex? No. Baby, you can loop the bad sex in with everything else. Come on now. Lizzie says she did nothing with Higgins, only kiss. Lizzie, I know you might believe that. But after those messages, Shay, they are cute. After those messages, Lizard, I'm not so sure they only kissed. Something else was done. That man texted her the next morning and said thoughts. What did he want thoughts on? Did they play the game? They played a little 2K? Did they play the Wii game? Red, he probably licked it a little. But they did something. They did something. I think it could have been guilt from hanging out alone. Lizard. Come on, Lizard. I know you listen to those messages like me. I know you listen to those messages. Something happened. Hanging out alone. What did they think about what they were saying leading up to this outing? Y'all know what? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold up. The jury gonna be back before I found this. Hold up. Hold on. Please let me find it. Please let me find it. This all I'm thinking about right now, y'all.
Get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
I never made it without biting. Ask Mr. Owl.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
Find out.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
You are unmuted.
All I was thinking about was 1, 2. They did something.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni.
Word, right on plate.
Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Julie. We appreciate your patience this morning. We're trying really hard to cut back on the sidebar conferences, so we spent some time this morning, hopefully paving the way for that to be. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left our class? Everyone said yes. Yes. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from independent research and investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Everyone said no. Thank you. Could we have Sergeant Buchanan again, please? And Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Y'all want to talk about he licked it a little, and that's the first thing I thought about was the owl. Right, Nay. Film and her hair looks a little softer today. Belle, hear y'all talking about her hair.
Sergeant, I'll remind you, you're on the road. Thank you.
Good morning.
Let's see if he acts different today, y'all. He's had a whole weekend to think about this. Let's.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you, just to start off with, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you become aware that a snowplow driver had reported having seen a Ford Edge being moved into a location in front of 34 Fairview sometime in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We learned about a plow truck driver. I don't believe his recollection was as you described, though.
Do you remember him mentioning a Ford Edge?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that the Ford Edge had been moved? He had passed by, it wasn't there. At some point, he passed by again, and it was there, impeding his plow route.
Yes.
Okay. What is your best memory about when he said he believed the Ford Edge? Sorry, I guess a better way to put it is, when did he say he first saw the Ford Edge in place in front of 34 Fairview?
I don't remember exactly. I know it was during the middle of the night. My not adopting your narrative was the fact that he saw it being moved there.
Understood. I figured that. I clocked that as soon as I said it.
He
He didn't see it moved. He saw it. He saw 34 Fairview without it there. Then about an hour later, it was there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Would about 3:30 in the morning sound right to you in terms of what he reported, in terms of the time that he saw it there?
It sounds right, but I'm not sure of the exact time. My report would reflect the accurate time.
Fair enough. Let me see if I can grab that report real quick.
Aaron, I heard him say that adopting your narrative. Goodbye.
Let me ask this. Well, it's a very lengthy report. Instead of making you sit there and wait, let me just ask this. Do you remember him saying that he had first plowed the area free of the Ford Edge? In other words, first passed in front of 34 Fairview around 2:30 in the morning? Does that sound right?
I believe his dispatch time for the plowing of the roads that evening was 2:30. But again, I would have to look at my report.
That's fine. And then it was sometime subsequent there too that he saw the Ford Edge in place, maybe an hour later.
Sounds about right. Again.
Okay. Did you take any investigative steps when you learned about this snowplow driver to determine who, if anyone, might have owned a Ford Edge associated with 34 Fairview?
Oh, wait a minute. I like this, y'all.
I did not know.
Did your investigation ever reveal that the Albert family actually had a Ford Edge at the time?
Yes.
I want to shift gears
Oh, that was
for a second to
swinging.
One Meadows, if I could, and ring video evidence associated with One Meadows. You testified that on direct examination that there was no video from Ring at or around the time 12:36 a.m. When Miss Reed's SUV returned back to One Meadows. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
You did receive a search warrant returned from the Ring Corporation in furtherance of a search warrant executed by Trooper Proctor, correct? Former Trooper Proctor.
Evidence was returned by Ring, yes.
And in addition to the actual video recordings, there was also an activity log that was returned associated with that time and that location from the Ring Corporation, correct?
There was a key log identifying each video that was provided by the time and date when the video was recorded. It's not an activity log per se for the account. It's strictly a key describing the video, telling you what time the video was recorded.
During the entirety of your investigation, was there any evidence uncovered at all that Ms. Reed had accessed the account information associated with that Ring account?
No evidence could be provided by Ring documenting that activity.
But there is evidence that someone had accessed the account through John O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that after John O'Keefe's cell phone was recovered by Massachusetts State Police, someone at Massachusetts State Police actually opened the Ring app on his cell phone?
Yes.
Who is the person who opened and accessed the Ring app on John
good.
O'Keefe's cell phone?
This is good.
I'm not 100% sure.
This is good, y'all.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is good. I think the last two sets of questions are coming out better this trial than it did the last trial. See how y'all in here talking about, whoa.
Take a look at a
Notice-
report, perhaps.
Yes.
It's just coming out better. It's coming out better this trial. This is what happens when you get a second go at it. We know this, y'all. We know they had his phone. Remember? That's why we think Proctor deleted the video.
If you could take a look at that
Coming out
report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Maybe I'm loving it. It's sad. I love these punches. These little 1-2s are good here. Y'all remember Carrie, Massachusetts State Police had his phone. Proctor had the phone. They had the phone. Harry gave the phone to the police. Proctor, MSP had the phone. Okay? MSP had the phone. They opened the Ring app. Yes, fam. Kim, no. Nobody wants to lose this trial. I don't think so. Proctor touched everything. And what y'all think the jury thinking right now? What can you say, Proctor? That's what the jury thinking.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, having looked at this report, does that refresh your recollection as to who may have accessed that Ring app?
Yes, that report is authored by Michael Proctor, and it says that investigators accessed the Ring application.
Thank you. I want to show you one other document, if I could.
Thank you.
Proctor.
Thank you.
He doesn't, Dan, you know he doesn't want to say that.
I've just handed you what purports to be the search warrant return for the Ring, from the Ring company, correct?
I got to take a look through all of it.
Of course. Take your time.
Hey, Victoria. Yes, those pauses are very strategic. I think Yuri just tired. He's not used to being up here this. He is tired. the jury, you have to show process. I don't know how you get away with it. And then Yuri doing all of this like he can't find it. You know where to find someone's name. You do this all the time. You've been a detective for 10 years now. That's just like if wherever you guys work at, if you're missing the signature, you know where to go to see if it's signed. Yuri's just doing all of this. He's delaying the inevitable.
Thank you, Sergeant. Have you had an opportunity to review that document?
I have.
Does it indicate that in addition to several other files, there is a login session report that was produced by the Ring Corporation as well? It's highlighted on that page.
Number 4 is highlighted with one Excel file containing login session information.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. And again, just to make sure I'm very clear about this, nothing from the Ring Corporation suggested or intimated that Ms. Reed actually accessed any of that Ring account information, correct?
The information provided did not indicate that, no.
Thank you. I want to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony on direct examination related to your trip to the hospital and your observation specific to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. You indicated that you saw bruising on his right arm in addition to the abrasions, the parallel abrasions that you described, correct?
I believe bruising is very similar to abrasion.
Okay, that's my question. Can we, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we show Exhibit 1? It's already been introduced. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw in terms of the condition of Mr. O'Keefe's arm while at the hospital, if not exactly like this?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What did you mean when you said you saw bruising on his arm? What were you talking about?
I actually indicated bruising on his right hand, the back of his right hand.
Okay, fair enough. From his wrist, when I say arm, can we agree, at least for this purpose for the purposes of this discussion, that I mean from the wrist up to the shoulder?
Hmm.
Did you see any bruising from the wrist to his shoulder?
I saw exactly what's depicted there with the abrasions and lacerations.
Okay. You know what lividity is, correct?
I do.
Okay. Describe for the jurors what lividity is.
Lividity is the pooling of blood inside the body as a deceased individual falls or is positioned naturally with gravity. Blood begins to settle in the lowest portions of the body. If you're laying face down, it'd be your face. It also contours to the imprint or the force that's exerted on the body from below. If someone's deceased on TV remote control, you can see the remote control, the buttons underneath from the pressure.
So it's a bluish, purplish discoloration of the skin, not from an impact, but from the pooling of blood after the heart stops, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see an area at the upper arm that the skin looks discolored in addition to the abrasions that we see?
I'm sorry, I was looking at that one.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry, yes. Right up toward the upper biceps, triceps area.
I see that area, yes.
Okay, is that consistent with lividity rather than bruising?
I would not agree with that, no.
You believe that that's a bruise?
I believe that that's a laceration.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the discoloration of the skin, the reddish purplish hue of the skin, separate and apart from the abrasion, from the abrasions or lacerations to the skin. The discoloration, do you see that discoloration or no?
I do not know.
You do not?
I do not know.
Okay, we can take that down. As you sit here today, you're not suggesting that you saw bruising from the wrist to the shoulder on John O'Keefe's arm?
Nothing that stood out to me.
Okay.
I observed lacerations and abrasions.
All right, thank you.
Y'all know
I want to shift gears one more time and ask you about your trip to Dighton and the seizure of the SUV. You testified that you seized the SUV somewhere, I think your testimony on direct examination was somewhere around 4:15, 4:17, something like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does 412 sound like it could be a reasonable time that SUV was actually seized in Massachusetts State Police custody?
It could be reasonable. I'd have to refer to the video evidence that, and then also the exact time that we advised the defendant that we are going to be seizing it. I guess it could be argued that that's when it was seized. Even we had the intent to seize it right there.
Right. Took the key fob, went outside, had a had a tow truck driver actually put it onto the back of a flatbed. Ultimately, it was transported, correct?
Correct.
And you became aware at some point that there was video evidence. You just referenced it. Video evidence of that, I'm going to call it seizure process. Is that right?
Yes.
And that video evidence had a timestamp on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You're retired, Ash.
You're also aware, as the supervisor of Michael Proctor, that he swore under oath in multiple affidavits in support of search warrants that the SUV was seized at 5:30 p.m. Correct?
Yes.
And you knew at the time, because you were actually there, and you knew when the vehicle was seized,
That was good.
stating under oath in an affidavit that it was 5:30 p.m. and not 4:12 p.m. That was a false statement, correct?
There's a discrepancy in time there, yes.
Did you take any action, you yourself as a supervisor, did you take any action to correct that false or misleading state? Let me ask it a different way. Did you take any action to correct that time to the accurate time of 4:12 in any of the affidavits that you became aware of?
No, the actual time of the seizure through the video, we learned much later. So the approximate time, 5:30, although inaccurate, I did not take any action to correct it, no.
And you received that video as a production from the defense. You did not have access to that video, correct?
Yes.
And so at the time that Michael Proctor actually drafted these affidavits and swore to them under oath, he did not know that a video existed, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, you have to word it differently.
Sure. At the time that let me ask it a different way. At the time that you reviewed his declarations under oath, you did not know that a video existed.
No, we did not know.
So he would have went on with the 4:15. I mean the 5:30. Had he not been corrected by a video.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Hey.
I want to ask you about something that was brought up on direct examination. Sustained findings as it pertains to you. You've already talked about the fact that, Sergeant, you're a supervisor and we're a supervisor back in January of 2022 moving forward over Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, as a supervisor, your job is to properly and professionally supervise, show some authority over those in your charge. Is that right?
Yes.
Michael Proctor was, in fact, a trooper in your charge.
Yes.
Oh, this is good.
And you would agree that your supervision has a direct impact on the character and quality of the subordinate investigators that you supervise.
Yes.
The whole point of having supervision and a chain of command is to establish a certain amount of, for lack of a better phrase, quality control of the subordinates.
Yes.
That would also include quality control over the subordinates' investigations.
Yes.
On August 17th, 2022, you were in a group text with the following individuals:
Here we go.
Michael Proctor, Trooper Kukowski, a lieutenant named Fanning, and a trooper named DiCicco, D-I-C-I-C-C-O, correct?
Yes.
Here we go. Here we go. The text from their point of view now. He knows what's coming. Look at Yuri. He knows what's about to come. Baby, Yuri knows what's about to come. Look at his face.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that document?
Yuri just want to get off that damn stand, baby. Let's just come on. Ash. He knows what's coming. Baby, wait a minute. He knows it. He knows it. Now, y'all, these are the same texts Yuri saw. Same text. Look at Yuri. He is Autumn.
I recognize parts of it.
You saw that document on direct examination. I think you were shown the same document, correct?
It was different parts of it, but same. It's inclusive of within this document.
Okay. Let's start with this. You indicated that you did not see Michael Proctor's name on that document, correct?
Tilly, hate to do this to you.
Correct. His name is not on here.
But you do recognize that as being reflective, accurately reflective of the text chain that you were on August 17th, 2022, that group chat.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do this a little bit backward, but bear with me. You do see the name Kukowski, correct?
I do.
You do see the name Fanning, correct?
I do.
You do see the
And
name
it's from the other place
DiCicco,
saying it right.
correct?
I do.
And you do see the name Buchanan, correct?
No, it's misspelled, but I know they're probably referencing me.
Okay. The only other text or person texting on that chain is a code, a lengthy, almost like a URL code with no name, correct?
Yes, you're right.
And
Yes.
the only person that I didn't name, whose name I did not read off, it's obvious on that document, is Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
So deductive reasoning tells you that that is the code is Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. In that text chain, it starts with
His extraction.
Trooper DiCicco sending a photograph, correct?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Well, Fatima, we need him to use his brain.
You turn to page 2.
I think it's from an extraction, guys. I think that's what it is. But was there more to this text chain that we didn't hear last time? Oh, whose picture is that?
Do you see a photograph there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Fair enough. There were some texts between and among the group that preceded this photograph, correct?
Yes.
I want to start on this date, August 17, 2022, with this photograph. This photograph was sent by Trooper DiCicco to the group, correct?
Y'all, you're killing me. You just saw these damn texts. You saw them last trial.
It possibly appears that way. I really can't, I mean,
Your Honor, with the
Yes.
court's permission, I'm not sure this document has been marked. I'd like to have this marked and
Sure,
admitted.
we'll mark it for ID.
I'd actually have it marked and admitted. There's certain things I'd like to show.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I have no objection to admission, but not in this form. It needs to be redacted.
Can you do it?
What I intend to do, I can do with one photograph. If I may have a moment with counsel.
Okay.
I'm going to say this, y'all. So far this morning, we have loved what AJ is doing. Things have just come out clearer. I don't remember seeing pictures from the text last trial. Show me what picture they had of your daddy. Show me. Please show me.
Thank you.
I remember them talking
Your Honor,
about
with the court's permission, I'd like to publish just one page of what's been marked for identification. I'm sorry, I would ask that it be marked, the entire document be marked for identification.
Yes.
I don't
Yeah,
remember
this-
seeing the picture. Y'all remember they would say someone see the picture. They would sell us, but they didn't show us the picture.
Mhm.
And with the court's permission, I would ask to display or to publish page 2683 of that document.
Okay, so are you admitting into evidence, page 263?
I would.
Do you have a separate one rather than tearing it out of what's been marked for
I can-
identification?
I can take it out of this copy.
Show
Can
me
you
the picture,
redact it
baby.
before it's admitted, please?
It's been redacted.
Don't do like Miss Hilton now. Redacted for real. Yeah, if it's a picture
Yes.
and that is like not himself for real. Oh my God, I'm gonna fall out. Evan, let me sit for you.
So we're talking about the same thing, Sergeant. I've just handed you a page that's been marked Exhibit 116. Do you recognize that as being a copy of one of the multiple pages in the document that you're holding that's been marked for identification as FF?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if we could publish that single page, please.
Okay.
Is that a photograph that was sent by Trooper DeChico to the group?
According to this document, yes.
Who is depicted in that photograph?
A young
The big
David.
story, Mr. David Yannetti, criminal defense attorney.
Do you see that person in court?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's seated right there wearing a blue tie and a dark suit, white shirt.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up, Your Honor.
Okay.
In response to, and going back to the,
Hold on. Can y'all still hear me? Because if y'all can hear me, that's not StreamYard, that's Law and Crime's feed. Can y'all still hear me right now? Okay, y'all can hear me? Okay, that's their feed then. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if Court TV is up. I switched to Court TV.
in response to, and going back to the multi-page
Look,
document
Miss Phillip.
FF, in response to Trooper DeChico's
Still spending on law and crime too.
photograph that he sent to the group, you responded to that photograph, did you not?
Yes, this document indicates so, yes.
And you responded by laughing at it, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Did you do
That's what it says, or that's what you did?
right?
I don't remember.
Trooper Proctor then, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, then responded, correct?
That's what it says here, yes.
And he responded to the group, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Stop saying that's what it said.
Michael Proctor then responded again. Is that right?
Yes.
He wrote, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Michael Proctor responded yet again. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in reference to Mr. Yanetti's photograph, he wrote, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Dang.
Correct?
That's what it says.
There's a trooper by the name of Moore, M-O-O-R-E, correct?
There is.
And he disliked Trooper Proctor's phrase, his statement, no nudes so far, correct?
That's what it says.
Did that indicate to you that Moore was disappointed that Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, had not found naked pictures of Miss Reed as yet?
Oh, God.
I don't know what that indicated for Mr. Moore.
And then you responded to the phrase, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, correct?
I acknowledged that text message being sent.
You acknowledged it by liking it, correct? With a thumbs up.
I acknowledged it by responding with a thumbs up emoji.
The fact is, Trooper Proctor told you, his supervisor, in this series of text messages, that he was going through Miss Reed's phone. Is that right?
Right.
Correct.
And he also informed you, his supervisor, that he was going through her phone looking for nudes,
Right.
naked pictures of her on her phone, correct?
He did not tell me that he was going through naked pictures,
What?
for naked pictures through the phone.
What?
He wrote, no nudes so far, right?
That is what is written, yes.
What did you think he was looking for
Yeah.
when he wrote that phrase?
Yeah. Naked turtles?
I don't know what he was looking for.
What would be a reasonable interpretation of what Michael Proctor was looking
Come
for
on, Yuri.
when he wrote, no nudes so far?
I don't know.
Motorcycles, handbags, pair of shoes, or naked pictures of Miss Karen Reed?
He said
His-
motorcycles.
Mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime. The fact that he wrote no nude so far, I cannot comment on.
You cannot comment on it, or you don't want to comment on it.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was looking for in that specific time.
Yuri.
You certainly did nothing. You took no action to stop him from potentially looking for naked pictures of my client, correct?
That's correct.
So you knew they were
In
new.
fact, last week you testified that in your view, Michael Proctor handled himself in this investigation with integrity. That's what you said, correct?
That's correct.
Do you stand by that testimony?
Yeah.
The investigation was handled with integrity and honor.
By Michael
Do you
Proctor.
stand by your testimony that Michael Proctor conducted himself
Come
during
on.
the course of this investigation with integrity?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
He also called her retarded.
Oh.
That is what's written.
Credibility shot.
That's what's written. That's a very passive way of saying it, Sergeant. That's what's written, or that's what he wrote.
That's what he wrote.
Damn, man.
And that's what you read.
I have no memory of reading that. I acknowledged him going through the phone on my Apple Watch. I have no memory of him writing retarded
yes.
on a text message.
And you'll agree that that is one of the most vile and insensitive and incendiary terms one could use in modern society. Retarded, correct?
That is correct.
That was good.
And in fact,
This is
through your response to that vile phrase. You
Ooh.
encouraged it because you liked it with a thumbs up, correct?
Objection.
Did you encourage that statement by Michael Proctor by liking it with a
I like
thumbs
this
up?
question.
I don't know if it encouraged him, but so I
But-
cannot speak to
But
that.
that's what you did.
I acknowledge the text message being sent.
I want to be clear. These text messages were sent to you by your direct report, by your direct subordinate,
Let's get
correct?
that out.
That's correct.
And there was even someone on that text chain who was more senior than you, Lieutenant Fanning, right?
That's correct.
Michael Proctor was both your partner and the lead investigator on this case when he wrote that, correct?
He's a subordinate, and he was the case officer.
Y'all, this is good.
This text thread, contains communications between a subordinate, the person you call the case officer. By the way, let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
Did you ever, during the course of the investigation in which you were a part, the sustained findings, the internal affairs investigation, did you ever review Colonel Noble's determinations about your subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Oh, wow.
Did you review them?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
He never read it?
What would Colonel Noble call Michael Proctor's title in this case? You think he'd call him the case officer or the lead investigator? What is your experience with Massachusetts State Police in that regard?
Objection.
Sustained.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and a supervisor to you, was Lieutenant Fanning one of your supervisors?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that a subordinate was on this text chain and one of your supervisors was on this text chain, you felt comfortable enough within this group of law enforcement to actually like when the subordinate refers to a suspect as retarded, correct?
I acknowledge the text message with a thumbs up emoji.
Do you believe that? Well, let me ask it another question, a predicate question. You were also comfortable enough with that text chain to receive information that your subordinate was looking for naked pictures on a suspect's phone, a woman, no less. Correct? You took no remedial action against Trooper Proctor for that, correct?
No, I did not. No.
Do you believe, as you sit here, that that was a misuse of power and authority by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
Oh, he gonna say no.
By myself or
No,
somebody else?
by Michael Proctor.
Ooh.
Misuse of what?
Misuse of authority and power to go through a suspect's phone, to get her phone using the authority and the power vested in that officer by the community members. That's the power that you've derived, correct? You work for the public. Would you agree?
Sustained.
Ooh,
Do you
bam.
believe it was a misuse of his authority and power to use Massachusetts State Police Authority to go through her phone and look for naked pictures of her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe it was a misuse of authority or power to go through her phone and potentially look for nudes?
Objection.
Sustained.
My bad for letting me answer that. Aaron, help me out.
Let me ask it differently. Did you think his text was appropriate?
I don't remember reading that text.
As
So-
you
Let's
sit
read
here
them
now,
down.
do you think that text is appropriate?
No, it is not.
Do you think it's professional?
No, it is not.
Do you think it shows integrity?
Ooh.
That text message does not show integrity.
Do you think it shows honor,
Warm down.
a word I
Warm
expect you
down.
hold dear.
That text message does not show honor.
On October 15th,
Warm
2022,
down.
you completed a performance review of Michael Proctor, correct?
Oh,
That's correct.
AJ.
Specifically, you were asked to rank his, quote, oral and written communication skills, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That's part of an overall evaluation and performance review. Is that right?
Yes, overall 90-day, quarterly, annual review.
You were specifically asked to rank whether he effectively would whether members, your subordinates, would effectively communicate with others, both within and outside the department, in oral and written form, correct?
That's correct.
And you rated him as exceptional, a number 4 rating out of 5, correct?
That's correct.
You actually went on to write and comment on Michael Proctor, and you wrote, quote, Trooper Michael Proctor displays professional demeanor, composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. This is seen during interviews with witnesses, suspects, as well as victims and their families, end quote. That was a statement you wrote about Michael Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
And this is after the text chain that we've just been talking about, where he calls Miss Reed retarded and references looking for nude photographs of her, correct?
That is correct.
Was your statement in that evaluation true or false?
Ooh.
It was true.
Oh, Yuri.
You knew Michael Proctor's proclivities, obviously. He told them to you, correct?
The term proclivities, what does that
You
mean?
knew what he tended to do, what he wanted to do through his own comments, to look for nudes on a woman's phone, correct?
Objection.
You were aware, sir, that he had received evidence in a case, evidence that doesn't belong to him, belongs to the Massachusetts State Police, at least at that point, correct? Cell phone.
I was aware that he received a cell phone, yes.
And he used that power and the authority to go through that cell phone and look for nudes of my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
During the same course of your evaluation, you were also asked to evaluate his investigative ability, correct?
That's correct.
You rated him the highest standard in the Massachusetts State Police, outstanding, correct?
That's correct.
And you went on to write about Michael Proctor in the commentary below that rating to justify it. Is that right?
That is accurate, yes.
You wrote, quote, Trooper Proctor has had a high-profile caseload with a lot of eye and pressure from external sources during the first day of the investigation. He handled himself and all the case with utmost professionalism and competence. He is able to investigate his case thoroughly and with strict integrity, end quote. Correct?
Which quarterly review was this?
This is the same one, October 2022. Is that right? Those are your comments.
That sounds very accurate. I just was not sure which quarterly review that was for.
Professionalism.
Yes,
You believe that he acted in accordance with the highest standards of professionalism?
during his 90-day performance, yes.
And you didn't just say he displayed professionalism, you said utmost professionalism, correct?
Yes,
He probably copy and pasted. They do that all.
Competence. Do you
Yeah.
believe he displayed competence?
yes,
And not just in integrity, but he conducted himself, as you've put it, with strict integrity. Is that right?
that is correct.
Integrity. God damn.
Did it show integrity in your view when your subordinate Michael Proctor called Miss Reed retarded?
Objection.
Got no restaurant there.
I believe that as a U.S. citizen, he has the right to comment. That's his First Amendment right.
Oh,
We uphold the Constitution.
oh,
And, it's unfortunate, unprofessional what he said in the private text message communication. He might have been voicing his frustrations. I cannot speak for Michael Proctor. It is unprofessional and unfortunate that he said that.
get him out.
Sergeant Buchanan.
You don't understand my Constitution.
Conversation. This is with his boss.
What the hell?
5 other individuals, one of whom was your boss. Correct?
Correct.
Yuri got
This was communication intended for
Oh.
and received by members of his unit in furtherance of his investigative authority. Correct?
It was
First
amongst
Amendment.
members of the unit.
He was updating his boss about what he was doing in furtherance of the investigation, going through her phone. Correct?
No, I would disagree with you on that. This was a group chain, text message chain that we were discussing private matters in our personal lives.
Private matters,
Quick,
including
they
going
pissed
through
me off.
Ms. Reed's phone.
That is unfortunate he shared that on that group text.
So in other words, to the public, he holds one face in private conversations
He holds
with
it.
you and your colleagues within the unit. He shows a completely different face, private face, correct?
Objection.
You
You're
said that you believe that he has a constitutional right, a First Amendment right,
that's what he
to
said.
call Miss Reed a suspect in his official investigation, in his official capacity as a Massachusetts state trooper, to call her retarded? That's your justification?
Objection.
Do you justify his statement, that vile statement?
I do not know.
Yeah,
Do
let
you
me
think it's
think.
appropriate, given the fact that he has a First Amendment right to say whatever he wants?
No, I do not.
That's what you said.
Do you think there actually might be members of the community, parents, siblings,
Objection.
children?
Let him get
Mr.
to
Jackson, I'm going to exclude that question as argumentative. Move on.
You wrote in your report, if I may have a moment, Your Honor, you wrote in your report about his conduct. He shows composure, dignity, and respect during the performance of his duties, and especially during his interactions with the public. He has a duty to the public, to the community that he serves, correct?
You work for us.
Yes, he does.
Just like you have a duty to the public and the community that you serve. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you think community members might take offense to the use of the
Objection.
word retarded?
Sustained. It's argumentative again, Mr. Jackson. Please don't do that.
Y'all, this done piss me off so bad. That man said private text message, First Amendment right. First Amendment right.
He didn't just put it, that derogatory comment. He didn't just put it, or he didn't just say it, correct? You talked about the First Amendment.
Oh, now you're choking.
Objection.
Now you're choking, Yuri.
I'll
Okay.
finish with my question, if I could.
All right, so just ask a question.
Sure.
No comments first, okay?
Now you're choking.
My question is, did he just say the word, or did he go further than just saying it?
Objection.
Okay, we've gone through this. Move on, please.
The fact is, Sergeant, you put it in writing and you liked it, correct?
I acknowledge the text message. I never saw the vile term.
What? I'm so pissed this morning. Yuri.
Your Honor, may we approach it just very briefly for a scheduling issue?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
A scheduling issue. I said LJ. AJ is asking questions. How the hell does he know there's a scheduling issue? Let me tell y'all something. This man on the stand saying that In this country, you could say whatever you want. It's his First Amendment right to say whatever he wants to say. And that was a private text chain. Here's my thing that I need people to understand when it comes to your First Amendment rights. When you work for a job, a company, you have a First Amendment right to say whatever the hell you want to say. He's not lying about that. But just know when you exercise said rights, when you're working for a company and it violates their policy, rules, and procedures, don't get on the stand hollering about it's your First Amendment right. Because you literally work for the public. When I worked for the 3-letter people, even though it's the 3-letter people, we still had things that we could not do, we could not say because of who we worked for. Listen, just know you got your right to say whatever it is you want to say. But when you say it and you have that uniform on, there are consequences for your actions. Any job you have, you can say whatever you want to say. But when you're on their clock, hell, even off their clock, and people associate you with that job, baby, just know you trying to just ride on that First Amendment right, there are going to be consequences. You just can't say whatever the hell you want to say, especially, man, if there's anybody in this chat that's a government employee, y'all know what I'm saying. You just can't do and say whatever, because first of all, I'm going to tell you this, even though I work for the 3-letter people, when it came to paying your taxes, you know how you guys get to do, y'all get to make payment arrangements. You get to pay your taxes late, file late. You can't do that when you work for them. You know why you can't do that? Because they hold you to a higher standard. You work there. You're reading it every day. You're supposed to know what you're supposed to do. They don't give a damn. Y'all know what? It's crazy because I am a paying taxpayer first, right? And then I should be an employee. When you work for them, no. You are an employee first, and you are expected to do better than the average citizen because you do not have the information. You have more information than the average citizen has. And when you start the job, they tell you this. And if you continue to work there, you are saying that I am in agreement with how you feel. It's the same thing with Proctor. You don't get to say that's my First Amendment right because you serve the people first. It should have never been done like this. And Yuri, as a supervisor, even when you have friends in that are on your team, whatever. One of my homegirls, I was her manager before, and we were cool before she came to my team. She knew when we're on the clock, we're gonna be cool, we're gonna chill, but I'm your manager first when we're here. We never had any issues. Now you can text me whatever you want to say, but I'm your manager first. And when we are in this building, we have to act as such.
I thought that was going to be clear. Why don't we take the morning recess and we'll take
Court all rise for the jury.
What the hell happened? You just can't do it, man. You can't. And for him to say that, it's just really sickening to me. You can't try to pull First Amendment out your ass like that. You can't do that. Let me see how my girl doing now. I get the caller. Pulling the First Amendment out like that. Tati, too much. Hey, friend. Hey, friend, you okay over there?
I'm good. I'm loosely on this First Amendment.
T, that's what we over here talking about. We're over here talking about that right now. Why would he say that?
Why would he say a thing like that? I have no clue. But First Amendment, okay. I guess that's what we stand on. But I'm good. We just a little sore, but we good over here.
I'm sorry, I got online and they like, is Miss Jefferson okay? She had an accident. I'm like, she had an accident. What are you talking about? I'm like, I was texting her yesterday. I'm sorry that happened.
You know what? I'm pissed, but I'm glad that it happened the way it happened because Big Unc was able to like immediately get on the defensive because the road that we were on was a 4-lane road and we all the way on the right side. This person is on this little small side street coming off the side of these apartments and just blew through the stop sign, crossed 3 lanes before he got to us. So it just never, and then the only thing on the other side of us was an apartment entrance that's gated. So it wasn't like it was some more street where he could keep driving or anything like that.
That's just
so
sick.
When I seen him blow through the stop sign, I'm like, oh, whoa. So I'm trying to tell Big Unc, like, look. So he's trying to get away from me.
Oh, Big Unc was in the car. So I'm happy Q's okay too. I was like, well, she said me and the boys.
The boys were in the car.
Okay.
Big Unc was driving. We were actually just picking up the boys from his mom's house. We were coming from seeing Sinners yesterday. We finally went and saw that. And we just, literally had only been in the car maybe like 2 minutes. Like literally was coming down the street. And next thing you know, that happened. Big Unc landed the car in between the light pole and the electric pole. Like he landed it in there like literally was like.
That is so sad.
But this crazy fool blew through the stop sign, crossed all lanes, hit our car, and so his car began to spin. So the back of it hit the back of the car. That's why you can see those marks.
Yes.
But it skipped Q's door and Denver's door, hit the back. Then this fool hits the gas and does a full 360 in the middle of all 3 lanes.
The person who caused all of this.
The person who hit us. Yeah.
So they left?
Pulls right into the apartment. Hits the code and goes in. So
they live in those apartments.
So when I see him hit Fran, when I see him hit the U-turn, I'm like, he's not stopping. Fran, your brother hit that park.
And took off running.
Got in there for that gate closed from the street.
Did y'all hear what this lady said? You tell Big Unc from those actions alone, I know he wouldn't let you go out in a blizzard. Okay? She said Big Unc, they put the gate code in. Big Unc put that car apart, got out and ran behind the car before the gate closed.
He's lying like, call 911. I just jumped out the car trying to catch the license plate. Couldn't catch it. The person peel off in there. Now, where he came from, those apartments, their balconies are on that corner. So they were up there chilling and saw the whole thing.
Child.
Just so happened to be somebody inside there was putting up their groceries with their kid, like getting groceries out of the car, and heard the collision but didn't see it. Then see a tore up truck flying past them, and he had to grab his son. So he caught the license plate as much as he could and called 911. Like somebody's.
Girl, it's giving ASAP Rocky on the balcony.
And then so I'm calling 911. They're like, well, somebody else just called in the beginning of the plate. So get your husband back. Like, don't let him do anything. We'll find this person. We got the make, the model, the color, first 3. We got it. And so one lady was with us and she was like, oh, do you need some help? Can I leave you? And I'm like, what? She's like, I live here. I can go in here. Man, she went in there. The guy that was up on his balcony jumped in his car, came down, bought me and the boys some water, and they split up all over the parking lot.
I know that's right.
And found the truck. So by the time the first set of cops got there, the lady was like, is somebody else coming? Because I can take you to the car right now. So they found the car.
They found the car.
And then found him. So
now you left the scene of an accident. So now what was gonna just be a ticket for causing the accident, maybe. Now you done left the scene of the accident.
Right. Left the scene of the accident. And that was my only.
Child, tell him and whoever did it, we're going to stream his court case when we find it, okay?
Listen, I said, don't let me find out when he's going to court. I'm going to be sitting right there.
Go, friend, go put in that Rule 22. Put in the Rule 22 so I can stream it.
So we didn't get to see him get arrested or anything like that because we were actually leaving and I got a bit of a verbal tussle with one of the cops because she was just being an asshole, like talking to Q kind of crazy. And I'm like, okay, back it up. Because she had called a tow truck, right? And I was like, he was like, okay, well, you need my address or something like that. And he was like, oh, no, this is going to the tow yard. He said, no, it's not.
Why would my car go to the tow yard?
Why would it go to a tow yard? He's like, well, that's just where I take it. She was like, well, policy is that if it's parked on a sidewalk, that it can't be parked here, so it has to go. I said, you knew that policy when you called him, so why didn't you ask me if I had a tow truck? Because I do.
Right.
So why didn't you ask that? Well, it didn't look drivable. I said, oh, are you a mechanic or a police officer?
See, not you been watching court. Because are you an officer or a doctor?
She's like, well, I'm looking at it. It looks bent in. I said, again, Superman, X-ray vision. Are you a mechanic? Because we could have backed it up right here in front of this apartment complex. You didn't ask if I had a tow truck.
Right.
Well, so he starts with, well, policy is, I said, but you knew the policy before you called them. So then the tow truck driver is still trying to hook the truck. And I said, quit hooking. Because my kids are in here. But furthermore, you know, Big Unc it would have been 2 weeks today that he had that truck. So he was getting ready he had the wheels loaded up in the back. He was getting ready to get the rims painted. So I'm like, he just put that amp in there, them speakers in there, that system in there, that
They
GPS
take my
in there.
stuff to no tow yard.
You ain't about to take it in there with some rims laid up in there with some new tires on them. And then be like, oh, we didn't see none of that. You got the right one, though. And then the tow truck driver was like, well, I can take it to your house, but you're going to have to pay for it now. I said, okay. And then they'll say, and if I get there and it's not paid for, I'm not dropping it. I said, motherfucker, who said? She like, what? How much is it? Like, just take it to my house. Then afterwards, he gonna say, oh, I wasn't trying to be mean. I said, you were. You were being rude. Compassionate, and you're trying to hook a truck real quick, and my kids are still in the back seat. Slow your roll, back your ass up. And she was like, well, I was just trying to quote the policy. I said, well, if your feet moved as much as you quote policy, you'd be big as me. All right, get the hell on.
I'm sorry to laugh. Y'all should see how she looking at me right now. That's too much. That's too much and no compassion after I just had an accident with my kids.
Big Unc, he stayed home today. They did say his back is sprained, his shoulder is sprained.
Oh, wow.
With me, when I looked up, she was like, are you okay? I was like, I'm fine. You know, I'm screaming at it because now they getting on my nerve. And it's hard. The guy from the fire department was like, no, ma'am, you're limping. I was like, oh, shoot. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, what'd you say? I might be hurt.
I'm thinking I hit my knee on the dash.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand how my feet or my leg. But when I got home, took my tennis shoes off, and my ankle did hurt. Like, it was I had my shoes on. So we went to the emergency room last night. Boys will go get checked out tomorrow. They say they fine, but I'm just going to
just be on the safe side.
And then they'll come get the truck. But other than that, little soreness. Ain't nobody beat up, cut up, broke up. So I can't be mad about it. But
that's good. I'm happy. That's good.
I just got Mr.'s name, so you know I went straight to Facebook and found him. You know, I got to see who this is.
Who this? It was a man.
It was a man.
Oh, you just tell him Rule 22 coming. We gonna be in there. We gonna have him out. He don't even know who you hit, because now we gonna have you all on here.
I was so thankful that Big Unc did not catch him.
Me too. I think I am too.
I'm so thankful because when I say, he said my legs hurt. I said, "Ooh, baby, you think it's because you was running?"
Because he was running, baby.
Because when I say, I'm like, wait, like call 911. I couldn't find my phone. Friend, my glasses popped off my face.
Damn.
Underneath the brake pedals.
Your glasses?
Find the phone, my glasses, everything underneath the pedals in the car. That's where I found.
Wait a minute. The fact did you go get my brother some Epsom salt? Because sound like he need to soak.
Honey, our room smell like menthol.
The fact that she said, he talking about my legs hurt. She said, is it for running? Is it for running?
And I know he probably tensed up trying to hit that brake.
Baby,
to fight the car, but
the body was probably saying, what the hell is going on?
I'm looking like, damn, he go. Like, I forgot he could run like that.
Them legs so today.
And Dad was going, go, Dad, go.
Go, Dad, go. And Dad about ready to pass out.
Dad got from the street through that gate before it closed, okay? I said, listen.
Adrenaline is a hell of a.
Y'all, I know I ain't gonna be able to go out in no blizzard.
You ain't going out in no blizzard, friend.
I tell people all the time, it just, yeah.
Hey, look, and wait a minute, Aaron. And after the adrenaline rush, like settled. Baby, he probably said, my goddamn back hurt. Hold up. Like,
Yeah, when I stopped pumping, I was limping. My leg hurt. My shoulder hurt.
Sis said her ankle messed up. You need to be.
Hurt. I'm like, oh wait.
You need to prop that ankle up. You need to prop the ankle up. Prop that. You need to probably prop the ankle up.
In my chair. We gonna be good. They stayed home. He's home in the bed. So.
Well, I tell everybody I am so sorry they went through that, but I do hope they feel better, heal well, especially big because you know when you in your 40s and you trying to run like a track star after you ain't ran, he probably done pulled the muscles and golly.
He took when I said I said I be telling people leave that man alone.
Leave him alone, baby. The fact that I just wish I could have seen him running. I wish I could have seen him running and walking back. I'd like to see him running and then the aftermath of walking back.
He ran back. That was the crazy part. He ran back. And when he got back, they were telling, he was like, I think he got out on the other side. And then that's when the other guy ran out and said, I don't know if he got out on the other side, but he blew past me and my son. And I called 911. So they started looking for him at that point.
Gwen said, look into victim restitution if you lose work or you have medical bills. Look into that too.
Yeah, thank you.
That is crazy.
A friend that is in the insurance industry. So
that's
the
good.
First thing I did this morning.
That's
Fran,
good.
What do I do? Because we started a claim last night, and I'm like, to me, when people do stuff like that, it's like you don't have insurance.
Yep.
Insurance, something like that. Like it just seems like something of that nature.
Because why would you do all of that?
Take responsibility, because it was just like, what would let you just blow off? You don't know who was in that truck. You don't know what happened. And
then to go in your gate, you didn't want to keep going and maybe go to the Marshalls around the corner. You went in your apartment, your gated apartment.
Like, that's the only thing on that side of the street, friend. That's the only
was their apartment.
Is that entrance. There's nothing else over there. There's nothing else over there. That's why I said it wasn't even enough street.
Brianna, I'm gonna send her that one.
Run their plate right now. Listen, we got the plate too. We got everything. They ended up catching them last night. It was. I know there wasn't far that he would be able to go because that had to be direct impact with the side of our car.
That's sad.
Because it had to. No, they didn't.
Erica said, go on the county court website, put his name, and look at all the charges. I'm going to just say he has drugs, kidnapping a kid, or something.
That was my other thing. Are you under the influence?
Something was going on.
Because, the marijuana is legal. What they'll do is you can still they have a DUI.
Why the first thing when they said all these charges and you said he was probably under the influence, y'all know Beyonce's song when she say this ain't Texas. So I'm in my mind talking about this ain't Canton. You can't be out here driving drunk. You can't be doing that.
Yeah, I was like, they had to either like something to not stop because it was like you can't make me believe that you were in your right mind and had a complete disregard for life. It was an entire family in that car, and you just kept going like, whatever happened to them, they in that car. Like, I
just can't imagine the babies. Were they scared?
They were scared, and then it was kind of like I think their adrenaline was pumping because he was going, "Go, Dad,
go, Dad, go!" It's crazy.
They were like more intrigued by the fire engine, by the fire truck. Wow. Yes, they were. Nice. Look who that is. Who is that? Say hi, Miss Mayo.
Hi. What are you playing?
I made the picture.
What picture is that? What is that? Are they out of school yet, or he's just out from yesterday?
He's just out
from yesterday.
Yeah, I just kept them home. They said they were fine.
But still, just go take because let me tell you, the very first accident I ever had. So I was in my boyfriend's car at the time. He was in mine. I don't know what I was doing, music loud or something. I didn't see that he pulled right beside me, and I turned. So I hit my car in his car. It was just craziness. Yeah, so I hit his car in my car, and it was days later. It wasn't no damage or anything, but days later, I was like, damn, why am I hurting so bad? And they're like, the accident, even though it wasn't like anything bad or anything, but I still was hurt. So yeah, take them to get checked because they'll feel it in the upcoming days.
Yeah, so they go in the morning, but I wanted to take them to their actual pediatrician, so I called and scheduled that today. But they going to see their actual pediatrician and make sure everything is okay.
Wait a minute, this girl put in the chat, this ain't Canton. She said, ain't no driving while you drunk. That's good. I couldn't figure out the song. That's good, T-Friend. That's good.
The crazy thing is, Denver out there introducing himself to everybody.
I know.
Hi, I'm Denver. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I know that's right.
He's shaking hands. I can see that.
Come on, President. Out there meeting his constituents. I know that's right.
So we sitting up here, and the argument is there's still business to stand on about this review. Even though you said the R word is one of the most vile in modern society, you agreed with that. You agreed that this man felt comfortable saying these things, the R word and looking for news in a woman's phone. Not only
No. He don't really know if he was looking for nudes, though. He know that's what he said, but he don't know.
Enough in this here group chat to say what he said, knowing this boss is present. Now, I had a couple bosses that I didn't been cool with, but when they boss come to town, you
act like you have some sense.
Yeah, let me get a uniform, do a couple of things, only take 13 of my 15-minute break, be back on time, bring in some donuts.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
And you gonna say you stand on his written and verbal communication, knowing that's what y'all chat about?
Well, let me tell you what's funny, and I don't know if AJ is going to bring this up, but that's why Yuri was disciplined for that annual review. So I'm wondering if AJ is going to. Yes, I'm wondering if AJ is going to say, like, you standing on it. If he's gonna like loop around and say, were you disciplined for the review that you gave him? Because let's bring it home and say that.
Said it, but I don't think Brennan went into like he said it was two. Brennan did say on the record there was two things he was disciplined about being a part of the text.
Yep.
And then about an inaccurate
annual review.
Performance review. But it's just like to know that you standing on that his written and verbal communication were exceptional.
Exceptional. No, and I don't know, Proctor.
Yes, he had integrity because he has a First Amendment right.
The First Amendment right just pissed me off so bad. I think I may have gotten up when he said that because now you're going too far. It's like now, and I could just imagine how the jury took that because now you're trying to excuse his behavior because he has a First Amendment right to say what he wants to say. I couldn't believe he went there. And then he doubled down on it.
I feel like I should be able to go back because, in my younger days when I didn't really understand office politics, I used to give coworkers nicknames that got on my nerves.
See?
And there was one lady, she got mad because she realized that whenever I called her Chin. And so every time she walked past me, I'm like, oh, here comes Chin. Because I don't know, her chin just stuck out. It would get to your decibel she did. I just knew she was coming around that corner.
See? And you wait a minute, so and you thought
was her, I should have been able to say that was my First Amendment right to call her Chin.
Yeah, what we just say, Miss J needs to hear this. That's your First Amendment right. But at that job, it's gonna be their right to fire you for that foolishness. That's what they gonna say. It's they are within their rights to fire you for it.
Like 18, but I was like, here comes Chin.
He is. They said Yuri is bombing like a bad comedian. I think that Yuri. Now wait a minute. Here we got to ask the chat because y'all were saying, "Oh, he's doing so good. Someone must have doing so well. Someone must have talked to him." Then what happened, y'all? What happened? Yuri said, "I'm back." What did he say? Surprise, surprise, surprise. Because he was doing okay when it first started. We were like, okay, this is a different Yuri. Someone must have spoken to him.
But me tell you where I saw he messed up this morning. I felt like he was more composed this morning, but I said, I said he don't need to wear no more warm colored ties. No, and then he came in with it, and then it looked like
that's what Aaron said.
In the top of his ear, and then it looked like he used the blush right where he should have been contouring. It just goes straight down into the tie. It just looks even bigger than what it has to be because of the tie.
Aaron said, I knew he was on some bull when he started talking about your narrative. It's just, Aaron, I think for me,
the day it was going to be when AJ said, I clocked that.
When he said that, I said, did he just say that?
I clocked that.
He definitely did. He definitely did.
I said, that's what kind of day this is going to be.
Listen, but it was that first question. But so we do feel like they have laid out certain things better this trial. Me personally, how did you feel about the forward edge in front of that house at 3 a.m? What did that whole thing make you feel like?
I think what made me feel, I think what I got even worse than it even being there is the fact that it wasn't there than it was.
You said what now?
The fact that it wasn't there and then it was.
Okay.
And it's just like, so what? It's one of those things for me again. It's one of those things for me again where it's not so much about who's like you put it there and it's not there. I don't care if anybody saw it be moved there or who was driving it or anything. It's the fact that it wasn't there and then it was. At that time of night, why are y'all up moving around like this after somebody is supposedly, that just says to me a few things. Like, that's the possibility that somebody else should have saw him. Somebody else should have saw him right there at that point in time. And then if they didn't see him, where was he at?
Yeah.
Or was this Cujo's stairway to heaven?
What? Wait. You think the car was there for John or the damn dog?
Well, at this point, if nobody said they saw John when that forward edge was there, if nobody popped out of that car and saw a body, you were either there to put John there or to take Chloe away.
Okay.
But there's no reason why that shouldn't have been the point where the 911 call was made.
Yeah.
Because everybody else has missed it. A car in the middle of everybody missing it and then him being found. That's the 911 call right there.
Yeah. I think
anything other than somebody calling 911. And the crazy thing is like if it would have belonged to anybody else, you could have said somebody got out of the driver's side and went the other direction. You could have said that, but the fact that it belonged to the Alberts and it's parked in front of the Alberts house, we know where you went.
So do you feel like does this right here, knowing that the police did know this, does this make you think John's body really could not have been outside when people left?
Couldn't have been outside. Because one thing I know is when you outside at a time when ain't nobody else outside, your head on swivel. You paying attention.
Yeah.
Because you don't know somebody else out there with you. It's dark. It's late. Like your head is on the swivel. You would have seen something, caught an eye or something like that.
Y'all know. Wait. Let me tell my chat. Let me tell my chat something real quick because I just saw this. What just happened, guys, was a perfect example of freedom of speech. You are free to say whatever you want, but when you come in the chat, the freedom of speech may have consequences. That was a perfect example, Key. That was just a perfect example of freedom of speech right there. That was a perfect example right there. You are free to say whatever it is you want to say, but certain things can have consequences. Look at that. A real life example just right there.
I don't understand but the crazy thing is, the other thing that stood out to me is the same thing I said, because I have Ring cameras. And I'm like, even if you go through and delete things, because that was the thing when I got cameras from my grandfather, he would go through and delete a bunch of events because he didn't understand the concept of the cloud. So he thought they was taking up his phone.
Oh.
So he was deleting videos, and he kept saying they won't delete. And that's how we figured out, like, we had to explain to him, you can delete the actual video, but you're just deleting your access to it. It's not actually in your phone. But because he could still see the events listed, he thought all this stuff was crammed up in his phone. You're in mess with his memory.
Yeah.
So we had to explain that to him. So I said that. I said, if there is a event or something of something happening at 12:36, whether it was a motion or whether somebody pressed his doorbell or whatever it was, if somebody deleted the event, it's still going to say that the activity happened. There's just no video to go along with it.
Yeah.
So for them to bring up that there's an activity log of everything that happened at those cameras, but you didn't find an event, and then bring up that Karen Reed had
I was just about to ask you that. Karen had no access to it.
To do with this, and Proctor has struck again and authored a report saying that it was the state police that went up in that ring at.
Did y'all hear what Miss J said? I just want to point out, this is Miss J giving us a story. And in the story, she's saying that her grandfather would delete things on his end, right? And even though he was deleting it, it was still showing activity. So the fact that they're saying John's camera has an activity log, but no video to go with that activity, then that's an issue. Brianna, I'm feeling like AJ this morning. I'm feeling like AJ pauses have a little more impact. So I'm feeling like AJ, I had to give y'all that little dramatic pause right there, so y'all can get where I'm going, okay? But yeah, I think that that's exactly what's going on. But I want to make sure that everyone is understanding what's going on. The fact that they have an activity for this particular time, but no video to go along with the activity, definitely sounds like somebody took it.
You see this one right here? See it? So it's one for the garage at 8:15. I just did it.
She's giving me a real life example right now, guys. Yep, Zakia. She said John's phone was unlocked via Face ID. I think they put his face on it.
No, they deleted it, and now what it does is it just don't show me a video. See, it just don't have a video up there with it. It's still listed up there.
Y'all, my friend just
show no video.
So let me tell them. So what she just did is show me her cameras at her home. She deleted the video from this particular time. Let's just call it 8:45. Deleted the video from 8:45. Went back and showed me. It still shows something happened at 8:45, but we can no longer see the video.
So if they have an activity log that says that there was an activity at 12:36 a.m., but just no video, they can kind of like tie that together with the what she.
You are unmuted.
Oh, they're coming back. They're coming back. Okay, friend. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Before they get started, let me just say in the chat, guys, now that Ms. J is off the phone, if you are listening, I take it I take it to heart when people are rude to my friends. I get it. You guys may come over here for Melanie. Let me just pause this. Y'all may come over here for Melanie, but that is my friend, like real life friend. And I don't like being rude or having like messy remarks towards my friend, because I do feel like if you are going to be respectful to me, that respect has to also extend to my friends. That's where the Star was on my live, Yates is on my live, Taylor's on my live, Arian is on my live, Doug is on my live, whomever. I personally take it as a sign of disrespect to say stuff about the guests, especially if you know, like, we're friends, right? So I just want to just say, like, we try to keep it respectful. If you might not like that Miss J have stories, because y'all know she got a story for everything. If that ain't your thing, then that's fine. Do like I used to do when I had to make sure I didn't want to talk crazy to my manager. Put the phone down, go take a shower. I used to do that. Because my OCD would make me want to say things, I just put the phone down and walk away. So I don't say anything. I just want people to be respectful, because the mods will time you out if they feel that you're being disrespectful. Because again, this chat is an extension of me. And I would never want my friend to think that I am in any way allowing people to say things about them. Okay? I want to just clear that up. If you have been timed out, that is what it is. Let's not be disrespectful, not to my mods, not to other people in the chat, hell, not to me, not to anybody. We might joke, we might laugh, guys, but we do try to keep it respectful. And I just had to say that piece because that bothers me. This chat is an extension of Melanie, and I don't ever want anyone to, especially my friends, to interpret things people are saying in the chat as my personal feelings, because that's not it. So I just had to say that piece. Oh, let me put this back on.
No way.
Okay, guys, let's skip this.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'd like to move to a different area. At some point during the course of your investigation, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
That's correct.
That was at the Albert residence, the Chris and Julie Albert residence, is that right?
Yes.
On or about February 10th, 2022?
Yes,
Does that sound right?
it does.
Okay. At any point before or during that interview, did Michael Proctor discuss with you a previous relationship that he and or his family had with Chris and Julie Albert or their family?
Yes, as we're walking up to the door, he stated that he knows of them from around town and through friendship.
Did that cause you any concern that the case officer that had been assigned to the case, dealing with, obviously involving the Albert family, had a pre-existing familiarity or relationship with any members of the Albert family?
Yes, I followed up asking him if he hangs out with these people, how well he knows them. And he stated that he does not hang out with them. They're not his friends. He just happens to know them through people in town.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications he had related to Chris and Julie Albert?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you any specifics about communications Michael Proctor had with his sister as it pertained to Chris and Julie Albert?
No.
Did he volunteer any information about the relationship that he might have or his family might have, including his wife, with Chris and or Julie Albert?
That information did not come up.
Did you ever later learn, now I'm taking it outside of your conversation with Michael Proctor, did you ever later learn about friendship or connection that he and his family, Michael Proctor's family, had with Chris and Julie Albert or the Albert family?
I've learned of accusations. I don't know the extent of how familiar they are.
What accusations have you learned?
Through trial or through court proceedings.
Right. What are they? Would give me the nature of
Ooh.
what you learned.
Objection.
He said he learned
We
something.
need a time frame.
Sure. When did you learn of these of this information?
That was July of 2023, I believe.
And what were the circumstances in which you gained this knowledge? How did you learn about it?
there were accusations that Michael Proctor had familial friendship with these individuals, but the accusations were not factual.
Did you learn any specifics
Of
the allegations? Did you use the word allegations? Or I think you used the word accusations.
yes,
Were there any specifics?
there were.
You just said that what were some of the specifics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, by the way, did you say that you learned of these accusations during the last proceeding in this case?
Not the last proceeding. I
Or a
said
prior proceeding in this case?
it was through court proceedings.
Okay, how did you learn that specifically, Sergeant? Did you watch some of the proceedings?
Oh,
Televised?
oh.
Someone report it to you? What were the circumstances?
I was present in court.
This was what year? 2020, 2023.
Yes.
And did you take any action to investigate further the accusations that you said came up in 2023?
No. Well, yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, what did you do in that regard? What were the accusations and what did you do to investigate?
This is good.
The information had been learned and that it was not factual. So
What is
Okay,
it?
you're using the word information. Help me out. Details. What
Right.
did you learn?
there was claims that
I object.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have to keep approaching because if you, Bev, Carter's mom, he did. I just want to know what information he's speaking about. And I saw a video, let me just point this out, that said that Alessi is 67 years old. That man does not look 67. I would have given him late 40s, early 50s. 67 threw me off, baby. Lauren, the fact that Yuri is up here saying that it wasn't factual is really funny. Proctor said it was factual on the stand. So why are you now saying that it wasn't true? That's crazy to me. Hey, Mickey. Jasmine. So I have 2 class reunions coming up, one in June. I'm not really worried about the one in June. No shade to y'all. But my one in October, I kind of am. I want to be down like 20 pounds. So I'm going to be back meal prepping and back in this gym. Because he looks good. I'm trying to find the fountain of youth in the next 5 months. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but hopefully, I do have a smoothie on here every morning. That's got to count for something. I don't know. I'm going to have to stop drinking. I don't know. Really, Brianna? Is that meal prepping? Let me see. Let me look it up. I have to do something. I was just telling Mariah that. Mariah looks good. Mariah has been going to the gym. She is serious about like her eating and what she does. Mariah looks really good. Yeah, that's Paul. Key. I knew you were going to bring up those wrap snacks. I'm not going to buy any more. Like if you were to look in our fridge, we don't really buy a lot of junk, which is good because when I want a snack, I only really have fruit to choose from. We don't buy a lot of junk food. So when I go to the store, I don't buy like cookie cakes. Sometimes I'll buy cookies, but it's not like a priority for me. Mariah is 19, but girl, her waist looks so good. Her waist looks so good. Did I see Sleuthie was in here? Or she's saying? He probably would. Brianna, is it worth the money though? Ash, let's not start. Let's not start. I said cookies or cakes. Oh, pretty, I should be caught up. Oh, hell no, I wasn't. Okay, y'all, my bad. Thank you, pretty. I thought we were caught up. Thank you, pretty. Oh, okay.
Final question, Sergeant. I think I asked this, but let me make sure I'm clear. Your interview along with Michael Proctor with Chris and Julie Albert was February 10th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not certain on that, but I believe it was.
Okay. Well, let me just clear that up real quick. Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
February 10th.
Thank you. Okay. I want to move to back to Canton PD. Did you at some point recover some videos or a series of electronic data that purported to be videos from Canton PD in furtherance of your investigation?
Yes.
And to whom did you deliver these videos, and whom were they requested by?
The initial request was by Michael Proctor. I delivered them to him.
Okay. Since that delivery, have you seen these videos?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive that I'd like to have, with the court's permission, I'd like to have marked as next in order for introduction, but I'll play the first couple of seconds of it and just establish the foundation first with the court's permission.
Oh, thank you, Glenn.
Shown it or discussed this with Mr. Brennan?
I just discussed it with Mr. Brennan at the break.
What's the Commonwealth's position? I have no idea what it is.
Sure, we can mark it. Yes. Mr. Brennan said he'd like to review them before they get entered into evidence. We can mark it for ID for purposes of this examination.
I don't expect I'll object. I just want to review.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit GG for identification.
Just to establish the foundation so we know what we're talking about, did you see on some of the electronic devices that you picked up in furtherance of this investigation video of somebody outside? Now, the outside cameras or outside camera view at Canton PD at about 1:30 in the morning on January 29th, 2022.
The digital video, one of the collection items. It wasn't a device. It was, well, I guess it is a device, but the digital storage that was collected had video from external view of the PD. I do not remember specifically seeing an individual, but I did review it.
Being of the parking lot area, at least one of them, one of the clips being of the parking lot area outside Canton PD.
I don't remember seeing outside parking lot. I have to see it.
I understand. Do you remember another clip being of the outside Sally Port? There's a pedestrian door, not the big roll-up door, but a pedestrian door. Someone going in and out of the pedestrian door.
I know the view you're talking about, but specifically what you're stating, I would have to see the video, tell you if I saw it or not.
And I'm asking a couple of these other questions. I think I may know what the answer is. There's another, do you remember another video in an internal corridor looking down a hallway and seeing someone walk up or back?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, and then one on the outside, again, sort of passing from right to left, may not be intended to a parking lot, but at least an outdoor view of someone moving from frame right to frame left across the camera angle?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember that all these videos, I just mentioned 4, we've talked about 4, these videos were from January 29th, 2022, around generally 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact time and date. I just remember seeing the file and reviewing it.
Do you remember Mr. Proctor asking for video attendant to January 29th? At least can we narrow it to that date?
From Ken PD?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So these are all from January 29th, 2022. You just don't remember the specifics of them. It's been too long since you've seen them.
I don't know when each video was collected and then reviewed.
Okay.
Exactly.
With the court's permission, well, may I have just a moment to confer with counsel? Okay.
What do y'all think? Do you remember I think they said they found new video of Brian Higgins.
Your
Could
Honor,
this
with the
be
court's
it?
permission, I'd ask that what's been marked as GG, at least the first video, be published for the jurors.
All right, so there are 4 videos on this flash drive?
One video, 4 different camera angles as it's set from the one video.
Are you ready to see this now? I thought you wanted to review it.
I'll agree, and if I have a problem, no problem.
All right, so for the first one, the first camera angle?
Correct.
Okay,
It's one video, but 4 different angles.
all right. We just have to keep a record. That's why I'm
Understood.
asking all these
It's a little
questions.
complicated, I get it.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you.
Y'all, what are we about to see? Oh, hell.
This is, Your Honor, just for the record, actually, let me do it this way. Sergeant, would you agree that we can call this the rear lot main side at Kenton PD, just for identification purposes?
Sure, if you'd like. I don't know which side this is, so I can't argue with you about the location. So
Okay.
I'll agree with you that we can call it that.
Great. It looks like a parking lot. There's cars.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Just for purposes of, so it doesn't get complicated, we'll call this rear lot main side. That doesn't mean anything unless you adopt it. So just for identification purposes.
Thank you.
If we could move to runtime 1:26:32. Okay. With the court's permission, may I play it at this point?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Stop.
y'all.
Did you see a car pass in front?
Oh, shit, they got a Jeep.
What kind of car did that look like to you?
It looked like a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow on it.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
There go the Jeep, y'all. He was driving the Jeep. We can put that to rest.
Okay, stop. Sergeant, did you, during the course of your investigation, learn whether or not anybody associated with your investigation had a 2-door Jeep Wrangler with a plow?
Yes,
Who is that?
Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play this.
Now, where was the damn Jeep? Y'all, okay, this makes me want, I have more questions. Well, Ash, this is before. This is the 29th. Remember, he left and he went up to the police station. He was in the Jeep. He was in the Jeep, y'all, but where the hell was the Jeep? The Jeep must have been in the driveway. Remember, they said he pulled behind. The Jeep must have been in the driveway.
Okay, stop. Sir, do you see a person who appears to have alighted from the car,
Yes.
from the Jeep? Sergeant, if you could turn your attention to the screen on the right. Does that appear to be the location of the person that you're describing?
Yes, but
That's the individual that came out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. I know it's super blurry. You may not be able to at this point. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it.
right now, people kept saying it was at the mailbox though. And remember, we kept saying, what's going on with this Jeep? They were saying it was at the mailbox.
Did you see the person walk off the screen?
Yep, Crystal, thank you.
Yes.
Did it appear that that person had something in his or her hands?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
I just feel like it's starting to make sense with the Jeep. So I was like, was he not in the Jeep or something? He was in the Jeep.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could play the second clip on this same GG. Before this is played, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do not know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. Stop. What do you see on the video at this point?
An individual crossing the frame with a couple of cars parked, one of which has a plow on it.
Does it look like an exterior video?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an exterior video if you don't know exactly where an exterior video of Canton PD?
From the facilities, yes.
Okay. And describe the person that you see in the foreground at the bottom of the screen.
Appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt.
Larger in stature, smaller in stature, can you tell?
I'd be speculating because there's no comparison, but possibly larger. I don't know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
Now, what? Look at Brian Higgins.
And that's it for that. Your Honor, if we could play the next video. By the way, can we agree before we move off of this, just for identification purposes, can we agree to call this rear lot cruiser side as opposed to rear lot main side, just to keep them separate?
Same as last time. I'm not aware familiar where that camera is, so I cannot argue with you nor adopt. But if for identification purposes only, we can agree on that.
Can you see from where you are, and I know the answer to this, can you see from where you are the timestamp on the bottom of this?
No.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's very, very small. Is it possible to ask the witness to adjourn from the witness stand just to get close enough to see if you can read the...
You can't increase the size of it?
Maybe we can. I'm not the tech guy. Mr. Wolk? Magic. Wow. I didn't even know he could do that. Okay. Can you read that?
Yes, it says rear lot cruiser side.
Okay. What about the time?
The timestamp reads 1:27:41.
Do you see a date?
Yes.
What is that date?
1/29/2022.
Thank you. This was my fault. Your Honor, if we could move back to rear lot main side, I'd like to do the same thing. I failed to ask for the time and date on that one.
Baby, this is hilarious. Y'all, I remember we didn't get these.
Mr. Walker, if you could, please. Is it possible to see from there the time and date?
Yes, the time is 1:27:32 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Okay, if we can move to the third clip. If we could start, Mr. Wolk, by enhancing with the court's permission the time and date, let's just start with that. Do you see what the timestamp designates this camera angle to be?
It appears to be church side. And I can't read the third word there.
Exterior?
Oh, yes, exterior. Sally Port.
Okay, and if you could tell the jurors what you see in terms of the time and date.
The time is 1:27:43 a.m. and the date is 1/29/2022.
Thank you. Mr. Wolk, if you could play that with the court's permission.
Okay.
Stop. Do you see a person in that video?
I do.
Although it's somewhat blurry, can you describe that individual for us, please?
Individual wearing dark clothing, possibly. That's the best I could do, really.
Okay. Does it appear, given what you've seen in terms of the time of the main side, cruiser side, and now this exterior church side, does that appear to be the same person moving through on the outside of Canton PD?
It does, yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here, by the way? What is this door he's about to walk into?
I'd be guessing. I was never present on that side of the Sally Port.
Understood.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and play this. Okay, and for the final clip.
Shayla, hopefully it's
We
something.
could go down to the timestamp and date.
I heard we'd see him on the phone. That's what I'm waiting for.
A little bigger, Mr. Walk, if you could. Can you see what that is designated as that camera angle?
Yes, it says first floor corridor, and the time is 1:28:03 a.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
Okay. Is this the corridor version or video that you did have some recollection of?
Yes, this is, yes.
Okay, if we can go ahead and play this.
Around 1:30, Monet.
Stop.
That's him.
Do you recognize the person in this video?
It appears to be Mr. Brian Higgins.
Okay, and what is he wearing? Describe it for the jurors.
Black sweatshirt with some sort of logo on the front. Appears to be blue jeans and shoes with a white trim.
And is the hood up or down on the sweatshirt?
It's up.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this.
It's got to be a
I have
point,
just a moment.
y'all.
Could you pause this, Mr. Walker?
It's got to be a point. What's the point? We wouldn't be seeing this if there is no point. What is the point? Come on, AJ. AJ, come on now.
Can you make note of the time as it's paused right here?
Some calls, y'all. Watch.
Do you want me to say it again or
Yes,
write
sir.
it down?
Yes, sir.
The time is 1:28:16 a.m.
Okay, and if we could just continue playing this video.
Ash, I hope your heart is not beating fast. I hope it's beating fast for a reason. Come on, AJ. We at 1:29 a.m.
It is playing. Stop. Now, if you could take a look at the time now. Okay, what's that time?
1:29:42
Okay.
a.m.
And if we could go ahead and go forward.
Okay, guys, watch this. It's the call, guys. I think it's the call.
Is it still playing, Mr. Wolk? Okay. If we could take a look at the time one more time.
Oh,
No, it's-
shit.
You want me to say it?
Yes, sir.
1:34:12 a.m.
And in the time, just so the record's clear, in the time between you saying 1:28:16 to 1:34:12, 6 minutes has not gone by, correct?
Just under
Hell
6, I
no.
believe, yeah.
Well, 6 minutes for us in real time.
Oh, in real time, yeah, no.
It is not. So it appears that the camera jumped, or the time jumped.
The time difference from what was displayed is approximately 6 minutes, yes.
Okay, which is much further, much longer than the time we've actually been looking at the video, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it appears that it may be motion activated and it just jumped.
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay.
yes.
Let's go ahead
Okay, well, okay, y'all. He said AJ said could be motion activated, so
And stop.
let's simmer down.
You see someone in the screen now?
Yes.
And one more time, I know this is laborious, one more time if we could clock the time.
Could be motion activated.
Can you see that?
No, it's really blurry for me.
I can see it.
There we go.
Yes. Now I can see it. 1:34:15, if I'm not mistaken, a.m.
Okay, fair enough. And let's go ahead and play this all the way through. Okay. Who did that appear to be walking away from the camera in this shot?
I'm not certain.
He said appeared
I
to
would be suspecting or guessing if I gave you an answer, but
That's
I'm
what
not
he
certain who
said.
that is.
As best you can determine, does he have the same stature? I know you can't see his face. Same stature, same clothing, jeans, shoes with white stripe around it, dark hooded sweatshirt. Does he appear to be the same person as Brian Higgins?
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. There's one more clip that I'd ask you to look at on this same
I haven't
GG
seen the phone call
device.
yet. I thought that was the point of this.
Okay. What do you see in this video?
Appears to be the church side Sally port, and an individual came out of the door.
Okay. And can we highlight the time, please? Or
Now that did look
the
like.
size?
Let's see. Let's see.
What time do you see there?
1:34:40 a.m.
Okay. If we go ahead and play this through.
Woo!
Pause.
There it
Does it
goes.
appear from this video
There it go.
that the person has anything in his hand?
There it go.
I'm sorry, can you play that again? I wasn't looking at the hand,
Oh,
but
sure.
There it go.
I really can't tell.
Okay.
I can see it, baby. He on that damn phone.
There should be another video.
I can tell. He
of
on
the
that
rear lock
damn
cruiser
phone.
side. Let's take a look at that.
He is on that damn phone, baby. The hand is definitely to his ear.
Pause.
Ah!
What do you see in that video?
It appears to be an individual wearing a black beanie hat, black dark colored sweatshirt with some design on it, and something illuminating by his face.
Something.
Can we enhance the time, please?
Something. Now you know that's a damn phone.
What time is that?
It says 1:34 and 53 seconds in the morning, a.m.
And
This
if
is
you
what
could
I
move
needed to
the
see
screen
right there.
over to the individual. Well,
That's it. Ash,
does
I
that
hope
appear to be
your
the same
heart
person?
beat was worth it.
It could possibly be, yeah.
And does it appear as something in his hand up to his face, the right side of his face or ear?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
It's consistent with a cellular device, possibly a phone or a tablet.
Okay. If we can move on, please.
What you say? Higgy, your cell is ready. They only, what is that? They only
I
charging
believe there's one more video.
the butt
Your Honor,
down,
this one
guys.
is a little longer. This is about 10 minutes.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play this through.
Y'all, is Brian ever gonna move cars, y'all? Oh God. Oh
Do you
God.
see a person in the video walking from screen right to screen left?
Yes.
Did that person appear to have something in his right hand?
I can't tell. I can't see his right hand.
Okay. When he first walked into the screen, could you tell?
I couldn't. No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Wolk, could we back that up with the court's permission about 2 seconds? Stop. Did it appear to have something in his hand?
It's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And just for, I'm going to ask you for 2 times when we start and when we stop. What's the time on this
Let me move this again.
video
Y'all.
at this point when he walks into frame?
1:35 and 8 seconds in the morning, a.m.
Okay. And let's go ahead and play this through.
Jasmine, butt down caught on camera. He better not get back in that damn car. He better move some cars, y'all. He got to move some cars. Now, Ash, not my heartbeat, because damn it, you got to move some cars. I got to see some cars move, y'all. I've got to see some cars move. No, yeah. You gotta move something, damn it. Hell, go in the trunk, something. He gotta go in the trunk or something. I ain't seen no lights cut on. Oh. Y'all, he ain't cut on no lights. He has not crunk up a car. He has not crunk up a car yet. Not even the Jeep. Where he go, y'all? I can't even see him. Where he go? Brianna, y'all, he gotta move the car. He gotta move the car. He got to move the car, y'all. Where he at, y'all? Y'all talking about he's still on the phone. Where did he go? Thank you, Lacey. Lacey, thank you for the distraction. Jasmine, he got to move a car. He got to move a car, Jasmine. He got to move something. T, I looked down there. I'm on X. I was putting a tweet up. I'm scared to look away. Oh, God. Y'all, the silence is loud. Please move a car. I kind of believe that part. Please move a car. Now, this is too much. He got to move something, damn it, y'all. Y'all, I'm not rooting for him. I actually believe he was moving the car. I knew he was lying about the phone call, but I actually thought he went in there and moved some cars too, to keep his story together. Sonny said, I saw a car drive off. Did anybody else see the car? He did. Okay, Khalees said, okay, we got two people who saw a car move. I was on X, so I probably missed it. Okay, all right. So they are seeing cars being moved. I'm like, you can't say that and didn't move nothing. Okay. I'm like, I'm thinking he had to move something.
Sergeant, at this point, do you see a person walking into the frame into the video from frame left to frame right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I see him right there. Okay, y'all, he probably is. I'm like, no way you got on the stand and said you moved cars and didn't actually move the cars. You've got to you got to move them just for your story. Keisha, that's what they said. They said a car moved. And I just saw him coming to the frame. So he's probably going to move another one. But why the hell he moving the cars? Yep, still not much snow on the ground. It's 1 a.m. Wait a minute, y'all saying that's not him? I don't think that's him. It did look gray, but is this not a black and white camera? Damn, black and white camera, he would show up black. That damn. Hold on, y'all. I hate that. Yeah, Y'all say he changed clothes.
Can you pause it? Did you see something happen with the vehicle next to the Jeep
Hey, Hallie.
in the last few seconds?
Yeah, they said they saw the car.
Yes.
What was that?
It appears as though the headlights are activated.
Okay, let's go and play it.
He is, Keith.
Pause it.
He's giving us a
You see a
performance.
person that is walking from screen right to screen left in the middle of the screen?
Yes, he just or she just appears to have closed the door on that vehicle next to the plow.
Gee.
Okay. And walking toward which vehicle?
The one on the furthest on the left.
Okay. From what you've seen, Sergeant, that you said he or she, does that person appear to be consistent with the video that we've seen in other particulars of Brian Higgins?
As far as I could tell from here, the individual accessed Brian Higgins' vehicle, so I'd be speculating with the whiteout conditions or near whiteout conditions.
It's not no
it's
new
tough to tell.
whiteout.
But no reason to believe it's anybody other than Brian Higgins accessing Brian Higgins' vehicle.
No.
Okay.
No.
Let's go ahead and play it.
Okay, that's him, y'all.
And what do you see Brian Higgins or that person doing now?
They accessed the vehicle on the far left.
Okay. And where's that person going?
Now they're accessing the Jeep Wrangler.
Hey, Kay Schmidt, thank you. Kay Schmidt, thanks for the distraction. If you guys get a membership from Kay Schmidt, please make sure you say thank you in the chat. Thank you, Kay Schmidt. We needed that. Because I don't know this is a lot. And I'm going to need to go back through this video again. I'm going to need to go back through this video again during lunch. I need to do it again. I have to. Because I didn't see the car that you guys saw.
Can you pause it? Where does that individual appear to be now in the video?
Last I could tell, they might be by the Jeep Wrangler.
Before that person got to the Jeep Wrangler, was he standing by the vehicle on the far left, SUV or truck?
It appeared that way, but with the heavy whiteout snow that night, I can't tell exactly what they were doing.
Did you see anything in his hand, like a bag or a satchel or a duffel bag or something, when that person walked from this vehicle over to the Jeep?
I did not notice, no.
Go ahead.
What the hell he doing at 2 in the morning? I'm not near whiteout conditions. You can literally see the whole video. That's one of his patrol cars. Pretty.
Now, has that person walked off screen to the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. you see that person entering screen from screen left?
Yes.
He definitely had something in his hand. Rain shower, it's I think they said it keeps people from like wiping the phone clean. That's why when they get it, it would keep them from being able to do things like that. Y'all ain't doing a lot of shit at 2 a.m.
What did you see the person do?
They were carrying possibly like a snow broom, walking from left to right.
Nino, goodbye. Key, and they showing them it is not a game. Aaron, please stop going to that one. Go to your new location. Baby, y'all minds go far. Because Alice talking about if Jen McCabe is there, I know something. Girl, if Jen pop out like a jump scare on this camera, girl.
What do you see happening now?
The Jeep Wrangler's leaving the spot it was parked in.
Okay, we can take that down.
Hallie liked that picture where
Oh, I'm sorry. I failed to ask you the time. I promised I would do it, and I forgot again. Can we look at the time real quick?
Yes, the time for the rear lot main side is 1:45:52.
And it appears that's the approximate time that the Jeep Wrangler drove off?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, thank you. In are you friends with Brian Higgins?
I am not.
Do you know Brian Higgins?
I know who he is, yes.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Higgins?
Like out on private time?
Go out, have a beer.
No.
See him at a bar. Hey, Brian, let's grab a beer. Nothing like that?
No.
Thank you.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I'd be speculating. It's before this
Speculate, it's
case.
you.
He was a law enforcement individual that worked in the area. So I've had cases where he assisted on and that I've assisted on.
Would you consider yourself to have a professional relationship with him?
I knew who he was, so yes, I would consider it a professional relationship.
But you would not consider your relationship to have gone over to the personal relationship? You don't
Not at all.
socialize, do any
No.
private get-togethers?
No.
Okay. You would agree that this video pretty clearly shows, at least at one point, around 1:34 a.m., Brian Higgins was on his phone.
Is that the one that he has the device by his face?
Correct.
It appears that way, yes.
And just to be clear, when you interviewed Mr. Higgins, he did not volunteer to give you his phone, correct?
He did not volunteer, no.
And you didn't seek his phone through a warrant or any other mechanism?
I did not know.
Damn, man. Hey, K-Tabby.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to the status of that phone as we sit here today?
The one that he got the extractions from?
Correct.
No idea, no.
I want to shift gears to another series of videos.
Ooh.
Last year at another proceeding, you were asked about a couple of videos from the interior Sallyport garage at Kenton PD. So now we're going to move to the interior.
This has been good, baby.
You remember those series of questions and answers that you gave?
Generally.
Okay. You were asked at another proceeding to describe when the SUV, Miss Reed's SUV, first arrived at the Sallyport garage around 5:30 or so, correct?
Based on my recollection of it first arriving, or what we were viewing?
What you were viewing.
It's good. It is good, baby.
Do you remember being asked a series of questions concerning the arrival of the SUV, just in general?
But I remember that it happened. I don't remember the exact questions on what my answers were.
And you remember seeing a video about which you were asked questions concerning the arrival of that SUV, pulling into the Sallyport, who was who, what the time frame was generally. Do you remember that colloquy, that discussion?
I remember it taking place, yes.
That was Mr. Lally asking you questions, correct?
I believe so.
Under questioning by the Commonwealth, you were asked whether the video that you were looking at fairly and accurately represented the SUV arriving at the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes.
AJ.
And you indicated, in fact, it did fairly and accurately depict the arrival of the SUV at the Sallyport garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'd like to ask you a question about that particular video. Do you have any? Your Honor, I'm holding a flash drive. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm gonna have just one more. May I have a moment to consult with counsel?
Paul, the lunch is here. Jerry, you know what? Let's take the luncheon break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, I didn't think they were going to even take a lunch. I didn't think they were going to take a lunch because you started court at 10. Y'all know how it goes when you, I didn't think they were going to take a lunch break. That right there just shocked me. I didn't think that was going to happen. The fact that they just decided we're still going to take a lunch, that's crazy. Hold on just a second, y'all. I've got to do something. All right, got it. I didn't think they were going to take a lunch. Okay, y'all. Ash, get up. Get up. Please get up. Paul's face is irritating. Yeah. Yeah, I just can't believe they're going to lunch.
Do is have the voir dire right now to see what Sergeant Buchanan knew regarding that line of testimony you wanted to get into. So let's do that now, and then you can all work out the video issues.
Yes. Okay. May I inquire briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, we were talking before the jury left, we were talking a little bit about the conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, either during or just before or just after that first interview with Chris and Julie Albert. What I'd like to ask you is, what information did you have and what did you ultimately learn about their relationship? You said there were some accusations and we never really got to the heart of it. What did you know and what did you do to investigate? Or what did you learn?
What I knew as we were walking up to the door is that he had knowledge of the individuals prior to us conducting the interview. I asked him if he knew them personally. My words, do you hang out with them? Do you socialize with them? He said, no, I do not. I said, are you comfortable doing this interview? And he said, yes. And me being a complete outsider and his supervisor and realizing if there was any impropriety that I would step in and recognize it, report it, and act on that. The interview was conducted without issue and we moved on.
As a matter of fact, one of the things in Trooper Proctor's report, it said the report started with following formal introductions. Did that suggest to you that Trooper Proctor had no knowledge of who Chris or Julie Albert were from a personal standpoint?
Not at all. I believe maybe I wrote the report, or was it him?
Yes, I think it is you. I think it is
Yeah. So I.
Yeah, Coach Con.
Yes.
Just so you have it.
Thank you. Yeah, since I authored the report, I wrote following formal introductions since I've never met them before.
Okay, so that was more attended to you than to Michael Proctor.
Correct.
Okay, but the report does say we introduced ourselves, basically. Following formal introductions.
Greeted, but I had formal introductions to them. I've never met them before in my life.
You said that subsequently you learned about, your word, accusations that had been made concerning possible relationship between Michael Proctor and the Alberts. What was that information that you learned?
When was it? I need that.
When did you learn it? I thought you said 2023, but I could be wrong. When did you learn that?
It was I believe, during the July motion proceedings when you guys had pictures up of children.
July of what year?
I believe 2023.
Okay. And what was it that you learned in July of 2023 about the potential?
The accusations?
Yeah.
That those were Albert's or McCabe's kids in the photograph with Michael Proctor?
Okay. Did you ever learn about personal communications that Michael Proctor or his wife may have had with any of the Albert family, including Julie Albert?
Ever?
Ever.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when you learned that and what you learned in that order.
Well, Michael Proctor had communicated with those individuals, Elizabeth Proctor communicated with those individuals due to the harassment that they've sustained.
Okay.
So with the crazy behavior that's been, imposed on them, and the torturous harassment that they've endured,
Maybe the jury ain't there.
traumatic
Prejudice.
experiences they've had to live through, they've communicated. So I've learned about that, yes. I was taking in all of that evidence, hundreds and pieces of evidence that I've archived in order to...
Go ahead. In order to?
Investigate it.
Okay. You're talking about Elizabeth Proctor well after the fact of the interview and the incident in 2022. That's what you were just describing.
I'm so sick of
it. Was after the harassment started, yes.
Which is well after January 29, 2022, correct?
January 20, yes, it is.
Okay. I'm asking about information related to a relationship prior to January 29, 2022.
Yes.
Did you ever learn about a pre-existing relationship that may have existed between the Proctor family and the Albert family before January 29, 2022, and maybe a couple of days after?
All I know is that there was a relationship explanation provided by Mr. Lally during one of the motions, and it was like 6 degrees separated by individuals residing in the community, living in the community, raising their kids in the community, working in the community, so making them community members and having relationship within that. I don't know the extent of those relationships.
Okay. Did you, during that hearing where you said there were pictures of the kids and et cetera, that July 2023 hearing, did you see a post, a Facebook post during the course of that hearing wherein the
Y'all.
Albert family called the Proctor family their second family, or vice versa, where the Proctor family, Michael Proctor's mother, they've called the Alberts their second family? You remember that Facebook post?
I don't remember seeing that post. I just remember there were like a picture of kids that weren't Michael Proctor's kids.
Okay, but you were in court that day.
I was in court in July. I believe it was 23rd of July, yeah, for
Okay.
the motion, yeah.
Leaving aside the photographs that you've talked about, did you see the post, the Facebook post about those two families, specifically Michael Proctor's mom, saying that the Alberts were their, quote, second family?
I don't remember seeing that post.
That didn't strike you, or that was not in your brain, in your head?
I don't think I've ever seen a post like that. So I just remember seeing the post of the kids.
What
I believe
about,
it was Miss Little that was holding up the poster.
what about the text messages, or what about any text messages between Michael Proctor and his sister concerning Julie Albert, very specifically concerning Julie Albert? Are you aware of those?
No.
Have you ever seen a text message between Julie Albert, between Courtney Proctor and, it's Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor, where the sister says, Julie wants to give you a gift because you're doing such a great job leading this, meaning this investigation? Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware of a text message in which Michael Proctor responds, get it for my wife? Meaning, if you're going to give us a gift, get the gift for my wife.
No idea.
Okay. Are you aware of a series of text messages between and among Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor in which they talk about, between Michael Proctor and Courtney Proctor, in which they talk about Julie Albert? This is 10 days before the incident, 10 days before January 29th, so mid-January, where they talk about the possibility of Julie Albert babysitting for Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's kids.
I am not aware of those text
This is
messages.
the first you've heard of any of those.
Of these text messages?
The text messages that I'm describing, have you ever heard of any of those?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to or investigate the circumstance of the possibility, even the remote possibility, that Michael Proctor may have had a relationship with the Alberts that you were unaware of?
No, I never investigated anything like that.
So after your initial conversation with Mr. Proctor, where he said, I know of these people, and you said, is there any issue with you going forward? And he said, no, there's no issue. You took no further steps after that to investigate that relationship. And I'm talking about the relationship that existed on or around January 29th, 2022, not in 2023, not in 2024.
Once Michael Proctor stated that he was comfortable conducting the interview, and I asked him if he was sure, and he said yes, we moved on.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I don't believe him. I believe Hank told him, hey, stay away from these. Stay away from these. Right, Key. He knew. And especially since that last trial.
Questions. Were you in court? I know you're indicating that you've never heard about these text messages. Were you in court in February of 2024 following the federal investigation revelation, the documents that we got from the both sides got from the federal investigation?
Good question.
Which revealed in
Good question, Karen.
text messages about gift giving between Courtney Proctor and Michael Proctor. Hey, Judy wants to get you a gift, and Michael Proctor's response was, "Get it for Elizabeth, get it for my wife." Were you in court when those were revealed?
Following the harassment, intimidation that I experienced on the 23rd, being followed into the bathroom, then being followed outside, I stopped coming to court proceedings due to that. So I was not in court in February of 2024 and describing the information that you're revealing. I was not aware of that
Did you
detail.
review that all of these proceedings are televised? Sorry, you know that, right?
I'm not aware that it's televised, no.
You
I know it streams, but I'm
That's
not aware
the
that it's
same
televised.
thing.
Streamed, however, whatever you want to call it. Streamed on the internet. You can find it.
You can, yes.
They're recorded.
Right.
Did you ever review the hearing in February 2024 talking about what's been referred to as the Fed dump and the revelations that were made pursuant to that federal investigation and the text messages attendant there too?
I am aware of a Fed dump. I'm aware that it exists. I was not privileged to any information outside of the information that was revealed to me during the internal affairs investigation.
Right.
That was the first time I saw documents from that federal investigation.
By the way, were you privy to Michael?
No,
there were 3 individuals involved in the investigation: yourself, Lieutenant Tully, and Michael Proctor. Is that right?
What
The
investigation?
internal affairs investigation.
I'm aware that I was. I know they were as well. I don't know who else might have been involved. I don't know.
In terms of your awareness of Michael Proctor's investigation, you're aware, obviously, that he was terminated, correct?
I am aware that he's terminated, yes.
Did you ever see or were privy to any of the documents or investigative materials associated with his termination as his supervisor?
Ooh.
No.
So nothing was ever shared with you, the final
Other
decision?
than the documents that he was attached in the text message that I was shown from that investigation, nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up.
Okay, that was basically all I had.
Okay, all right. Do you want to be heard, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Okay.
I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not letting any of this in.
I think it's all invisible, but I understand the court's ruling was if he doesn't have personal knowledge of it and didn't have it then you're not going to let it in. It's over our objection, but that's been noted.
Okay, so you got your idea, and I'm glad we fleshed it all out. So you have to be back here in 35 minutes. All right. When's the jury coming back, Paul?
It was 20 hours.
Well, I knew that wasn't going to come in because I know he's instructed to say
Rise to the court, please.
he didn't know anything about that. Now, y'all know that man knows. Y'all know that man knows for a fact what he knows about the text messages about his wife. He knows how they know each other. He knows all of this stuff. He knows why Proctor got fired. Do y'all hear it? I know Court TV not. Look, if Court TV with a little music on, he knows everything, Alice, but he can't say it. By key, he just can't say it, and you know he's been instructed not to say it. So, okay, y'all, we on lunch again. I saw y'all say y'all want to do some talking, so I'm gonna put the link in. You don't have to have your cameras on. Also, just make sure you are respectful. I think we have until about 1:30. Let's say about 1:40. We have about until 1:40. Yeah, because it's almost 1 o'clock now. She said 35 minutes, but I'm going to give her 40 minutes. And thank you, Pretty. Let me catch the stream up. All right, caught the stream up too. T-Fran. Why y'all coming up? T-Fran is right. Let's go back. Y'all, this right here. That right there. That right there. Barchi. That right there. This picture right here. Oh, Jesus. Does this look like a butt dial to y'all? It looks like a very intentional phone call to me. But listen, Ash, this right here, this does not look like a butt dial. Does not. This right here is what I was waiting on. That's what I was waiting on.
Cellular device, possibly a phone or.
Okay, Brianna, I'm gonna put you up while we watching. Hey, girl. Girl, why we gonna get on here with this skin glistening? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Liz. Yes, ma'am. So okay, Brianna. While we're watching this, and then for everyone that is in the chat, we are watching the Sally Port. This is from the parking lot. Brian Higgins was supposed to go there and move cars. So I have to see. When you see the car, tell me, guys, Brianna, what did you think about?
Listen.
Because I know, now let me tell you, Brianna, we were all seeing this for the first time. This was not the last trial.
Before you play this video, I need you to rewind to when he was on their phone, because they got him live like Channel 5, like, baby, on the phone, not near your butt. And one in your pocket.
Not in your pocket.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Listen. She said I almost burnt my sheets when I saw it.
Because what you mean? And that right there, you know, sometimes I do find myself, like we talked last week, I do find myself being like, man, maybe Karen did. Maybe she did. Mm-hmm. And then stuff like this happened, and you show me this man right there on the phone.
What was he doing on the phone, Brianna? What did he look like he was doing to you?
Not playing Candy Crush, I can tell you that much.
He wasn't playing spades, was he?
On the phone. And you know he old because he had it on speakerphone. That's why the phone was so once he was in
the phone.
That's why he was holding it. Yeah, I went and did this.
Brianna, you really ticking me off because I find myself talking to people on speakerphone a lot more, and it's only because I'm doing something else while they're on the phone.
Did you? I talk to people on speakerphone in Kroger. I don't care. It don't bother me.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Y'all keep saying y'all think he changed clothes. Y'all keep saying y'all think he changed clothes. Did you think he changed clothes?
I don't change clothes from the bar. Is that what they're saying?
No, from the okay. Let's do it. We got 35 minutes, Brianna. Okay, hold up. So this is, wait a minute, where is it? From here, Brianna.
Oh, okay. From the hallway. Okay.
That's what he has on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And y'all know y'all deep in the conspiracy talking about those John shoes. Y'all too deep in the conspiracy. I didn't say it when it was actually going on. I said they too deep in.
I just think it's a white man's shoe.
They too deep in it. They are too deep in it talking about, oh my God, he got on John shoes. I'm with Brianna. Normal shoe. Okay. So let's go. Now let's go.
You walk a little bow-legged.
He does. He walks like
it means something else, but based on them texts, I don't think that's what it means.
No, it doesn't, baby. I hate to let you. What did yours say? I hate to do this. Hate to do this to you, friend. Okay. All right, guys. I have the sound off because we're talking and we're looking at the video. So hey B, how are you? When you guys see it in here, let me know. Camille, I see you in the I see you wanting to join, but it's saying device not connected. I don't know what that is, Camille. I would just like to say I don't hear anyone talking about Brianna typing on her laptop.
Oh, because I don't type 100 words a minute. I was just typing maybe 20, you know.
I'm just saying, Brianna. Seems a little biased to me. A little biased to me, Brianna, because if that was me typing.
Oh, well.
A little biased. Hey, Yates.
Hello. Hello.
Yates. What are your thoughts?
I think it's funky. Did he say that he was alone the first trial?
Yeah, he did.
Me and Hallie agree that he's not alone. In this video, he's not alone.
Okay, we're watching the video. Y'all have to walk me through it.
Like, because someone drives off in the back, and the person who comes around when Alan Jackson says, "Do you see someone coming into the frame?" It looks like that person is wearing a lighter sweatshirt.
That's what they're saying in the chat.
And I'm not necessarily, I don't even know if he changed or if it's another person.
That's what they're saying in the chat.
I don't think he was alone. And he said he was alone moving cars. I think there's more than one person.
So you think that it's a lighter sweater?
Yeah, I don't think it's the black. I don't think it's the black sweatshirt. No, it looks much lighter than a black sweatshirt.
This is pissing me off. This is pissing
But the
me
body shape, you think the body look the same?
Good question.
I mean, they're all drunken dad bods. I mean, they don't look too different.
I'm like, who else body shaped like that?
Speaking of dad bods, while we're watching this, there was a video on the Shade Room, and it was like asking these kids who seem to be really weird.
Okay, Fran just said the car just drove off. So go back a little bit. Go back a little bit.
They were saying, hold up. They were saying that I want a dad bod, and I said, "Do you want a dad bod? Would that be the bod that Paul O'Keefe sent that mistress in that mirror pic?" I said, "What?" Okay, y'all. Okay, the dad bod took me off, and I immediately thought about Paul. Let's go. Do y'all think I went far enough?
Where are we supposed to be looking?
That's a good question too. They say we can see a car.
There you go, right there.
I see it. I see it. Did you see it, Brianna?
Yeah, I saw it.
All right, did you guys see the car? Okay.
So why did he say he was moving cars in the first trial?
He did not. I don't remember the exact. What time is it? It's 1:04. I don't know if I can. Damn, YouTube will let you do a transcript and you can find the place. I don't remember why. I think he was just saying so it wouldn't be in the way because of the weather or something. Oh, hold up, y'all. They want me to go back. They didn't see the car. Okay, y'all. Look right here. It's gonna be right here.
Because you see lights from
there. It is right there. Aaron, it feels like we might need one. He was just kind of saying, I knew the weather was going to be bad, but this is my confusion. He left the keys where someone else could move the car in case he wasn't there. Why did you feel the need to go back up there and move them yourself?
But there's a couple things, right? Like it's a weather app. You knew the weather was going to be bad probably a week ago. You should have been moving cars. You waited till 1 something in the morning.
After you've been drinking.
You just left a funeral, drove all the way back home to a bar, went drinking, and then said, "Oh, let me go move some cars in the snow in the middle of the snowstorm." F them cars, girl, like who cares? What's gonna happen?
I think y'all giving him too much credit. I think that's still him getting into his truck. Your boy Glitchy said, I don't think that's Brian. I think it's somebody else. I do think it's him. I do think it's him in the car, but is there someone else there? There could be, because even Yuri says she. Did y'all catch that? He says she's getting into the car beside him.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like,
oh, I heard it because I was like, who's she?
Who is she?
And I don't know. You know, I try not to veer off too much into stuff.
Wait.
Again, he was not alone out there. There's more than one person out there.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't alone. That I will stand on.
She said Yuri made it seem like two people too. Hey, Dania. So let's ask this then. We said he wasn't alone. For you guys that watched the first trial with me, y'all know this Jeep been on my nerves really bad. Really bad. What do you feel like when it comes to the Jeep now? Let me elaborate. For me, I could not understand why some people saw the Jeep, some people didn't see the Jeep, right? I couldn't understand it. But now I'm thinking it's not, the Jeep was there. It's just that Jeep was not where Jim McKay put it. I think it was parked in the driveway. Remember, Brian Albert said he had to come out of the driveway so that they could get in the driveway. I just think that's what it is now. I just think that's what it is. The Jeep, they were trying to put that Jeep at the mailbox, and it was not at the mailbox. And I think that's why there's this discrepancy about where the Jeep was. And because some people are like, damn, was he not in the Jeep? Was he really in the Ford Edge? Well, he was clearly in the Jeep. I just think they were putting it in the wrong place. Gwen says, I think the Jeep was in a place where she could not go back and hit him. Could not reverse over John. Okay.
And that's the thing. I'm like,
here again,
cars out there. She ain't hit no mailbox. She ain't hit no tree. She didn't hit nothing but John.
Exactly.
And she's supposedly drunk. Like this, just.
Ash, I do think somebody picked up Colin.
Not
I do think someone picked him up. Jasmine, I still don't know that. Now that's crazy to me, Jasmine. I don't know why they would put that Jeep at the mailbox when, like Brianna said, if she backed up and hit him, that Jeep would have stopped her. How was she drunk enough to hit him, but she was sober enough to not hit that truck? Don't get that one. Merch, are you up here?
Yes, I think the comment just blocks them, but I see someone below me.
Hey y'all.
Hey girl.
How you doing today?
Good. How are you? Happy Monday.
I know happy Monday. But I just want to say that car driving off, I don't know if that was him, just because.
Did she drop y'all?
No, girl.
Oh no, she didn't drop. She right there. I be trying. Jasmine, the only thing that I can think of is the Jeep was in
my bad. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now.
All right, so I just feel like when he dipped behind that Jeep, how did he get way over there to the far right to come around that curb like that without us seeing him walk across? So that's why I say that's not him in that car. Because if you look, that car looked like kind of like around the curve from the far right. And
then so again, you're saying too, what Yates is saying, he was not alone out there.
Right. Not saying it was anybody like Brian Albert or anything, but I don't think he was alone.
Got you. I could agree with that. And not just really the car. It was a lot going on. I can agree with that. But why? Here's the thing too, though. By this time, don't you think they would have seen it on camera, guys, if it was somebody out there? Hold up. I take it back because it's 3 years and we're just getting this video.
True. Yeah. They've been real shady.
I take that back.
It's crazy. I feel like, I know they still not, but I really want them to call Higgins. Call him, please, and tell him what what happened? I thought you butt down. How to butt down your phone in your hand?
How you caught on 4K line like that?
Live.
But you guys are assuming that he is going to like admit to it. Do you think he will actually admit to
That it was him?
No, he gonna say he forgot.
Him, like, do y'all think he gonna say like, damn, I must have been mistaken? And then the next thing would be,
no.
Well, did you you don't think so? What you think, Yates? Let's go.
I think he's going to stand on what he said, and that just because he had his phone out doesn't mean he was making a phone call.
He just had it on his ear.
He may have just it wasn't necessarily on his ear. It was right here.
Man, that man was making a phone call. Ain't no way you gonna hold your phone up like that in the snow, letting it get all wet, and you ain't on
I'm
it.
telling you what I think he's gonna say, not what I think happened.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, I mean, he gonna lie for
He
sure.
was absolutely making a phone call. He was on the phone. I have no doubt.
Yeah.
I'm just he's not. I don't see him admitting to it. No.
No, I don't even.
What do you do with this information if you got Higgins on the stand? What do you do with it?
At that point, you don't argue too hard. You let the jury decide, because the jury's gonna be like, "You think I'm dumb? You think I'm stupid?"
Okay.
But honestly, at this point, if I was a juror, my whole notebook of Higgins, I'd rip that paper out and throw it in the trash. I mean, not Higgins, of Yuri, rip it out, throw it in the trash. Because
not credible.
You didn't say this man talked about calling her the R word, calling her no ass, no this, no nudes. And you said it was done, you know.
He was so nasty, y'all. Like,
and comfortable.
I mean,
comfortable.
Are you guys? I have a question.
Yes.
Are you guys honestly shocked?
No.
Like, does any of that actually surprise you?
But I feel like Proctor, at least in the last trial, said, you know, I shouldn't have done that. It wasn't professional. I feel like if Yuri would have taken the same route and said, you know what, it wasn't professional. He texted us. I responded by liking, shouldn't have done it. It would have probably came off a little bit better. Proctor, I mean, Yuri coming off worse than Proctor, and he the supervisor. Like,
that's what's so crazy. I said, Yuri, they put you up here because they didn't want to put Proctor, and you worse. But to answer your question too, Yates, let me say this. I am shocked. I am surprised because this is a problem I have. I do try to see the good in people. And I was just shocked that a police officer that early into the investigation would be saying those things about that woman, Yates. It shocked me. I was like,
Mel, assume that after every call there's a police group chat of them just shit talking the people they just said.
Yates, I'll never look at the police again because of this. Well, not just this case, but those group texts. I'm like,
yeah. And I feel like it's one thing to talk about, like, you know, her character and stuff like that, but it's another, you just talking about no nudes, like you violating the very personal area of her life, and you talking about like
nudes.
That's crazy.
And the fact that you know this girl got a whole bag, like she been fighting cancer, like you know this.
You know this.
No.
I have a question because thank you for bringing that, Brianna. Do y'all know how you can hide pictures on your phone?
Yeah.
They extract my phone. Are they gonna see the pictures hidden too?
Yes. They ain't hidden. Not for real.
Yes.
Yeah, they hidden. They ain't hidden.
They pull your stuff from the cloud.
Face ID. You have to use Face ID to open my photos and my text messages.
That is all getting extracted. 1,000%.
Yep.
I think I need a new iCloud.
They gonna get the cloud too.
Just destroy it like the rest of them did.
I'm going to a military base. Who can take me to the military base?
Colonel.
I need somebody to get me to a military base, please.
Aaron, exactly. And they're going to see that you hit it.
But I do got a question though.
Oh, but it's not going to say, but if I deleted it, it's not going to say that though, right? Because I didn't really delete it because I never actually took the picture. This is going to be my defense. I'm going to use this. I never took the picture, so I don't know how it got deleted.
Lies. Hey, but I got a question. What y'all think he was doing out there, going back and forth between them cars, though?
I think he really was trying to build his alibi moving. Listen, I said I came here to move cars. I'm gonna move some cars.
But how
He ain't move nothing.
He did though. I thought he did.
I ain't seen nothing but that one car move, and I don't even know if that was him.
And okay, well, going with that theory, I do believe. I said that too. I said, damn, he got to move something. And why would you go up there for one car?
He was up there for something else.
But if
he
you
just
knew
used that as a reason,
if you knew it was cameras and you was trying to use the cameras as your alibi, why would you be on the phone, dead center?
Man, on the good camera, on the good one.
Close enough that they can see every wrinkle on your face. Like, why? That makes no sense.
They didn't think it was gonna go this far.
So I agree with Fran. Where was it?
Fran,
it looked like he was getting supplies, moving them to his car. I think because at one point they said someone had a bag, someone had a push broom.
True. It don't look good. That's all I know.
No.
Now let's think about this, guys. Everybody, because I know a lot of us, we have watched bits and pieces. How do you think the jury is feeling about this cover up, her being framed after seeing Brian Higgins, hearing the text messages, seeing Yuri on the stand and how he's acting? Do you think, and we know we can't predict what the jury will say, but do you think there is a juror saying this doesn't look good?
I think this was the most gotcha Legally Blonde moment that you're gonna get.
The Sally Port video.
The fact that you saw him on the phone and they're supposed to be testifying that it was a butt dial. To me, well, I don't know. Has that come out yet? They butt dial? That it was a butt dial?
No, that was last trial.
It didn't come out this trial.
They may not be calling any of the Alberts. They may not be calling anyone from the house in this trial.
Which looks bad, if you ask me.
Are they going to call? Has Higgins testified yet?
He may not be called. He was in the house. He may not be called.
I would just be wondering what's going on if I was the jury. Because we know obviously more information. We hadn't even got to his body yet and how it doesn't match being hit by a car. So after they see all that and hear that Higgins try to say, "Oh, it was a butt dial like Jim McCabe," it's going to make them question all this even more. Because I feel like they're just like, "What in the world right now? Like, kind of what are we looking at?" But it all makes sense to him in a little bit.
Sarah talked about this, and I agree. I think it's worse if you don't call Higgins than it is to not call Proctor.
You think?
Higgins over Proctor? Is it wait? Is it because Higgins could be an actual potential suspect and needs to defend himself versus Proctor? Why do you explain it to me? Hey, Frenchie.
And I refer you back to Sarah's video, but basically you can get most of Higgins' investigation out through other people.
Higgins didn't investigate anything.
Exactly. And again, is it bad? Absolutely. I do think that they absolutely should call Proctor. But I think there's still a lot to get out through Higgins, though. The butt dials, what he was doing out there. I mean, he's being brought up in a lot of ways, and I'm not saying that he needs to get out there and defend himself because, in theory, no one has to do that. But if I was the Commonwealth, I would absolutely want to clear up some things that the defense has brought up.
Did you say Tory Lanez was stabbed in prison?
Yikes.
I'm not finna go down that hole. I'm not gonna do it. I see how Satan trying to not gonna do that. Not gonna do it. But but are you saying, so you feel like with Higgins, we would get more reasonable doubt with him than we would Proctor. Because I could see that, because you got the butt dials, they're gonna cross him hard on those. Then you got his relationship with Karen, trying to find his motive. Like I think he will be more interesting than Proctor just messing some stuff up.
I just think that Higgins has been brought up in a bunch of ways by Commonwealth and defense, mainly the defense. And I think the Commonwealth would just be stupid to not call him.
I don't think they're gonna call him back.
I think they're stupid for calling Aruba girl. So I mean,
Well, I think that's irrelevant as hell. I don't see how that matters at all.
I don't know. This, I feel like it's so much because I'm trying to remember pieces of last trial and what's already been brought out from the last trial, and then what hasn't been brought out. And I'm just thinking, like, if the jury doesn't know about the supposed butt dials, the 2 supposed butt dials from last trial, and why that's like important, and maybe AJ is leading up to that. Maybe like this just, he building up to that part, but like I don't even know what honestly the prosecution or the Commonwealth is thinking, and like how they're trying to try their case. Like it's all over the place.
All over the place. I think it's a mess.
Brianna, were you on the live? Now what day did we watch that Boston 25 doc? Did you watch that with us, Brianna?
Mm-mm.
It was over the weekend. Okay. During that doc, AJ was asked, like, do you think the prosecution has put justice to the side and they just want to convict Karen, basically? And he was like, yeah, I know there are prosecutors in there who this is their goal, to convict her. He also said that he knows that there are people who don't want to try this case, and kind of hinted to the fact, and people were saying this, that no one in that office wanted to try the case. And that's why they went to go get Hank. And then we're seeing this in real time.
That's just so crazy to me, because like, and I feel like AJ is doing such a good job of saying, y'all just went with the first suspect that said, did I hit him, and ran with it. You didn't investigate none of the people that was in the house. You didn't investigate none of the people that came to the scene afterwards. You didn't do anything. You didn't do anything to even try and prove your theory. Like, all you did was ran with, did I hit him, did I hit him, did I hit him? Change it to, I hit him, and just said, well, she's going to go down for it.
Mm-hmm. I think that's it.
Yes. It's so many things. Like, even if she did do it, I mean, yeah, even she did like kill John, it's so many things that they did afterwards that they really just helping her to prove, like, it's too much doubt to just say, yeah, it was her.
I think that's the problem, Brianna. The problem is, even if you went with if you believe Karen did it, right? If you are a person who said she absolutely hit John with her car, that everyone in that house's actions after the fact are too suspect for you to believe that they didn't have something to hide.
Yep.
And I'm like, why is the best defense y'all can think of butt dials? Like, why? Where do y'all get that from?
Everybody. It was Jen, Brian, Albert, and Brian Higgins. Like, everyone said butt dials.
But I'm like, baby, unless you just don't have a passcode on your phone, sometimes I can't even open my phone with Face ID. And you telling me that it's just randomly open?
Well, I had a butt dial this week, and yes, I bust out laughing. Pretty can attest to this. I was talking to Pretty, and I was talking to her trying to figure something out about the chat or something, and I hung up from her. In the midst of hanging up for her, I had to pick up Barchi and the other dog's toys, and then I looked down and my phone was ringing again. And I hung up quickly. Then I called her back and said, hey, my bad, that was a butt dial.
But you do it. Like, my mama will call me, we would talk, hang up, and then she called me back, and all I hear is her background, whatever.
What
like,
is going on? I see this trial.
But to me, if you hadn't if you hadn't like, okay, I don't know. I guess it's like you had to have called that person recently.
Like just called them.
Yeah, just called them for it to butt dial again.
And even then, you don't do like 10 in a row like they did.
Key, it was in my hand. It was actually in my hand. It was in my hand, and it was so funny because we watched this trial. And when I tell you, if I see a forward edge, I think about this trial. Every time somebody talks about drinking a lot, I think about this trial. So when I accidentally called her, the first thing I said, it was a butt down. It's too much. It's too much.
I don't know. He can look thick, so he'll look. You can see him walking down that aisle.
Oh yeah, for people that are on here who are iPhone users, yes, they have a $95 million lawsuit. They have settled. I think it's $20 per phone. Baby, I've had plenty of phones since whatever that date is. So I'm doing it for myself, Mariah, and LJ, and probably my group chat. I think someone said it's 3 days left. You should have received an email today. I did check my email. I had one. I saw it when I was on the live, but I said, is this a spam? Is this real? And y'all got it too. So fill it out, guys. That $100 might hit one day and it'll be a little gas or something, some groceries or something. But make sure you guys fill it out. But what were you saying, Merch?
I don't forgot what I was saying now. Hey, but I do know, man, why I wake up and talk to myself dreaming about this damn case. My girlfriend was like, what were you talking about? I said, that damn Carrie.
Merch, I think everybody in our lives is like, we can't wait till that damn trial is over.
I need a resolution, and it better be my girl's free.
Key, I will send it. I'll send you the form. Send me your email. I'll send you the form or something. It should be a pretty a standard form. Oh, they said we have until July 2nd. So good. It's not just 3 days. Nikki says, so the email is not spam because it looks like spam.
I didn't get no email. I need to.
Let me see the email again, y'all.
But I do just go through and mark all my emails unread, so I don't really care.
What?
I don't really.
All we need to do is verify the attorneys that are on the suit. So we gonna figure it out. Ash, okay. Yeah, let me, before I send this email to anybody, let me verify that this email is legit. Okay. I'm gonna have to do some research on the company that's on here, and then we'll figure it out.
Lopez voice assistant.
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna verify before you start filling stuff out, because y'all will not be out here talking about Melanie got you spammed. Okay.
To my spam anyway.
I went to your spam. Maybe check your spam.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna figure out if it's real, because we could all be getting spam like they sent those toll messages to everybody.
Man, they blow me up.
We gotta verify it's legit.
One of my sources, she put on Facebook and was like, I got these text messages about, these tolls, and I don't want to have to owe no money. Is this real? I'm like, girl, what tolls do we have in Memphis? Memphis does not have tolls. Why would you?
Memphis?
Yes. I'm like, where would you tolls from? She does
not have tolls.
Not a toll in sight.
We don't even have tolls in Memphis. Why are you? Delete that message.
Delete it and keep it. Somebody sent me one the other day. I started to text back and curse them out, but I was like, you know what? Then they'll know this is a real number. Just send it to spam.
I answer. I go back and forth.
Thank you.
I gotta stop because my mama got scammed by Cash. Somebody on Cash App, child.
I almost got scammed by somebody on Cash App. Then they talked so bad to me when I figured out it was a scam. They were telling me they were my friend, and they were asking for $125. This is one of my close friends. So I'm like, okay, but it just wasn't sounding right. I said, let me call her. She like, girl, that is not me. And they had tried to do someone else like that. I said, well, thank you, because I was about to send them the money. Then they started, they cursed me out. They must have been called me black and bald head. I said, Lord,
Lord.
My socials. I said,
let us know you. Somebody tried to scam me on Instagram. It was like they had already hacked one of my friends' page, and they were like, she models, so they sent a link saying vote for her, and like if you signed in, you can sign in through your Instagram, and then that's how they like hack. So when I clicked the link, I was like, this look a little suspicious. I'm not gonna do that. And then as soon as I closed the browser out, the Instagram page DM me was like, make sure you complete the form, make sure you vote. And I said, oh no, you got to be
Well, when people do that to me on Instagram, I always now, because I've been got similarly to that, I always ask a question only the person would know. So one of my homeboys, I said, hey, where you know me from? And they were like, what? I said, yeah, where did we meet? They said basketball. I knew then. I met this boy in high school. Basketball. I never played basketball. So you always got to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, you always got to do something like that. She said Fit lawyer got scammed out of $1,000 because she thought she was receiving the money, but it was God damn.
Oh,
They be sending me that too on like Twitter and stuff. They be like, if you had $1,000, if I sent you $1,000 right now, what would you do with it? I was like, I don't know. Send it and let's see.
So y'all, so that we can make this simple, because it's a lot of you guys saying send it to me. To make this simple, they said that you can go to the news, like Google it. There's a link. What did you guys say? It was on CBS News. Just go to CBS News and you should be able to hit the link. See, Key, don't tick me off. What I'm like packages, I just don't even read them anymore. Well, T, I'm not about to send it to anyone. She said, I'm not about to send it to anyone because I just don't want to mess nothing up. But they say it's on CBS News. Missy said Business Insider, so you guys can go from there and then get the information for the link. And Aaron, thank you so much. There's a website with the relevant information for you all so that you can search it from there. I don't want to mess anybody up. Don't want to do anything crazy. And then it's like a lot of people like, send it to me. I don't want you guys, your money to be dependent on me.
Well, Mel said.
Yeah, we're gonna put it back on you. CBS News and Business Insider. They have it. They have it for you there. And yeah, because they're saying now there's a code in there specific to me. And I have 5 claims myself that I'm going to do. Plus, I'm doing Mariah and LJ right along with it.
These colors look real scammy.
You said the colors?
Yeah, you know, like when the pages be having like red writing and green and blue and all, it just look real scammy to me. But I'm going to trust y'all. I'm going to let y'all do it first.
As long as you do it from a good link, then that's fine. So Brianna Merch, after today, how are you guys, who is, in your opinion, doing the best job of telling their story? The defense or the prosecution?
The defense. The prosecution just up there just talking, I feel like.
I think the prosecution has a story to tell. Like,
they don't know.
They don't. They little long.
Because how you gonna be trying to try Karen Reed, but all we talking about is Proctor and Jim McCabe, and now we stuck on Higgins.
Because you
really, come on.
You ain't told me what you really have not like definitively told me how or why Karen hit him.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't even proved that he been hit by a car to me, honestly.
And we, on this channel, we say defendly. They have not definitively told you. Definitively. It was so funny because Bev corrected him and he said, yeah, definitively.
I want him back so bad. He was so funny.
I don't know if Trooper Paul's coming back, Merch. I said that this
was so funny.
I don't know if he's coming back.
That dude was up there sweating, gulping, all that.
Trooper Paul got to come back.
I don't think he's coming back, guys.
Ain't no troopers on the year.
They may have a new accident reconstructionist. I don't know if Trooper Paul.
That is not his title.
Yes, it is.
He sure was.
Let me tell you, y'all. Karen said, hopefully they put someone on the stand with advanced education. I said, now you don't have to talk about Trooper Paul. Associate's degree. You don't have to throw him under the bus.
From the community college.
You don't have to do that for Trooper. Listen,
Trooper Paul is working on his son's 3rd grade project out there.
And still ain't pass it.
He working in math class.
Yeah.
Poor baby failing.
So I really want AJ to get up there. If Trooper Paul gets on the stand, I need AJ to ask some math questions again. Like how that Amish lady, like how that Amish lady was on the stand. Ask her them questions. I just want to see Trooper Paul answer.
He can't.
Not Amish lady though.
Key said she did say Amish. Key said,
oh, she did.
Neither. No. I'm talking about Brianna Murray.
Oh, okay. I thought the lady said. I was like, damn.
Brianna. He said, honestly, neither side for me. The defense just been pointing out their corruption and lies. Then they are telling their story because that's their story.
That's their story. They're not trying to say who actually killed John. They're just saying it wasn't Karen.
It wasn't Karen. It was a collective effort to make sure she is the one who takes the blame.
But who did it? We still don't know.
We don't. That's the problem. Is it's so many theories. This case that got me back watching First 48 Child. So I'm really admiring.
I can't do First 48. I just can't.
It shocked me. Honestly, I said, was I really watching First 48 as a child? Because it was some bodies for real, like just not even blurry. And I said, oh.
First 48 is a lot. But I watch Criminal Minds. I like First 48, and I think I tell people this all the time. I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, South Memphis, and Bunker Hill. I had no clue Memphis was that bad of a city until First 48 came out. I said, and it always leads me to believe that when you hang around a certain group of people, you're not going to be privy to that information. Like, unless you watch the news or something, I just didn't know.
Thanks.
Yeah, we was in Westwood. We had our own we lived in a cove, so it was just all old people in the cove. Outside of, we had one crackhead family friend. We only had one crackhead in our family.
I feel like it was one.
I ain't experienced nothing. So I ain't know none of that done.
Brianna, now I know two. One of them named Stuffy. Now I know two. But when I was growing up, it just wasn't, I mean, on my street at least, it wasn't super crazy. Maybe on other streets, it probably, but I mean, my mama was the type of mom, I really didn't leave my street a lot. So I don't really know about all of that.
Only reason I knew about certain things was because, like you said, First 48, and because my mama worked in schools, so she would be talking about like, oh, you know, a student didn't come back because they're either in jail or something happened to them. But other than
I didn't even know kids went to jail, y'all. Like,
I'm saying
I don't have a friend who has ever, like when we were in school, I didn't have one friend who was in trouble like that. Like I just didn't.
The only person who I had in my family, I think I told you, my great grandma, she adopted two girls like in her 50s, I think. And so one of them, cool, you know, educated, went to college, all that. The other one, she was in and out of juvenile, in and out of jail the whole time. So like that's the only experience I had with her, because the police in our neighborhood, the house, because my great grandma would be calling her. One day she threw a brick at her. One day she punched the mirror. My great grandma, she didn't even get out the bed. She just leaned over
and called
and said, "Y'all better come and get us." It's the only experience I got.
No, I just, you know, I didn't know this type of stuff that, you know, when I'm hearing stories today from children who, man, and I hate to bring this person up, but there is a certain rapper who said they slept on the floor because they didn't have a mattress or something. I said, like, you know how people normally say they put the mattress on the floor? Like, you didn't even have a mattress? I don't know anything about that. And I don't know. I did not have friends who that was their reality. You know, I've had friends who may not have been privy to some of the things that I had access to as a kid, but not like that. So it's
bad.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
We had our 10-year high school reunion last year, And when I tell you, the people was like, "Oh yeah, you know, I was locked up." I said, "Locked up?
Locked up.
What you been doing?"
What was you doing?
You gotta thank God. And Alice, yes, I know what a pallet is, Alice, but I'm just gonna be real, child. I wasn't making pallets because there was not a bed in the house. I was making pallets because maybe it was 4 of us spending the night at the house, and we
Right.
like I don't know that.
A little sleepover.
A sleepover or something, you know, like, and I'm
not at my house.
Yeah, I'm very thankful for that. Because I think as children, we don't think about, like, I always say this, when I was a kid, I didn't have everything I wanted, but I had everything I needed. You know, and that's a difference. And when you become a parent and you get older, you start appreciating things like that.
Yeah, Miss, I did clutch my pearls because once I found out why he went to jail, I was shook.
The person at the reunion.
Yes, he went to jail because he unalived his stepdaddy because he was beating on his mama.
Child, I didn't think it was.
And I was joking with him because he brought all his kids. I said, "Dang, you got a boatload of kids." And he was like, "You know, I got out of jail. I had to sow my oath." I said, "Jail,
run it back."
Clutching the pearls.
Right now, Brianna's my son's age. She would be a good match for my oldest. Not you out here acting like Jaden Daniels' mama.
Right.
Jaden Daniels said she know what a good person looks like. She know what her son needs. I said, you know what? This too much. Exactly, Ash. Exactly. So I think that's different. She said first witness on the stand for Diddy. Today is Monday.
Yep.
I thought they said they were just going to be done with jury selection. I didn't know they were going to start today. Shalon, let's not say that in the chat. Please.
Y'all think he gonna go down?
I need to see what all the evidence is.
I know. I want to know. I wish they filmed this.
Yeah, I need to see the list of the evidence. That's it.
Key, please. Key, please. Ma'am. Just go in and your door finally let you loose.
Oh, hold up, y'all. They say we back. Hold up. Let me put it back. Let me put it up because I don't see it up. I didn't see the last time I looked at this clock, it was 1:24. Now they still playing their meditation music. He's 6'8" and he loves his mother.
Oh, okay, right now. Send the details.
Send the Instagram page.
Yeah, send the where he live right now.
Missy, I hate to say it, but I'm gonna have to own it. I hadn't been good in that department.
That's how I know I've been around too long because I remember you were supposed to be doing your matchmaking services as complete of
don't be this person up here, Brianna.
And
hold up, y'all. Because they're talking about this. Let me see.
Oh, they moving it.
Okay, y'all. All right.
All right.
Later.
Yeah.
All right.
May I inquire? I'm so sorry. I did it again. Thank you.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Just before the lunch break, Sergeant, I asked whether you had engaged in a discussion with the Commonwealth at a prior proceeding in which you were shown a video and you talked about the fairness and accuracy of that particular video in the Sally Port when the SUV was first pulled in. And you indicated that you did indicate that it was fair and accurate, correct?
Yes, back then, yes. Yeah.
I want to play a copy, a bit of that video, if I could, please, with the court's permission.
Is it in evidence?
It is not. I would ask that we mark.
Yeah, Yuri is up here at Steel. I just want to point that out.
Thumb drive.
He's still up here.
we marking this for identification, or is there an agreement it's going into evidence?
I'd like it in evidence.
We agree with the stipulation that it's authentic.
I'm not going to argue metadata issues or authenticity issues.
All right, so is there a stipulation that this is authentic? Okay, so folks, again, a stipulation means the parties agree. And with that, I will allow this into evidence as the next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter?
That's it.
I know he ready to get off. I
Okay,
thought he
now
was
you
talking
may-
about lunch.
Display it.
Thank you. Okay. Could we play beginning, what's the runtime, Mr. Wolk? This is at 5:37:03. If we could just play this forward for a couple of seconds. A little bit further.
So he probably almost done now, y'all. We're at the
Pause.
transport video.
Do you see what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
This is the video that you were shown at a prior proceeding, correct?
Yes, it is.
Does this appear to be the interior of the Sallyport at Canton PD?
Yes, it is.
And this is what you were questioned about regarding the SUV being pulled into the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
From a time frame standpoint, just the time frame, this is right after the SUV has been driven in from the flatbed after having been seized in Dighton, correct?
Yes, it was driven off of the flatbed after transportation from Dighton to Canton PD and driven into the Sallyport.
All right. You previously have identified individuals in this video, in this still shot, correct?
Yes.
And what you previously said, and then we'll get to subsequent testimony in a second, you previously indicated that the person to the right was you, person to the left, Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, previously I identified that being Michael Proctor. I was mistaken. That is not me on the right.
That would be the tow truck driver, correct?
That's correct.
That is, in fact, Michael Proctor, however, in the two-tone jacket, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as the video is portrayed, at least as we're looking at it, and I'll get to the next question next, as we're looking at it, it appears that we're looking at the right passenger side of the vehicle, as it appears in this video, correct?
That's correct.
And you see a timestamp and a date stamp on the bottom, correct?
It is present. I don't know what it says.
Okay, can we highlight that just a little bit? Can you see what that says?
I believe it says interior Sallyport back wall.
Okay.
537, maybe.
Okay. When you indicated that this was a fair and accurate depiction of the interior Sallyport when the SUV was brought in, you were specifically asked whether or not you or Michael Proctor approached or manipulated or touched the right rear taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
I don't remember the exact verbiage used, but in something along those lines, that's what was asked.
And you indicated that neither of you did, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But in point of fact, this video is backward, correct?
Yes, it is a mirror image of what is actually taking place as recorded by the camera.
Can we play this forward? Yes. Do you see where Mr. Proctor, let's go ahead and pause it. You see where Mr. Proctor went?
Yes, the video depicts him going to that portion of the vehicle, but we can't tell how close he is.
Okay. And the back, from all appearances, importantly, it appears to be the back driver's side, back left of the vehicle, correct?
That's the way it appears, yes.
Okay. Let's play this forward for a second. Pause. Can I ask you to pay special note to the far rear side of the vehicle, do you see what appears to be Mr. Proctor's head?
Yes.
As the tow truck driver walks past the rear of the vehicle, can you watch and tell me if you see Mr. Proctor do anything or move in any way? Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see any volitional movement by Mr. Proctor as the tow truck driver moved past him?
Yes, it appears if that is his head, it shifted weight.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop. Did you see a person that appeared to morph toward the back of the vehicle?
He said morph.
Right there.
There is some anomaly there with the footage, so it could possibly be used to describe that what took place.
Can you recognize that person?
I cannot know.
You indicated previously, does that person look large or small in stature?
I can't tell.
As compared to, for instance, Michael Proctor, whose head you can see above the car. What about this person? Taller, shorter than Michael Proctor?
I can't tell from here. I can't.
You indicated that Chief Berkowitz was a smaller statured person, correct?
This is the inverted video.
Never said that.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know his height.
Larger or smaller? Generally. How about this? Larger or smaller than you?
He's shorter than me.
Okay. Can you tell whether or not that is Chief Berkowitz?
I cannot know.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it for him.
Everybody out there.
And a little bit further. Pause. What does it appear that Mr. Proctor does at this point in the video?
He's walking.
Okay. Do you see anything in his hand?
I cannot tell from the video, but that he might be carrying something.
Remember we looked previously at a portfolio, black portfolio. Does it appear that he may have a black portfolio in his hand?
That is very likely, but I don't know exactly what he's carrying.
Okay.
The chief had died. Remember, Berkowitz died a couple months ago.
And did it appear that somebody just appeared at the front right, or sorry, the right-hand side of the screen toward the front of the SUV as well?
Yes, it appears that way, yes.
Okay. Let's take this down. I'd like to mark.
Me too, Shayla. I thought they were blaming him too because he died.
I have another electronic device, a thumb drive, that has another video on it, Your Honor. I'd like to have that marked as next in order. Court permission.
All right, so there's no objection, Mr. Wright?
No objection, thank you.
With 119?
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, what does this show?
Uh-oh.
It appears to be the mirror image of the previous footage. I don't know the exact timestamp there, but
Can we increase the date and time?
Right. They know.
Do you see, can you read the date and timestamp on this
Yes.
Chiron?
I cannot know.
It's because it's backward, correct?
I can't read it. I can't make it out, sir.
Can you make it any bigger, Mr. Wolk?
It's all backwards.
Does that appear to be backward?
Based on me recognizing some of the digits, it does appear to be backwards.
Okay, let's look at the whole screen again.
I'm happy they were able to do this in front of this
Sergeant,
group too.
Let's play this forward for just a quick second. Pause. Do you see Michael Proctor in this video?
I believe that's him. Yes.
And which side, and let's start with this. Do you agree that this is the correct version of the camera angle and the SUV as it pulled into the Sally Port?
This is the footage, the way that is depicted right now is very accurately very accurately represents what I remember from being there.
In fact, this side of the vehicle that we're looking at that's closest to us, that I'm highlighting on the screen to your right, that is in fact the driver's side of the vehicle, not the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The far side over here would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which area is Michael Proctor walking to? The left rear or the right rear in this footage?
It appears if that's him, he's walking to the right rear of the vehicle.
Can we play this forward? And do you see Mr. Proctor's head above the SUV?
Yes.
And watch him as the tow truck driver walks by. Did he appear to move?
He shifted weight, yes.
And it appears that there's another person that showed up in the footage, an anomaly of some sort, walking off screen left to right. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
Is Mr. Proctor still at the right rear taillight area?
He's in that general vicinity, yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. A little bit further. Pause. Can you see anything in his hand? Let me just ask it closed in. Do you see the portfolio in his hand?
It would not be unlikely that it's there, but I can't tell exactly what it is in his hand.
Let's play it forward.
But do y'all really
Do you see
think
anything in his hand now?
look this
Yes.
like right
Yes.
there?
So
I
it's
don't
going to
think
be
he did.
consistent with the black portfolio that we saw earlier.
Yes, it is, yes.
Damn, he would have had.
And he is now off screen, correct?
Yes.
So, in point of fact, Sergeant,
Damn.
when you were asked previously whether the prior video fairly and accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the Sally Port, that was not quite true, correct?
I'll allow it.
The way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that
It's not accurate then.
recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
But you would agree, at least, that the previous video showed exactly the opposite of what was true and correct, not just a mirror image. What is left is right, and what is right is left, correct?
Stages to that.
Would you agree that in point of fact, a mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene?
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in, and if it's mirrored, it's pulling in from left to right or right to left. It's still documenting the activity that's taking place.
Or if someone walks to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle,
It makes a
those
difference.
two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct,
And
yes.
you'll agree that the prior video that we showed, that you and I just talked about, the inverted video, appeared for all intents and purposes to show Michael Proctor stay away from the left, from the right rear taillight, walk all the way around and position himself to the left rear taillight. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection.
Do you agree with that? I allow it.
It appeared that that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
But in the corrected video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV. Correct?
Come on, Lips. Bye, Keitha.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In the corrected video, this video here, this unequivocally shows that Michael Proctor walked toward the right rear area of that SUV, where the right taillight is, correct?
Yes.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview, correct?
Can you zoom in on the time?
Not on this one, this is backwards.
I know that the SUV pulled into the garage at the Sally Port at 5:35, and we were still on scene at 5:51, almost 52. So yes, if that's timestamp before 5:51, before we left Canton PD, then yes, taillight pieces had already been found.
So 5:35, 5:37 is before the first taillight pieces were found.
Yeah.
I'd have to see a timestamp of when they were exactly found, but if
Well,
that,
let me ask you a different way. 5:37.
Before.
5:35 is before 5:35.
yes.
Catherine, Yuri is just really.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
I just know he ready to get off, and he got to send through Lally again. I mean, Hank. Okay, I think he's done a great job pointing out things or like clarifying things that I think were a little questionable last time.
Sergeant, Canton PD is about a mile and a half from 34 Fairview, is that right?
Approximately. I don't know the exact distance. I never measured it, but I would not be shocked if you were accurate in that.
Maybe a 3 or 4 minute drive.
Depending on the traffic conditions and the weather conditions, that could be a possibility, depending on the speed you travel.
3 or 4 minutes. AJ, sit with that for a minute.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, I have a photograph that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission. If I may approach.
Marked for identification.
Marked for identification for the time being.
Okay.
Today has been a great day for AJ. This has been a great day.
May I approach?
Yes. Let's mark it first, please.
Thank you.
Paris, you better stay away from over there.
Let me take a look.
Thank you. Let me ask you a couple of other questions. We just looked at the videos of the interior of the Sally Port. Harkening back to what we just looked at, the corrected video, there would also be a camera on the other side of that Sally Port garage pointing down toward the right rear taillight area of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
There's a camera situated on the opposite side. We'd be looking at that camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay, taking a look at that photograph, I know the quality of it, but can you tell if that appears to be a still image from that camera?
I wish. Wait a minute, what?
Yes, it appears to be a still image from that video camera.
I'd ask that this be moved into evidence, Your Honor.
Is there an objection?
No objection, thank you.
Oh, I think this the one we can't see, guys. It's really bad video, remember?
Thank you.
We can't see a thing from this one. Y'all remember this video? It looks like it's blue, and we
If we
can't.
could display this for the jurors, Your Honor, just the photograph.
Y'all remember this video? The one that would
Do you see what's
show.
depicted? I know the photograph that you're holding is very poor quality. This
Yeah, I
it's a
remember.
little easier with this lighting. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry, your laser was bouncing off on the ceiling. I
I was trying to
apologize.
make it easier for you.
Yeah.
This photograph here.
Yeah.
That appears to be the seized SUV belonging to the defendant, with it being situated inside the Sallyport.
And what is that vehicle there?
It's an antique police cruiser.
And who is this person?
I do not know who that is.
Does that look like Michael Proctor?
Could be.
I don't know. I'd have to get a zoom in. I don't know.
Would that be, does he have glasses on?
I don't know.
Could be Chief Berkowitz.
It could be Chief Berkowitz. I don't know.
Can you tell me the date that's on the the date and timestamp at the bottom?
I cannot. I think I might be able to make it out in the actual photograph you printed out. Could I
Okay.
take a look at that?
Sure.
It's a lot
Please, Your Honor.
going on, Alice. God damn, I'm tired. You can't keep up with all of this. What the hell Chief Burke doing?
It appears the time is 11:08 and 59 seconds in the morning of possibly January 30th of 2022.
Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this back out full frame.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you, do you have a point of reference? Does that appear to be the interior camera facing the other direction where the SUV was depicted in the Sallyport earlier?
It's the opposite of what we had viewed earlier, diagonally across, I believe.
So this would be the right rear of the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now I'd like to ask you to take a look at a video. Now that we have that point of reference, do I have a final video?
They all tired, DD. Look at old Lally. Barely even get to ask Lally a question, man. They gonna have to get the recap once we get through it. Once we do a break, we'll tell you. It's been crazy today. Thank you, Cass.
Next in order, Your Honor.
It's been crazy.
Next in order, so there's no objection, Mr. Brennan?
I have no objection to that being entered, no.
He does, Aaron. He looks like he's in timeout. It's been a live day. A lot has popped off today.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we present this? Go ahead and play it. Pause. Can you make out, now that that's paused, can you make out what's depicted toward the top of the screen?
Yes, it appears to be a distorted image of that antique police cruiser.
Okay. And does the area next to the police cruiser appear to be empty? Some snow on the ground?
Yes, it does. Actually, yes, it does look that way, yes.
Okay. So there's nothing next to the police cruiser, at least at this point, correct?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Can we take a look at the timestamp on this document or on this frame? I'd ask you to let the jurors know if you can see what the actual run time is on this.
I could see the timestamp. I don't know the runtime, what it's going to be.
It's 5:07, 10 or 12, something like that.
That's the timestamp, yes.
Okay.
Yes, PM.
Now, if we could just play this forward, go back to full screen.
Y'all, what day was it? Did y'all? Okay, on the 29th.
Pause. Now, how many seconds would you estimate, just in your head, just went by in real time?
Approximately 5 seconds.
Okay. Do you see something in the video now?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears to be the seized Lexus SUV.
And now let's look at the timestamp.
Because Cass, what's about to happen?
What time is that?
5:47 p.m.
So in about, according to your testimony, in about 5 seconds, the time jumped from before the SUV was in the Sally Port to about 5:50 p.m. after the SUV had already arrived and is now situated in the Sally Port, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The time frame that we just saw earlier of about 5:35, 5:36 or so, with you and, I'm sorry, with the tow truck driver and Michael Proctor in the video. That is not in this video. It's not captured in this video.
It did not present itself, no.
Another instance, guys, where the videos are jumping ahead within seconds.
That's all I have now.
Finally done. Well done, AJ. Well done. Well done, AJ. Now, what is Hank going to come up here and try to fix? Oh, hell no, y'all. Hank got 2 big binders.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You had just asked questions about some of the video footage from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you further questions about that. In your investigation, did you obtain camera footage from a number of different angles from the Canton Police Department Sallyport area?
I did.
And one of those series of footages, did that include the interior Sallyport back wall for January 29, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Is that the video that appears inverted, and then we saw the second where it was present as you would see it?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at that video? Did you invert the video in any way?
No, I did not.
Did you investigate and learn whether or not there was any other video in addition to that interior Sallyport back wall where video was set up by the town of Canton that appears inverted rather than forward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, the investigation revealed that multiple cameras had a lens applied to it that was inverted.
In addition to the Canton Police Department Sallyport interior back wall, where else did you learn around town there was video that appears inverted?
I believe it is inside the Canton PD, the hallways, possibly. And if I am not mistaken, the other locations within the town of Canton. And the,
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask the question. No, is that your answer? Is that your final answer?
I wasn't finished, but yes.
May we approach briefly?
Jurors, I'm going to strike the portion of the answer that follows hallways of the Canton PD.
And sir, when you obtained the video from the interior Sallyport back wall, which was inverted, did you provide a copy of it?
Yes, I did.
When you looked at that video, does it have time and date stamps on it?
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce a copy of that.
Exhibit 122.
When you provided the video for January 29, 2022, for that inverted video, did you do any further investigation to see if it was an anomaly that happened just on that date, or whether that was historically the way the video appeared?
I'll look into that matter, produced the fact that it's been recording that way previously to January 29th.
Why did you want to historically go back and see if it was historically the same way?
To show that it had not been manipulated or altered in any way, and it was accurately recording what was taking place on January 29th, 2022.
As part of the investigation, was there video taken from January 1st, 2022?
Yes.
And is that before January 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to approach and move to introduce this.
Okay.
Exhibit 123.
Do you know how many cameras are inside the Sallyport?
I don't know exactly. I know that there's at the very least 2 inside the Sallyport.
You were shown a still photograph, not from the inverted video, but from a different video or a different camera.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that photograph?
I do.
And you were asked about gaps in time.
Mhm.
Do you know what the health was of that camera around that time?
I do not know.
Did you obtain and look at video from that camera?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce. I had you look at this before. Introduce it. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the Sallyport videos, the original disc or thumb drive. I apologize, not disc.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 124.
When you saw that dark photograph, you later saw a picture that was clearer, and you were asked questions about that. Do you know whether or not the video from that Sallyport area was clarified?
It was.
What does clarified mean?
It means it was enhanced to look clearer.
And that image you saw, was that a clarified photograph taken from the video that was not clarified?
It appears that way, yes.
Do you know who clarified the video?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
This guy. Getting you a zip drive, you know what is on that?
Yes,
What is it?
it's Sallyport clarified video from the front wall.
Thank you. I moved into this as an exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
Exhibit 125.
With the court's permission, could I play a portion of the clarified video for the jury?
Yes.
With Ms. Gilman's assistance, could you take us to the clarified video of the Sallyport, and could you take us to about 5:35? As Ms. Gilman searches, I have other questions I can proceed with.
Okay, we'll turn the light on again, please. Go ahead, thank you.
Did you obtain video of outside the Sallyport to show what time the tow truck arrived with the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can you and I, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a disc containing CPD exterior Sallyport video.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 126.
Similarly, did you obtain video from the front driveway of the Canton Police Department depicting the arrival of the defendant's Lexus?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you another item. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's Canton PD driveway video.
And is this a copy of the video you obtained?
Yes, it is.
I will move this into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 127.
Do you recall when you arrived with the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022, what time you reached the Sallyport?
To the best of my recollection, it was 5:35 p.m. is when the vehicle was placed into the Sallyport.
When you left Dighton after the tow truck lifted the defendant's Lexus and put it on the tow truck, did you follow the tow truck back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
Did the tow truck stop at any point between Dighton and Canton Police Department?
Other than red traffic lights, no.
When you were following, how were you following the tow truck?
I was keeping a safe distance, always keeping line of sight behind the vehicle. I was following it from Dighton residence all the way to Canton PD.
Was Michael Proctor with you in your truck?
Yes, he was.
Did you take any detours on your trip back to the Canton Police Department?
No, we followed the truck driver. He led the way.
At any point, did you take any turns to Fairview Road?
No.
Did you know whether or not there was a CERT team at Fairview Road searching while you were driving back to the Canton Police Department?
I knew one was dispatched, yes.
Did you go to Fairview Road to speak to any of the CERT team members?
No.
Did you watch the CERT team members conduct their search?
No, I did not.
In any way, did you, at any point during that search, see it happening?
No, I did not, no.
When the CERT team members were there, do you remember that they arrived at 4:54 and 4:56?
I don't have a specific memory, but I know that they arrived sometime between that hour.
When you arrived at the Sallyport, at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus, what was your understanding of where the CERT team was?
My understanding was they were at 34 Fairview.
When you first arrived around 5:37 at the Canton Police Department. Were any members of the CERT team at the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Lay a foundation.
Now, I asked you, do you remember about what time you got back to the Canton Police Department? Do you know specifically what time you got back?
I know we pulled in to the driveway at 5:30 p.m.
And did you see some of the timestamps that you were shown on cross-examination?
Yes.
Did you see the timestamp 5:37:18 when it was shown to you by the defense?
Yes.
At that time, when you were arriving and bringing the defendant's Lexus into the Sallyport, was there any CERT team members at the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were there any troopers who were speaking to you or receiving items or evidence from you or Trooper Proctor?
Absolutely not.
Was there any items exchanged between you and or Trooper Proctor and anybody else for that matter that you saw?
No.
While you were at the Canton Police Department in the Sallyport area, do you remember how long you stayed in that area?
Approximately 15, 20 minutes.
And so you were asked when the first items were found at Fairview Road. Do you remember that it was around 5:45?
Yes.
So at the time those items were first found at Fairview Road, where were you and Michael Proctor?
At Canton Police Department.
When you were at the Canton Police Department and you had brought the Lexus back, did you ever see Michael Proctor leave the Canton Police Department without you?
No.
You ever see him hop in a car and take a drive?
No.
A 3-minute drive or a 4-minute drive?
No.
Did you ever see him leave for a 6-minute, 7-minute trip?
Objection, Your Honor.
You've made your point. Next question.
When you were at the Canton Police Department, were you separate or with Michael Proctor?
We were together. Not obviously tied at the hip, but we were within eyesight, traveling together.
After you left the Sallyport area, did you and Michael Proctor immediately leave the Canton Police Department?
No, we stuck around.
Why did you stick around at the Canton Police Department?
To make sure that evidence was properly being protected with yellow tape around it. And we were making plans to go get dinner.
When you were making plans, did you go anywhere else in the police department after you left the Sallyport area?
Yes, I believe we went to the conference room.
Was there anybody else that you saw in the police department when you went to the conference room with Mr. Proctor?
I remember talking to Chief Berkowitz in the police department. We were in the dispatch area at one point in time as well. So there was multiple people that observed us there.
At any point, did you give any items to Chief Berkowitz?
No.
At any point, did you ever see Michael Proctor hand or give an item to Chief Berkowitz?
Absolutely not.
You said Michael Proctor had a folder with him.
Yes.
Is that typical in an investigation?
Yes.
Did you ever see him place taillight or any item in that folder?
No, that would be absurd.
Did you ever see him retrieve an item or taillight pieces and give it or sneak it over to Chief Berkowitz?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor ever hand any piece of taillight to Chief Berkowitz or any other officer for that matter?
No.
The entire time you were there, did either you or Michael Proctor, from what you saw, provide any items, physical items, to anybody else that was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, we did not.
Okay.
I was chewing food right when he said, "Can we approach?" Because Bev knows what she's doing by allowing this. Bev knows what she's doing by allowing this. He did not see Proctor. His eyes were not on Proctor the entire time. So how can he sit up here on this stand and say, "Did you ever see him do this?" You weren't with him 24/7. You were not with him 24/7. So you are not qualified to sit on this stand and tell us did you ever see it? No, he didn't see it. Well, why didn't you ever see it? Because you weren't with him every time. All the time. Now, if I'm AJ, I want to come back and say, were there times when you were not with Michael Proctor? Because that's all it takes. Having him sit on this stand, oh, that's absurd. Yuri, is it really? Is it really absurd? Is it really absurd to assume that Michael Proctor would have broken that tail light and given pieces to other people? Is it absurd? I mean, guys, think about it. Hold up. I hope I don't have food all over my face, but let's think about this for a second. I think about the fact that Chief Berkey is back there by the light, right? Chief Berkey is one of the people who found some of the tail light pieces. It makes sense. It makes sense. Okay, that's it.
May I?
Yes.
At any point from when you first arrived at the Canton Police Department with the defendant's Lexus to the point when you left to go to dinner or to get something to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever provide any physical item to anybody at the Canton Police Department?
No, other than dropping off the vehicle itself, we did not exchange anything.
Oh, don't say we, I'm just asking for you. Now I'm going to ask you, at any point when you got to the Canton Police Department until you left to go to eat with Michael Proctor, did you ever see him hand any physical item to any other person whatsoever?
No, I did not.
And after, do you know about what time you and Michael Proctor left the Canton Police Department?
I would have to estimate it to be around 6, maybe well after 6.
And at the point you left, do you know how many of the items had been found by the CERT team at 34 Fairview Road at the time you left the Canton Police Department?
Objection.
When you left with Michael Proctor, where did you go?
I went to Norwood, Massachusetts.
Is that where you ate?
Yes.
When you left and then arrived in Norwood, did you stop along the way at any other place, including but not limited to 34 Fairview Road?
I did not.
Did you eat?
Yes.
After you ate, where did you go?
Back to Canton Police Department.
Why?
We were having a debrief for that day on the investigation so that everybody could get on a good understanding of what had been learned, what had been collected, and where the investigation stood, and to assign tasks on the next steps.
Who were you meeting at the Canton Police Department when you returned?
It was the Detective Lieutenant Tully, members of the Norfolk SPDU.
Do you know at about time you returned to the Canton Police Department?
I want to say it was after 7:30, but I'm not positive.
When you left the place that you and Mr. Proctor ate at and returned to the Canton Police Department, did you take a swing by Fairview Road?
No.
Did you stop anywhere from the point you left where you ate and came back to the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
When you came back to the Canton Police Department, did you get debriefed?
Yes.
Did you learn whether or not the CERT team had found any physical items at Fairview Road?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I did.
Did they give you any details about what they had found at Fairview Road during the CERT team search?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I learned that
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow this.
the second sneaker was located. Also, a large piece of red taillight was also located.
After you were debriefed, did you leave the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Who did you leave with, if anybody?
It was myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Keefe, I believe.
When you left the Canton Police Department, do you know what time that was?
I do not, but I would have to estimate to be around 8 o'clock, maybe 8:15.
Did you leave alone?
I was in my truck, yes.
Did you see
Mr.
where
Brennan,
Mike?
what I'm going to do is just interrupt you for a minute. Folks, a couple of minutes ago, when Sergeant Buchanan testified as to what he learned at the debriefing, that's not offered to you for the truth of what he said was learned, but only so you understand that the police, what Sergeant Buchanan and the police knowledge was at the time, that it was told to him. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. When you drove away, were you alone?
Yes.
Okay. When the Lexus was brought to the Sally Port, did you have a chance to again look at that right rear taillight?
Yes.
And did you make observations of it?
Yes.
The right rear taillight. Photos of the rear taillight. Find that one. The right rear taillight. While you were at the Canton Police Department and in the Sallyport area, did you ever see anybody take a piece or in any way remove part of that broken taillight from the Lexus?
No, I did not.
If you had, what would have you done?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now Hank done lost his mind with what would you have done. He didn't do
Yes, Your
anything.
Honor.
The man was looking at naked pictures. Looking for naked pictures. Hey, Prince, why would I expect him to do something? Stop it. Come on, what would you have done? The same thing he did when that man said he was looking for naked.
Exhibit 13 display, please.
Okay.
Could you zoom in a little, please, Ms. Gilman?
Y'all look at that light.
You recognize
That light
that photo?
mattered.
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
I recognize it as the damaged and missing pieces of the right rear taillight on the defendant's Lexus SUV.
When the Lexus was brought into the Sallyport, was there still snow on it?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow on it that covered parts of the vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Was there any snow in that area
Currently, no.
when you first brought it into the Sallyport?
I'm sorry, in the area of the vehicle?
No, the area of that taillight.
Yes, there was, yes.
How close did you get to take a look at that?
I was within a foot of it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes, it is.
Hell no.
From what you saw, was the damage you saw when you looked at the car for the first time in the Sallyport area any different than the damage that appears on this Exhibit 13?
It is not.
As part of your investigation, did you look for, you can take that down, please, and lights on, thank you. Did you look for other evidence that the taillight was broken before it came into the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to view the ring video from Meadows Road at 5:07 in the morning?
I don't think
Yes, I did.
no help.
And when you looked at that, did you have an opportunity to look at the defendant's Lexus backing up and then leaving that driveway?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to see if there was any evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see that stood out to you about the taillight?
The taillight is shining white and not covered by a red taillight cover, which would have produced a red light.
Did you further look at any video from the Canton Police Department dash cams to get a view of that taillight and determine whether it was broken before it was even brought to the Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
And did you in fact look at video or still photographs from the Canton Police Department dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Should I have Exhibit 11 displayed, please?
I'm don't know. Maybe it's just me, guys. But someone else said that the tail light, even broken, would have showed red, I think.
And during your investigation, when you were making this analysis, did you view this photo?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any particular reference or anything that caught your attention in this video?
Yes, the right rear taillight of the Lexus SUV is missing the red lens cover, and it is damaged.
You mentioned the observations. You can take that down, please. You mentioned your observations when you got to Dighton about what you saw relative to the taillight. And then at some point, video was provided of the tow?
Yes.
Did you study that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And did you see anything in particular when you were making these determinations that stood out about the video of the Lexus being put onto that tow truck relative to the taillight?
Yes, the video indicated that there was white light coming through, exposing the missing red right rear taillight cover.
You told us on direct examination you've watched a number of videos and interviews of the defendant.
Yes.
Without getting into the content, did you watch any videos where the defendant talks about the broken taillight prior to the sally port?
Objection.
Not formal sustained.
Did you listen to any interviews of the defendant relative to the taillight?
Yes.
It's just too much in this case. I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at it.
I want to go back and I want you to take us through your investigation, and I want to be specific about what you learned and when and what you did with that information relative to the decisions and the direction of your investigation. When you were called on the morning of January 29, 2022, when you first got a call, where were you?
I was at home in bed.
You mentioned that after you received the call, you called another trooper at that time.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Michael Proctor.
After you spoke to Michael Proctor, did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened prior?
No, I did not.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about what had happened the night before?
I did not, no.
Did you have any firsthand knowledge about the participants or the people that may or may not have been involved?
I did not, no.
Did you at that point know, or were you friendly with Brian Albert?
I knew who he was. I was not friendly with him. I did not know who he was.
Had you ever socialized with him?
No.
Nicole Albert?
No.
Were you friendly or ever socialized with her?
No, I've never.
Jennifer McCabe? Did you know who she was or socialize with her?
No, I did not.
Her husband, Matthew McCabe, did you know him or socialize with him?
No.
How about Julie Nagel? Did you know who she was or had you socialized with her?
No, I did not.
Ryan Nagel, is that name, was that familiar to you?
No, it's not.
Sarah Levinson, did you know that person?
I did not.
You mentioned that you knew who Brian Higgins was.
Yes.
And you had on a case or some involvement in the case with him?
Yes.
Did you owe him any particular favor or kindness at that time? Did you have any loyalty or friendship with him?
I did not, no.
At this point, you were how far into your career as a Massachusetts State Police officer?
In 2022, I was approximately 10 years in.
And you had been honorably discharged from the military?
Yes, I was.
Served the president?
Yes.
And so at this point,
Not serve the president.
how about Heather Maxon? Did you know that name?
I did not know.
When you first received the call, did you have any firsthand knowledge whatsoever?
No, just what I was told over the phone.
You mentioned you went to the Canton Police Department first and spoke to Canton police officers.
Yes.
Was it at that point you learned about a physical item that was found at the scene? What did you learn from them that was important in your investigation when you first got to the Canton Police Department?
We know.
I learned that there was a broken, shattered cocktail glass that was recovered from near where Mr. O'Keefe was found. And also his phone was underneath him at the scene.
And were both those items available to you?
Yes.
Did you also learn any statements made from any witnesses that were attributed to the defendant at that time?
Yes.
And what was the statements?
At that point in time, while at the Canton Police Department, the statements were, "Oh my God, did I hit him? Did I hit him?"
In a question format, questioning.
Yes.
And based on that information, was it somewhere around that point when you called the hospital or medical examiner's office?
Yes, I made a call to the medical examiner's office.
Was that all the information you learned that morning?
No, it's not.
After you learned that information, did you ask the police officers? Well, let me ask it this way. After you learned that information, did you want to go somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Where did you want to go?
I wanted to interview the individuals that were with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was located, and
Yep.
get their accurate and most first-person information from them directly.
Do you know whether or not, were they suspects at this point?
No, they were not.
Did you know whether they were eyewitnesses or differently witnesses?
At this point in time, prior to speaking to them, I just knew that they were eyewitnesses for the location of Mr. O'Keefe, but I did not know if they were eyewitnesses or witnesses.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with Ms. Jennifer McCabe, Mr. McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert.
When you spoke to them, did you separate them or speak to them as a group?
I separated them.
You went to whose house to speak to them?
The McCabe household.
Is it typical to go to a person's house rather than bring them to the station under these circumstances?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Why did you go to their house rather than ask them to come to the police station?
Well, there were multiple factors involved in that decision. One, the driving conditions. Two, these are witnesses that had suffered some sort of traumatic event, finding their friend on the front lawn of their own town. So going to their home would provide hopefully a more comfortable scene for them to recall information in the comfort of their own home.
When you spoke to them, did you receive any information from any of them that Mr. O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview at any time that night?
No.
When you were asked questions about scene versus crime scene, was 34 Fairview, the home, the inside of the home, a crime scene in your mind?
No.
Was the area where Mr. O'Keefe found an important or unimportant area?
It's very important.
Did you know whether or not any of the Canton Police Department officers at that time had done any type of limited search of the area?
Just whether you knew.
At that point in time, we did know, yes.
What did you learn about the scope or the breadth of that search by the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
I knew that it was brief based on the weather conditions and the item that was recovered.
After you spoke to Jennifer McCabe, and did you say Brian Albert?
Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert.
At that point, did you have any reason to want to go into 34 Fairview?
No, I did not.
Did you learn whether or not Canton police officers spoke to those particular people who lived there before you got there?
I had learned, yes.
What did you learn?
I learned that Canton police officers went inside the home, spoke with members inside the home as well.
When you speak to witnesses, you've done many interviews over your
Yes,
career?
I have. Yes.
In addition to asking questions, what are you looking for when you
Oh, he didn't look for a thing.
We're looking for body language, how willing they are to provide the information, and as is with everyone, we always trust by verify. We corroborate their statements.
Did you see anything about these witnesses when you spoke to them that cued you or concerned you to do a further investigation?
Ask it differently.
Was there anything about their mannerism or demeanor that stood out to you?
No.
You weren't
After
looking
speaking
for
to the
anything.
witnesses, in your mind as an investigator, what did you need to do next?
I needed to take a look at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries for myself.
And you share with us detail about when you went down to Good Samaritan Hospital and make observations.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, I pointed out you're not a medical examiner, are you?
I am not, no.
Not a biomechanical engineer.
I am not, no.
I know why he's saying that.
In your experience, when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe and had a chance to study his body, what impression did that leave with you with relative to your investigation?
This is a shitty question. Right.
At that point in time, after viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, my impression shifted from him possibly being struck with the glass that was located at the scene where he was found to him being struck by a vehicle.
Why?
Due to the abrasions and cuts on his right arm, and the amount of force, in my experience, the amount of force one would have to generate to produce the wound to his head.
Right.
I'm going to strike that last part.
Cause what?
After coming to the conclusion,
This is
or
bull.
strike that. After making your observations and your determination, did your focus shift at that point?
Yes, it did.
Where did you want to go next?
I wanted to observe the vehicle that the defendant was driving.
What were you going to be looking for?
Any damage to the headlights, windshield, and other parts of the vehicle that would have come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned the windshield and the headlights. Those are in the front of the car. Did you have an impression at that point?
Yes, majority of the cases that I had exposure to with pedestrian vehicle strikes, the strike comes from the front of the vehicle. So in my assumption, speculation at that point in time, based on the limited information I had, that was my theory.
When you got to Dighton, did that theory change?
Prior to our arrival to Dighton, the theory had changed.
Based on information you received from Jennifer McCabe?
Objection. Sustained.
And what
I
was
don't
that
think you
based
want
on?
to do that.
It was based on information I received from Jennifer McCabe's phone conversation.
I would
What
let
was that
it out.
information?
That the defendant told her that she had damaged her taillight and showed Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts the missing pieces and damage to the rear right taillight of her vehicle.
When you got
That
to
was-
Dighton and had a chance to look at the defendant's Lexus, did your focus of your investigation
Stupid.
develop in any way?
Yes, seeing for myself that there was actual damage, coupled with the statements made, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Along with the my observation, obviously, of the vehicle, my focus began to concentrate on the defendant.
You share with us that you went inside and spoke to the defendant.
Yes.
Why did you speak to her at her home rather than ask her or force her to come to the police station?
Same reasons we interviewed the witnesses, the driving conditions, the time that it would take for her to respond, the comfort of her own home, her parents' home, where she had just experienced a very traumatic event, being concerned for her well-being. We interviewed her in the comfort of her parents' couch.
When you interviewed her in her parents' home, where was she seated?
I think that's
On the
important.
couch of her parents' living room.
Where was her mother?
She was in the home. I don't have a specific memory of her being in the room with us, but her father was in the room with us.
Did you ever try to separate the defendant from her father when you interviewed her?
You don't roll your eyes. Don't roll your eyes, Yuri. This is how this is going to go. Don't be rolling your eyes like that. But yes, I put in the chat that I think it's really important to note that Yuri is saying, Karen was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She was questioning it. She was not saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. How do you think the jury is taking that, right? He is the investigator. He was getting this information. Do they take Caitlin and Nuttall's word that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? Or do they take that she was asking, did I hit him? And not only is he saying that, he's saying she was questioning, did I hit him? And Hank is coming in and what's the word? I can't. Is supporting what he's saying by saying, questioning, right? How do you guys think that's going to carry over? I think it was a question the whole time. I really do. Excuse me. And remember, Karen said this on one of her on the Hulu thing. I was saying, like, damn, did I hit him? Could I have clipped him? Hell, they played it in court. They played it in court. Yes, Krona, like they played it in court. Corroborating. That's not the word. I'm not looking for reinforce or corroborating. That's not the word I'm thinking about, but yes, y'all get what I'm saying. Yes. Like I love the fact that we're seeing that right now and it's coming from them. This isn't something that AJ put out there. This is coming from Hank after Hank just had 2 EMTs testify. Not even 2 EMTs. Who else, y'all? Who else got up there and said she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? Who else got up there and said that? She don't know, y'all. I was thinking of something a little more sassy. When, like your friend, you's talking to your homegirls, not really in a formal setting, and they come try to back up what the other person is saying. Jennifer McCabe. Cosign. That's the word I was looking for. Cosign. I was looking for cosign. You know how you be like, baby, she needs you to cosign. No, she cosign. Yes. That's what I was looking for. Jen, baby. And now we got him up on the stand. And Hank.
Thank you.
Cosign.
So to get back to my question,
Did I hit him?
when you decided to speak to the defendant, did you ask her father to leave the room?
I did not know.
Why not?
We just simply wanted to get her recollection. Her father did not pose a safety risk to us. He was not present, to the best of our knowledge, at the time when Mr. O'Keefe was injured. So him leaving the room just didn't appear necessary. Again, my concern was for her well-being, having known that she was sectioned, and we wanted to make sure it was a safe and comfortable environment for her to do the best she could to tell us what she remembered.
What was her demeanor when you spoke to her?
She was calm, stoic. She was sitting on the couch with a pillow on her lap, a laptop to her left. She was, I guess, maybe poised when she was answering our questions.
When you finished your conversation with the defendant, had anybody in that home ever mentioned the idea of whether or not John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night?
No.
When you went outside to get in your truck and follow the tow truck back to Canton, did you have any information whatsoever that there was any animus or animosity between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe?
No.
After speaking to witnesses and the defendant at that point, when you got back into your truck to go to Canton, did you have any information that there was any animosity between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe?
No.
We've already talked about, out of order, your return back to Canton, the Sallyport, and then you and Mr. Proctor going out to dinner and going back. So I'm going to skip all of that. After you went home that night, did your investigation continue?
Yes,
How long do investigations continue for?
until they are completed and exhausted, sometimes years, sometimes decades.
If you were to receive new information tomorrow, would you consider it?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
When you write police reports, is there a time limit on when you can file a report?
No.
Throughout this case,
Why would you want to write it late?
did you write a number of reports over time?
Yes.
Did you engage in tasks after the case began?
Yes.
Have you engaged in tasks recently?
Yes.
And that doesn't look good, Hank. Are you dumb?
As you were investigating this case, did you speak to a number of witnesses?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider reports that were provided by other troopers who interviewed witnesses?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor was the case manager of this case?
Yes.
You were his supervisor?
Yes.
Were there other troopers who participated in this case?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Lieutenant O'Hara participated in this case?
I do know.
You do know?
I do know
Did
that he
he?
participated, yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a team with him of other troopers?
Yes.
Do you know if Trooper Prince engaged in any interviews?
I do know, yes.
Are you familiar with the name Nick Gianturco? Garino, I saw it.
Yes, I am.
And do you know if he engaged in any tasks in this case?
I do know, yes.
What did he engage in generally?
He generally conducted the digital forensics portion of the investigation, extractions.
Trooper Keefe, is that a name familiar?
Yes, it is.
And do you know whether or not he was involved?
Yes, I do know.
Were there a number of other troopers who were involved in different aspects of this case?
Yes, there are a number of different ones.
Trooper Evan Brent?
Yes.
It is bad black sheep.
Did you look or seek other information after you left the defendant's house?
Yes.
Did you look for other witness statements?
Yes.
Did you try to obtain further evidence?
Yes, we did.
Was there an interview with firefighter Timothy Nuttall on February 8th?
Yes, there was.
That was about 10 days after the incident?
Approximately, yes.
Did you learn any statements from him in addition to the earlier statements you learned that added to your investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
And do you remember what Timothy Nuttall told you on
Oh,
February 8th, 2022 about any statements of the defendant?
Objection.
So folks, again, this is being offered not for the truth of the statement, but simply to show that the information was provided to the police.
Yes, Mr. Nuttall was one of three, I believe.
So talk about Mr. Nuttall, please.
Mr. Nuttall told me that the defendant stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was that information different than the statements that you were first learned about that she had allegedly made earlier that night?
Yes, it was.
now
Did you interview firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 8th, 2022?
I did.
When you spoke to him, do you remember whether he shared any statements about the defendant telling him anything about her interaction with Mr. O'Keefe at the end of that night?
I believe that he stated that they got into a fight.
Do you remember the words that he used when he described that fight?
I do not remember the exact words. Those would be reflected in my police report.
Would the police report potentially refresh your recollection?
Potentially.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Hank. This isn't helping. This is not helping me. Hell, after seeing Brian Higgins lie about that phone call,
I do not want you to leave from it.
Okay.
I want you to look at it, determine whether it refreshes your memory, and then I'll ask you if it refreshes your memory. If it does, I'll ask you about it. If it doesn't, then I won't.
Okay, sir.
Amanda, that would be me. I'd be right. This lying. He is lying. Baby, that would be me. He didn't hear anything. And I would want to know, when was that report written? Because I guarantee you this report was written so far from the actual, well, I don't know. I want to guarantee you. I'd like to know when it was written. I would love to know.
After reviewing the report, does it refresh your memory about your conversation with Daniel Whitley on February 8, 2022, about statements made by the defendant to him?
Yes.
And could you share with us what the statements were as related by Mr. Whitley back on February 8, 2022?
The statement was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Again, jurors, this is an offer for the truth that's contained in the statement, simply to show that this information was provided to the police.
the defendant made a statement questioning whether Mr. O'Keefe was still alive.
And anything about the nature of their disagreement?
Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant got into an argument.
Objection.
So for this, the same purpose.
As you're learning this information, does it in any way shape your continued investigation?
Yes, it further supports witness statements. It further supports and corroborates information that we're learning. The more information we collect, the stronger the case becomes.
Did you interview a person by the name of Anthony Flamate?
Yes, I did.
And when you spoke to him, do you recall whether he shared any statements that the defendant made to him?
She did.
Yes.
And do you recall what those statements were?
Get Flamani on the stand.
I do have a general recollection of what they were, but
I don't want you to guess. Would your report potentially help your memory?
yes, it would.
Destin, I think he will be back tomorrow. It's
Yeah,
3:09. I would, Black Sheep. I would have to ask because we
Thanks,
know
sir.
Hank has not been truthful with both sides.
Protocol that I mentioned
you.
before, take a look, see if it refreshes your memory. If it does not, let me know. If it does, I'll then ask you some questions about it.
Key 347.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
He doesn't get to leave saying that. He does not.
After looking at your report, does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes, it does.
And when you were learning information to shape your investigation, did you consider anything that Anthony Flamati told you?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what did he tell you that the defendant told him that helped shape your investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute.
Okay, guys. First question. Let's see real quick. First question, what is AJ going to bring up first? I think AJ needs to address this whole fight thing they're trying to put out there. And again, why is Hank hanging his hat on the fact that she hit that man in a jealous rage? Why is he hanging his hat on that? I just don't understand why he's doing that. Y'all think, wait a minute, y'all. It's 3:11. Y'all think Bev about to wrap us up right now? It's 3:11. Now y'all being really messy. y'all think Bev is about to wrap it up? It can't be time to go. I won't let you guys make me upset. If Bev ends court at 3:15, I'm gonna be pissed. She cannot. And I know she's probably not going to extend court past 4 o'clock. Pretty, if she gets back on here talking about, hey guys, you know how I said sometimes the lawyers and I would have things to work out? Well, here's one of those times, but don't worry. We are still way ahead of schedule. Way ahead. I mean, I know I told you guys we might have a few bumps in the road, but right now there aren't any bumps. We're just going to clear some things up, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow morning. And you know what I said? Stay away from your social media and anything about this account. I mean, this case. She love hollering about we on schedule. She loves that we on schedule. No, we're not there. Missy, it'd be so sweet.
In addition to trying to get or obtain information about statements of the defendant, was there physical evidence that was important?
Yes.
Was there any data evidence that any of the team from the Massachusetts State Police were you aware of them pursuing any data type evidence?
Yes, there was.
Was there some phones involved?
Yes, there were.
What phones did you understand or pursue that you thought might be helpful for your investigation?
For one, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was a device that we were looking into. We also had seized the defendant's phone and were attempting to access that device. There was other digital information that we were seeking as well.
Was the potential data from the defendant's Lexus important to the team of investigators?
Extremely important.
And did any of your team or the team pursue that black box, so-called black box data?
Yes, we did.
Y'all think you're gonna introduce a black box to
You were asked whether you interviewed or present for interviews of Nicole and Brian Albert?
Yes.
And after you spoke to them, including and considering all of the prior information you had, was there any evidence that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road on January 29, 2024?
There was not.
Relative to the information that could be stored in the computer systems on a Lexus, do you know which troopers, or do you know if Trooper Garino was involved in any process regarding that?
Yes, I do know. And yes, he was involved in conducting that portion of the investigation.
As part of the investigation, was it important or was it considered to look at John O'Keefe's phone to see if there was any specific or particular information on it that would be helpful?
Yes, it would be.
What were you looking for? What was the team looking for on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Well, the all-encompassing data includes location of the device. It includes communication, the party's identity with whom an individual could possibly be communicating. In this case, Mr. O'Keefe, his text messages, phone calls, emails, other applications like Signal and WhatsApp could have been also in use.
How about voicemails?
Voicemails, yes.
Did you ever review or consider any of those things that you just mentioned in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Speaking of interviewing witnesses, did you, along with Michael Proctor, interview Katie McLaughlin on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Was this the very next day?
Yes, it is.
And as part of your investigation and the direction and scope of your investigation, did you consider the interview with her and what she might have told you?
Yes, it
And when
was.
you were speaking with her the very next day, is there any statements that she attributed to the defendant that you considered in the next days of your investigation?
Yes, there was.
Do you remember what she told you the defendant said that was part of your consideration for your future investigation?
Yes, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Remember that the statement is not being offered.
You can't stand
the
it.
statement, but simply to show that the information was provided.
Did the statement that Katie McLaughlin attributed to the defendant that very next day, January 30th, 2022, did that shape your investigation at all?
It helps attribute to the investigation. Again, all the evidence, all the statements, all the digital, all the circumstantial, all of that information is coupled and then put together, capped off by the defendant's statements herself to form the case.
Honey, I don't know what the hell Bill is at this point. I'm sorry. I don't know what Bill.
There were questions about a plow driver by the name of Brian Loughran. When did you first hear or learn of that name?
It was quite some time after the case had made its way through the court system.
When you learned of his name, did you attempt to speak to him?
Yes.
And before you spoke to him, were there any issues you identified relative to Mr. Loughran before you actually spoke to him?
I think so too, right now.
In regards to him, no, I didn't know him. I've never met him.
Did you, in fact, speak to him and interview him?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview, did anybody attend that interview with you?
Yes.
It was asked whether or not there was a car that was seen. And that was what type of car?
Ford Edge.
Was he specifically asked whether or not that was a Ford Edge owned by the Albert family?
In our interview?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically, but it is along the line of questions that would have been in my report and transcription of the audio recording.
In one last interview, did you speak to Brian Albert Jr.? Or did you consider a report of his interview?
I saw a report and
Did you
considered.
attend that interview?
I did not know.
What did you understand his relevance to be in your investigation?
He was at the home, at his parents' home, when some of his relatives and parents' friends came back to 34 Fairview.
And after you considered that interview, did it change your perspective of knowledge about whether anybody had suggested that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview Road that night?
No, it did not, no.
When I asked you questions earlier on in the case, days ago now, we went through a number of pieces of
Your
evidence
fault.
that was found at different times at 34 Fairview Road. Remember those questions and going through that process?
I do remember, yes.
Some of days ago now. It's your fault. Call Proctor. He would have been gone.
When we went through that process, were there any items that I did not ask you about?
Yes, there were.
And the items I did not ask you about, were they retrieved or found on different dates?
Yes, they did. They were, yes.
And the items that I did not ask you about on those different dates, do you remember how many different dates other items were found?
I want to say 3 different dates.
And on those other items I didn't ask you about, who recovered those items of evidence from 34 Fairview Road?
Michael Proctor.
Were you with Michael Proctor on any of those 3 dates when he turned in or reported the recovery of other evidence at 34 Fairview Road?
I was not, no.
And do you understand whether anybody was with him on those 3 dates?
My understanding that nobody else was with him.
And I did not ask you about any of those pieces of evidence?
No, you did not, no.
On cross-examination, you were asked about those 3 pieces of evidence?
Yes, I was.
Were you shown what are now exhibits containing pictures and a photograph of the bags in which those items were bagged?
Yes, I was.
Do you have those physical pieces of evidence?
I do.
Now I'd like to ask you about those 3 pieces of evidence. Was there evidence produced from February 8th, 2022?
There was.
Who produced that evidence?
That was Michael Proctor who recovered it.
And you were not there that date when he recovered the items?
I was not, no.
I'd ask you to retrieve 7-13, the items that were found on February 8, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves?
I do.
Hank, Hank has lost the plot. No one cares about this after we all now know Proctor's the one who found all of this evidence. We don't give a damn. This is not helping. You can show me, he can show me 11 pieces of red tail light pieces. I'm always going to think Proctor planted it. Yuri has really etched it in our minds that Proctor touched all of that evidence. He's the one who found it all. Over the span of 2 weeks, might I add. No, I don't care. Nothing I don't give a damn what he shows me. Ain't just wasting time.
7-13.
All right, move to introduce this into evidence.
I'm sorry, y'all. Alice, I don't even know what he's doing. I don't know what Hank is doing.
Can you describe what is in that bag? And if necessary, you should open it and show it to the jury.
The description is 1 large piece of plastic, red in color, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. I will open it to further show.
He lost the jury already. Then Yuri's a liar. Yuri said that Proctor was professional, honorable, and had integrity. We've since found that that's a lie. Still won't believe it. Do you hear me, Key? Key, I'm going to think it's AI. You show me a video with Proctor picking up anything, I'll think it's AI. I don't believe it. I don't trust them anymore. No. Yeah.
This one's labeled
Check my cat.
22-02-184-7-13 as the bag. And this is letter number, or a letter labeled A as an alpha.
Could you again tell us the date that was recovered?
This was recovered on February 8th, 2022.
Hey, get away from me. Get it away.
This appears to be a black piece of plastic, same identifying numbers, but this one is labeled with the letter B as in Bravo.
Look at that little piece of tail light.
This small piece of red plastic is not labeled.
Thank you. You mentioned this was on February 8, 2022. Earlier in, are you done with that package?
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, you had shared that you went back to 34 Fairview on February 10, 2022.
Yes, I did.
And on that date, you recovered pieces of taillight.
Yes, I did.
At that point, on February 10th, 2 days after that February 8th production, was there still any snow on the ground at 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was still snow on the ground. Obviously not in the amount that was there the first day.
How did he find that little bitty small piece then?
The second production from Mr. Proctor, do you know what date that was?
Don't hold me to it. I want to say the 11th of February.
And did you bring 7-14 and 7-15 with you?
Yes, I did.
Could you produce those, please?
Then I guess so. I can't wait till Mr. Proctor takes the stand. I know it's going to be, I remember last time when he took the stand, it was so quiet. So this time, I know it's just going to be just as quiet when he takes the stand.
Let's take one at a time, please.
7-14 and 7-15.
Let's start with 7-14. I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
And I don't know if you will ever get off this stand. Let me see.
Thank you.
Regarding 7-14, can you show us what Mr. Proctor found on February 11th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
I was just, Crystal, I'm checking it right now. I'm going to my ex to see how long he's been on the stand.
It appears to be a variety of wax, like stamp bags, as well as plastic containers. And this is consistent with having glass in it, as it was earlier.
Does the packaging, it seems different than the other bags. Is there any reason you know of that the packaging is different?
It appears that these are small fragments of glass, so for safety reasons, it appears that they were placed into a hard containers to prevent injury or maybe possibly losing it.
Could you just hold up a few examples for the jury to see?
Yes. This one here is labeled 7-14 and then A.
It's been 4 days. Remember, it was like
Because here's B.
after lunch, I think, on the 4th day.
Because here's C.
So 3.5.
And then there's fragments in here.
You don't need to take them out, just describe them generally.
Small pieces of what appears to be glass inside the wax paper.
Yep, it's been
We
4
bag all that, we'll move to the next item.
Yes, sir. $7.15.
Please, I'd move 7:15 into evidence.
Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Were 7:14 and 7:15 the two separate bags, both found on February 11th, 2022?
I can confirm that as soon as I look back at the bag.
Exhibit 130.
Yes, February 11th.
If you could open that and show the jury.
Yes, sir. This item is labeled with the same limbs number, 715, and the letter A.
Okay.
This is
I can't
2
wait.
pieces of clear plastic that are taped together. The longer one here on the left is labeled H, and the one on the right is labeled F, if my eyes are not failing me. This is a canister labeled debris collection with the same numerical identifiers.
When would you use a canister as opposed to just putting it in a bag or a plastic
A
bag? Is there a
canister?
reason it's in a canister?
I do not know the reason behind it. I would strictly be speculating.
A canister.
This small red piece of plastic is labeled E as in echo. There are more small pieces of that, similar to that size that I just showed, but
Very well, you can rebag that. You mentioned there was 3 different days where Mr. Proctor found pieces of taillight at 34 Fairview.
Yes,
I'd
Nicole.
like to go to that last day.
that would be the 18th, I believe, of February.
And do you have a bag?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
February 18th. This is crazy.
It's 7-16.
Yes, it is.
Do you have it?
I do.
I'd like to move that into evidence, please.
No objection.
Exhibit 131.
Thank you.
Alice, I don't know what's going on at this point. Why are we here? It's not helping. It's not helping.
If you could open it, please, for the jury.
Yes, sir.
Shalon, this is current. Shalon said, is this current or previous? This is current, Shalon.
This one's labeled B.
This is just crazy. We are wasting all of this time.
Here we have 3 red taillight pieces taped together. Appears to be mechanically fitting, labeled A, C, and D.
Do you typically label items?
No.
Do you know where those labels and the taping come from?
I believe that's from the crime lab. They identify each item according to their protocols to help them facilitate their portion of the investigation.
They can't do it. Yeah, it's 3:37. Look how Bev's standing here.
Small clear piece of plastic labeled E as in echo. Small piece of clear plastic labeled G as in golf.
Why is Bev staring at him like that? Bev, it's only 3:37.
And another tin canister labeled piece of plastic.
Thank you.
Girl, she is rolling her eyes. Y'all look at. She probably writing about him in her diary, child. She might have a tell-all book. And the moment he started picking up them pieces, I knew his ass was done. Just wait.
You earlier mentioned that the tow truck brought the defendant's Lexus to the Canton Sally Port. Do you know if there's a video depicting that arrival?
Yes, there is.
Who cares?
With permission, I would like to play a portion of Exhibit 127.
Bev, he said Bev thinking how glad she is. She still got all her vacation days. Damn, look at the snow by this time. Yeah, she is ready for this man to go. Ebony, you would have known what was going on if you stayed away. What is that supposed to show us? I just can't believe what we're seeing now. All of this just for Arca to come up there and say that man was not hit by a car.
Have you seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
What does it depict?
It depicts a tow truck from Diamond Towing arriving at Canton Police Department, followed by my personal pickup truck that we're following the vehicle in.
That video, that's before the video of being in the Sally Port?
Yes, it is.
When you were considering the physical pieces of evidence as part of your investigation, were you considering the weather conditions that night?
Yes.
When you were evaluating pieces of physical evidence that were found at 34 Fairview, were you making any assessment about their location
Me too,
depth
Ebony.
or closeness to the ground when you were evaluating them?
Yes.
And why were you considering the closeness of items to the ground?
Well, common sense will dictate that if a item is found on the grass and there's snow covering it, that it would have to have been placed prior to the snow accumulating. If an item is shoved into the snow, it will be exposed as the snow melts prior to reaching the ground level.
I'm going to ask you to, with the court's assistant, retrieve Exhibit 85. May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have it. I'm sorry.
I can just write across.
I apologize.
No, no, it's okay. Sure. I'll bring it.
You have some questions while we wait?
I can.
Theodore, that's sad.
When you retrieve pieces of taillight on February 3rd, did you consider their location, not only where on the lawn they were, but about the depth of where they were found?
Yes, I did.
And based on the items that you found on February 3rd, how close to the ground were they?
They were on the ground, or in the instance with the hat, it was frozen almost in a solid piece to the grass blades, to the ground.
And was that significant to you, how the hat was found?
Yes, it was.
I could have 99C.
They be buried in the snow, Dan. Yes. They would be buried in the snow.
And could we
It
now
should
have
be, yes,
99D?
everything. You know, Hank said this was frozen.
Beneath the hat on the left side next to the ruler, what do you see?
Yellow grass and a leaf, I believe, a brown leaf.
Was that of importance to you?
Yes, it was.
Why was the leaf important?
I may approach you on it.
Yes.
And if you could turn the lights on and take that down, please. Thank you, sir. I'm approaching with exhibit 85. Could you take the item out of the bag, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm glad he made some sense of the portfolio. I didn't know what the hell he meant by that. I just knew it was something in his hand. Y'all, Hank thinks this is helping. Hank thinks this is helping.
Can you look at the back of the pants, please?
Hank, it's not helping.
As part of your investigation and the significance of the evidence, did you consider any debris on the back of the pants as part of your analysis?
Yeah, this not helping.
Yes, the grass stains on the left.
Objection.
How you know
The
it's
appearance
right?
of the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the appearance of the staining that's taken place or had taken place on these jeans was significant in the fact that it appears to be green and grass stain.
What did that suggest to you as part of your evaluation of your investigation and the decisions that you made after?
What?
It suggests that Mr. O'Keefe impacted the grass area with his left glute, transferring
What?
green staining onto his pants.
Are you or do you know
You know
from
what,
your investigation the
That's not
amount
what.
of snow that was on the ground at about 12:32:09 to 12:32:12 on January 29th of 2024?
How would he know?
Yes, based on my investigation and review of video from surveillance footage, it appears to be very little to a coating of snow in some areas.
You could repackage that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
So, please, yes.
said that was grass. And then he talking about impacted the grass. I would think more being drugged through the grass.
Trooper Buchanan.
Yes, sir.
This is crazy.
You were asked questions about interviewing Brian Higgins,
Yes.
and you shared with us that he provided you a number of text messages between him and the defendant.
Yes.
You began to explain that you vet information during your investigation.
Yes, we do.
What did you tell him you were going to do with the messages he was giving you?
I explained to Mr. Higgins that we have in our custody and will eventually get into both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, so that protect his integrity as a law enforcement official. I told him that the information he was providing better be true and accurate, or else he would suffer the consequences of the ulterior.
Shut up, Yuri.
Did you, in fact,
sorry, y'all, my bad,
vet what he gave you?
Yes.
And before you vetted it, did he make any changes, additions, or subtractions from that information?
No, he did not.
And when you vetted that information, was there anything different from the alternative source, that being the defendant's phone, from his phone?
Not that I noticed, no.
Or that exhibit or that document has been marked for identification, I'd like to introduce it as an exhibit.
He's such a liar. Higgy, you know I'm gonna get in her phone. You better tell me now. Why would you even think that there was anything in her phone? Well, he said both of them. But anything that would be bad, better tell me now. I don't believe that for 1 second. Right, Latigra, what was said that made you think it was something in either of their phones? What is he not saying?
No, it's actually fine. It was EE
It was introduced.
It was.
I didn't realize that this has been introduced as Exhibit 115.
Does he ever do water? What is after lunch? Ooh.
As part of your investigation, did you look to see if there was any animus or difficulty between Mr. Higgins and Mr. O'Keefe prior to Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes.
Did you look at text message records to see if there was any motive that was evidenced in those text messages for Mr. Higgins to want to murder Mr. O'Keefe?
I did look.
May I approach?
Yes.
He, dang it, I'm sick of him. I'm sick of him.
I handed you a document. Do you recognize that package of materials?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's the extraction printed out from Brian Higgins' phone, dated 2/3, meaning February 3rd, 2022. And it is a conversation between the defendant and Mr. Higgins.
Does it extend a number of different dates?
Yes, it does.
Did you look through those conversations or text messages to identify whether there was any animus or motive?
Yes, I did.
I'd move to introduce those documents as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, well, he wants to bring up the text messages again.
132.
Thank you. Trooper Buchanan, did you find any evidence?
Nikki, I can't see that.
Conversation?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
My
Man,
apologies.
it sounds real bad when you put it that way. We already knew it was
When
bad,
you
but
studied the
real bad.
materials, the conversations, communications between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, did you find any evidence shaping your investigation that there was a motive to harm, hurt, or murder Mr. O'Keefe by Mr. Higgins?
No, there was not.
Olivia Benson would like to say otherwise.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may.
Sure.
Well, he's finna get off, y'all. It's 3:51. Bev is gonna probably let him go these 9 minutes.
You were just asked about Brian Higgins and your interview with Brian Higgins. Where did that take place?
In Sharon at an attorney's office.
At his lawyer's house, correct?
I'm not sure if he resides there, but it was an office.
With his lawyer present, correct?
Yes.
Did you find that unusual?
Objection.
Sustained.
He wasn't under arrest, correct?
No.
Still need a lawyer.
You hadn't read him his rights.
No need to know.
No need to, because it wasn't in custody, correct?
Correct.
He was just a witness in a case that you're investigating.
That's correct.
But he asked that you interview him in his lawyer's presence. Correct.
Yes.
You were asked about any evidence of Brian Higgins having a motive to murder John O'Keefe.
Right.
Just a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan, right?
Yes.
And you said, no, I didn't find a motive that Brian Higgins would want to murder
I'm
John
so
O'Keefe.
happy he bringing this up.
Is that right?
That's right.
What about a motive to confront him? About a girl he was interested in. Did you see that?
I believe the text messages speak for themselves. Everybody
What?
heard me read them out loud.
Yep, the text messages do, but I'm asking you.
Right.
You were just asked about your opinion, whether or not there was a motive that you found for Brian Higgins to want to murder John O'Keefe. I'm asking you a different question. Did you, in your mind, in your opinion, after having read those texts, find a motive for Brian Higgins to perhaps want to confront John O'Keefe because of jealousy?
If you're asking for my opinion is that he would need to confront Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe was not the one pursuing Mr. Higgins. It was your client that was pursuing Mr. Higgins.
What?
So, well, text messages don't speak for themselves. You'll agree that show that there was a mutual interest, right? It just wasn't
Right.
one-sided.
At times there was flattering text messages from both sides, but your client reached out to him first.
Right?
You're
Somebody's got to reach out, right?
okay.
Everybody's got to reach out to somebody.
Okay. Okay.
First, someone's got to do it first, right?
Well, it depends.
Doesn't mean that there's not mutual affection for one
Right.
another. Is that right? Or at least perceived mutual affection.
And this is where he loses.
I don't understand the question.
Did you see in those text messages, in your mind, a motive that might lead to jealousy on the part of Brian Higgins?
No, I think Brian Higgins was pretty clear in his request for explanation of what the defendant wanted out of this, and stated that he's friends with Mr. O'Keefe. So
But he was
he wanted clarity from the defendant about what was going on.
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't read it to be that he was jealous as I sit here thinking back on the content.
What about after drinking Jameson and ginger all night long and sending a text that said, well?
Yeah.
Objection.
Yuri opened the door for it.
I don't know what Mr. Higgins' state of mind was. Well, could mean many different things. They could have had a face-to-face interaction, a look. We'd be strictly speculating what was intended by that, or what was the intent of communication by that text message.
After weeks of communicating with Ms. Reed in a romantic manner, and then seeing her walk in the door with John O'Keefe and sending the text message after having been intoxicated. You see that, detective, as an investigator, as a reasonable, objective investigator, as a possible scenario for Brian Higgins to be jealous about John O'Keefe.
There's a possibility there, but I didn't see it.
Did you explore that possibility?
Nope.
When you got all these text messages?
Nope.
We did not follow up on that aspect based on the totality of the entire investigation.
Did you pull the tape at the waterfall and review the tape as we did here in court?
That happened, yes.
Okay. Did you see on the tape a time just before Brian Higgins left the location where he was confronted by Chris Albert?
Objection.
Change the wording.
Sure. Did you see a circumstance, did you see a situation on that tape where Brian Higgins is standing and Chris Albert physically puts his hand on Brian Higgins' arm, on his left arm?
I don't have a specific memory of that.
You remember a circumstance on that tape where Brian Higgins pulled his arm away and looked past Chris Albert over toward the bar, which is where John O'Keefe was standing. Did you see that?
I do remember you pointing that out, but we couldn't tell him who exactly he was looking at based on the video.
Did you see a circumstance in which Brian Higgins then put his hand on his forehead and began rubbing his forehead like this?
I don't have a memory of that.
Did you see a circumstance in which he then motioned over toward that side of the bar with his left hand?
That I remember, yes.
Did that seem realistic to you? Let me ask it a different way. Did that seem to you as a reasonable interpretation? Hey, come on outside. Or come here.
Very reasonable, since they've been invited to 34 Fairview.
Did it look, in your opinion, that was just a hey, let's go together, or did it look more to you like, hey, come outside, or let's step outside?
The totality of the investigation, the fact that when they stepped outside, there was no confrontation and they were invited to the address. Again, totality of the investigation suggests otherwise.
Let's talk about that totality of the investigation. You're aware that Brian Higgins left first. He was the first to arrive at 34 Fairview, even before Brian Albert.
Ooh, not Brown was excited.
I am, yes.
And you're also aware that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were among the last to arrive. So they didn't step outside together. Right?
They didn't step outside, but once he was invited, according to your narrative, wouldn't they have a discussion outside where he was invited to come out?
So, Mr. Jackson, I just want to ask you, how much longer?
Not long. I can finish this up if you give me probably 10 minutes.
Jurors are saying yes. Is it okay with all the jurors? We usually break at 4.
I don't want to overstep. I'm happy to stop now, but I think I can get finished.
I'd like to finish with this witness and not have to bring it back again tomorrow.
They like, yep.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The juror said, hell yes, get Yuri off that stand. Y'all, it's the jury. They are sick of Yuri. They said, please get.
You're aware that, according to the tape, John O'Keefe left about 10 minutes after Brian Higgins, or so.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. You would agree, as a homicide investigator, not every death starts off as an intended murder, correct?
I will agree to that.
Sometimes a fight could go wrong. You intend to fight and duke it out. Something goes wrong, something goes south, someone dies, correct?
Objection.
Is that something that people want to be on the scope? So, move along.
You were asked on redirect examination about taillight pieces that were found by the CERT team. I want to ask you real quick about that. Your testimony was you recall that the CERT team found a large piece of red taillight material during their initial search. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. did the CERT, you had a debriefing with the CERT team, correct?
Not the CERT team. I had a debrief with the members of our unit at the Canton PD conference room. I do not have a memory of the CERT team being there.
Do you recall ever being told or informed that the CERT team actually recovered maybe 5 or 6 pieces, maybe 7 pieces of small plastic material in addition to the shoe? As opposed to a large piece of red tail.
The memory that stands out to me that I have is that there was a large piece of plastic recovered. It wasn't a shard. It was significant enough that, shown on the photograph taken by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And do you recall that the CERT team, or were you ever informed that the CERT team found those, according to the CERT team, within inches of one another, within about a 2-foot square radius?
I don't have a memory of where they found them exactly. I wasn't there.
Okay. You were asked about the taillight. You were shown a photograph of the taillight, where almost the entirety of that lens material is missing. It's gone, correct?
Yes.
And you remember talking to Jen McCabe originally, interviewing her within days of this incident happening, correct?
It was the 29th we interviewed.
As a matter of fact, the day.
That day, yes.
Do you remember her saying that the taillight was cracked/broken?
She communicated that over the phone to Michael Proctor, which was then documented later on in the interview report from earlier.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it was documented within the interview report.
Okay. And in that interview report, it doesn't say the entire lens cap of that taillight is gone, correct?
Correct. The report does not say that, no.
And she didn't describe that, did she?
I don't know what she described to Michael Proctor over the phone.
You pulled out a pair of jeans belonging to Mr. O'Keefe just a second ago.
Yes.
And you noted that on his, what would be his left rear pocket, there was a stain.
Yes.
You said that was an apparent grass stain and it was green.
Based on my observation here holding them, that's what it appeared. Yes. Maybe dirt, maybe other substances.
That was my question. Did you seek to analyze what that discoloration was from? Or have caused that to be analyzed by the crime lab or anybody else?
The genes were processed. I don't know what their protocol is to analyze it. They process those genes. There's pieces missing from cuttings and stuff like that.
Understood. So as you sit here, you have no evidence at all that those are grass stains.
Exactly.
Correct?
Strictly my experience of knowing grass stains and observing it.
Could be dirt.
Could be.
Could be oil or grease.
I don't know about that, but
they look brown. Stains look brown, didn't they?
Right, not green.
there's different parts of the stain. Some has brown, some has green, different parts of it.
Could you get, in your experience, stains on the back of pants from being dragged?
I've never dragged anybody, so from my experience, I can't tell you.
I didn't ask if you've ever dragged anybody, you've never murdered anybody either, but you're a homicide investigator.
Ooh!
Right?
Ooh!
Did you get those stains from being dragged? It's just a common sense question.
My common sense dictates that it was not a drag, a mark, because it would have linear characterizations, and it would be both buttocks that are engaged in contact with the ground while being dragged.
Or if he was being dragged and he had something in his pocket, or being dragged at an angle. Being dragged through a crease spot that was only on the left. What about all those possibilities?
Again, my opinion, common sense dictates it was not the case.
But you certainly didn't take any action to investigate forensically what those stains actually were.
I did not know.
By the way, can you lose a shoe from being dragged?
Oh, good. You better not say
It depends. I guess you can, depending on how loose it is.
that was good, y'all. That was good.
You said that there was no information that you had regarding Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe having any animosity toward each other prior to January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
But you did, now let's talk about on January 29th, 2022. In your experience, does drinking alcohol increase a likelihood or increase the possibility of getting into an altercation?
Yep.
I would say, in my experience, in my opinion, the alcohol could become a social lubricant and exacerbate emotions. But to speak in a definitive
Lyra, we know you.
form here, I can't.
You've heard of beer muscles. That's a common phrase, right?
I didn't
Never heard that before.
heard
No.
that before.
Beer guts. You ever heard that one?
I've heard of beer gut, but not beer guts.
Having the guts to walk up to
Really?
someone you might not otherwise walk up to in a bar because you've had too much to drink. Is that what beer muscles could mean?
I would say maybe liquid courage,
Even better.
You just said it, pretty.
giving you courage that truly shouldn't be there.
That you might not otherwise have if you weren't drinking.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we wrap this up, Mr. Johnson?
I'm trying, Judge. I won't be much longer.
Now, babe, they done
You
said
had
they
evidence that
good.
Brian Higgins had been drinking most of the afternoon and evening or most of the night, that evening and night, at the time that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walked into the waterfall, correct?
I had information that Brian Higgins had returned from a police officer's funeral and then went to Waterfall after he changed clothes and took a shower.
Went to the hillside before he went to Waterfall and started drinking there, correct?
I don't have an independent memory of that, no.
But you did, at the time, you didn't pull the tape at the time, you didn't pull the tape at CPD that we saw with Brian Higgins on the phone at 1:30 in the morning, correct? You didn't have that information.
I'm sorry, can you
At the time-
give me a reference when at the
Sure.
time?
At the beginning of your investigation, January 29th, and probably the next, let's call it a couple months.
Mhm.
You did not have that information, correct?
No, we did not.
And you didn't seek that information from CPD at that time.
No, I had no information that he went there.
Okay, and you didn't extract his phone, correct?
That's correct.
And finally, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination, did you have any evidence that John actually went into the home? Did you ever interview Trooper Guarino during the course of your investigation at any time?
Okay, y'all, he got 1 minute.
Interview him?
Talk to
No.
him about his extraction of John O'Keefe's phone and any of the data that came off of his phone.
No.
You did not realize that Trooper Guarino had information that John O'Keefe took 36 steps covering a distance of some 84 feet that would have placed Mr. O'Keefe inside the residence at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Did you have any information from Trooper Guarino about steps that were logged on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not.
Is that it, Mr. Jackson? You said finally, that's what I'm wondering.
Bam!
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
I'm trying to wrap this up. I only have a couple more things, but I may be able to finish it with one question.
Bam! Them people said they'll stay.
As you sit here now, are you aware of whether or not there's evidence that John O'Keefe, the phone describes John O'Keefe's phone taking 36 steps, covering a distance of about 84 feet at
This is
12:32
good where he's going.
and 16 seconds on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you aware of that?
No, Your Honor.
So the answer is,
The answer was,
No, I'm not aware of that.
all right. Jurors, I appreciate you staying late, so to the lieutenant, you do not have to report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
Thank you.
folks,
It
the
was
same
11
questions,
minutes.
please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media use. Proceed tomorrow morning.
The rest of the jury.
So it's
I don't like how Bev was messing up his groove there. That was pissing me off. If the people said they didn't mind staying, he said it about 10 minutes or so, I'll try to finish it up. Bev, as long as he didn't go to 20, 30 minutes, why would you be messing up his groove like that? You said finally, I was just asking. Bev, what are you so bothered for? The people said they good. He did finish. His last question was, I think, was good. It was basically just asking if at any point did the trooper tell him about the 36 steps and 84 feet that John O'Keefe's phone had tracked. The fact that he said, I'm not aware of that is crazy, because as the lead investigator, that's something you should have had. Because if you saw that, would it have changed how you felt about this case? Would it have changed it? Candy, I don't know if the jury has caught on to this, and we'll never know until after the trial is over. We will never know how the jury felt about hearing any of this information until after the trial was over. So yeah, that's where we are now, guys. And looks like we are done for the day for court. Give me just a second. Oh, well, I don't know. Are they coming back? I don't know if they're coming back. So we're going to see. Dan, this was a half day, but according to Bev, we are still on track. On track. We are on track. The lawyers are doing their best to figure out what they need to figure out. And that's just it. I don't think we can really hold this against them because Bev says we're on track. Did you not catch his reaction when AJ asked about the footsteps? Chelsea, he's lying though. He had to at some point. As he sits on that stand today, he knows about those footprints. And all of us know about it. There's no way he, as the lead investigator, does not know about those footprints. Emily, I think I typed in the chat that I wasn't going to go over there. I wasn't going to do that. I don't have them. I'll have to get them, and I need to go over them first. Terica, I think they can see your head behind me. Mm-hmm. She said, Mel, I almost texted you and said, run, it's a man behind you. Oh, yeah. They can see the top of your head. That's my niece. That's not Mariah. That's my niece. That's so funny because I think their side profiles do look alike. But that's my niece. That's not Mariah. But yeah, I think I don't know. As the lead investigator for me, he should know that. He should know about those steps. And if you're doing a full investigation, even if at some point it comes up, then does that change what you feel, how you feel about Karen Reed? Thank you, Forrest. Forrest just gifted 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. And y'all know the drill. If you get a membership from Forrest while you're on this live, please say thank you. If you get it when we're off the live, come back and say thank you. Thank you, Forrest. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel personally about it. Mariah would have made her presence known coming in telling you you're sick. She would have come in and said, Mama, it's 4:15. You said you get off at 4 o'clock and you're still on live at 4:15. That is exactly what Mariah would have done. Oh, I am interested, Autumn. I'm going to follow them so when I'm on live, I can tell you guys if they tweet anything. Sue, NBC, Boston. Thank you. Oh, I saw her on the she was on the documentary. I saw her. Hold on, y'all. Okay, I can't wait because I didn't realize the time, and I do have an appointment I got to get to, and y'all know I'm in Atlanta, so I do have to get off. But thank y'all so much for being on. Thank y'all for all of the super chats. Thank you for all of the memberships giving, the likes, another 500 like stream. Thank you guys so much. Existence, we watched one on Hulu. We watched two on Hulu, and then we watched one on Boston 25. So you can check both of those if you want to watch them. If you want to watch them, I think all of the ones that we watched were really good, and I think they did add some context to what's been going on. I think the one on Boston 25, I like Karen a lot more after watching the one on Boston 25. But thank you guys so much. I'm going to see y'all in the morning, probably later on TikTok, but in the morning for sure at 8:45. See y'all later. Thank you. I'll see y'all later, and I'll tweet whatever this is coming up. I didn't realize, well, I realized it was late, but not this late. Bye, everybody. See y'all later.